Chapter 585, Speak Softly. Chapter 585, Speak Softly. What are you doing? Just then, a few people came over. Marin, what happened? That fucker hit me. He hit me. The tall and skinny guy named Marin cried out, pointing at Chun Zhao. His nose was still spewing blood. Chun Zhao glanced at the men. They were wearing regular clothes. They probably weren't doctors or workers here. The leader was in his early 30s and had his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was dressed nicely and had a light smile on his face. Some of the men behind him were burly, while the others looked scholarly. Chun Zhao couldn't figure out their backgrounds. However, he didn't back down either. As long as they didn't have guns, he wasn't afraid of going up against them. He deserved a beating, Chun Zhao said indifferently. The leader laughed out loud. Yes, that asshole deserves a beating. I guess he caused trouble for you, sorry. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. This guy was easier to talk to than expected. Hi, I'm the CEO of Sven Art's company, Quincy Slanch. Hi. Chun Zhao shook hands with Quincy. You can call me Chun. His hands were strong, but a bit rough. Could someone with those hands be the boss of an arts company? Quincy walked over to Marin and kicked him. Get up. Stop embarrassing me, you asshole. I didn't tell you to come so you could cause trouble. I still have other things, so I'll take my leave, Chun Zhao said. Goodbye. Quincy was still polite as he watched Chun Zhao's back. Boss, why didn't you let me teach that guy a lesson? Marin asked unhappily. Crack. Quincy turned with a backhanded slap. Marin was sent flying. Quincy smoothed his clothes. When can you act properly? We have to keep a low profile instead of causing trouble wherever we go. Marin was hit and didn't dare to make another sound. He followed obediently behind Quincy. You're so slow with whatever you do, Laurent complained. Parking a car takes as long as a surgery. If you keep talking, I'll send you to the surgery room. For look at this bastard. Do you think Feilai will be bullied by him? Laurent instantly went to 4 to complain. For already knew that Chun Zhao and Laurent didn't have a smooth relationship. She didn't feel like talking to them and rolled her eyes at Laurent. It's none of your business. Can you stop Feilai if she wants to be with Chun? Stop causing trouble. You're all bullying me. Laurent's face was filled with anger. Okay, which room is your friend in? For was getting impatient. Zone B, room 450. 4th floor, take a left after the elevator, 5th room, For said. I still have other work. Go over by yourself. With that, For left with her hands in her pockets. Your own fault, Chun Zhao said gleefully. Laurent looked at 4's back with an unhappy expression. They found room 450 in Zone B. Laurent pushed the door open and went in. This was a shared room with 6 patients. Huh, a sand. Laurent was super loud and just started calling out to his friend. Chun Zhao saw a bald guy in one of the beds. He looked a bit familiar for some reason. Where did Chun Zhao see him before? The bald guy looked at Laurent and also started yelling. Speak softly. This is a hospital room. Chun Zhao was speechless. People really did turn into their friends. Where's your big beard? Ha ha. Laurent went to the bed and started laughing at the bald guy's clean face. He even annoyingly went to touch Hassan's chin. Hassan lost his temper and tried to hit Laurent, but he couldn't get up. He glanced at the people behind Laurent. Finally, his eyes landed on Chun Zhao. Ah, it's you. You know me? Chun Zhao thought they indeed had met before. It's you. It's because of you that I got run over. If not for you, I wouldn't be laying here. I don't remember running someone over. He would believe it if the guy said he was sent to the hospital by getting beat up. But it was bullshit to say that Chun Zhao had run him over. Chun Zhao drove slowly and followed all the rules. Did you forget? It was outside Beverly Hills. I was riding a motorbike and you drove an SUV. I kicked your door. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. This was like suicide. With Chun Zhao's temper, running the guy over was normal. Oh, I remember. You're the rider. It finally made sense to Chun Zhao. That's not my fault. Plus, I'm the one who called the ambulance for you. But Hassan had a big beard before. Now that he'd shaved his beard, he was just a fat old man. That was why Chun Zhao couldn't recognize him. It's your fault, but I don't blame you. I don't need your forgiveness. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. This had nothing to do with him. That asshole had gotten hit after running a red light, and the person responsible had run away. Asand, he's a doctor. He's here to help you. Kid, you can help me stand up again? I've been laying in bed for almost 2 months. I think I'm rotting away. Wait. Chun Zhao picked up the records hanging on the side of the bed. He'd cracked his pelvis and had many serious injuries all over. The cracked pelvis was the main thing. Usually, this kind of injury could heal with enough time. But Asand wasn't young anymore, so he healed very slowly. A young person would be able to move normally in around a month. But Asand had been laying there for 2 months, and he didn't have any obvious signs of recovery. Of course, this was also due to the severity of his injuries. With this rate of recovery, he'd probably have to lay around for half a year. For someone of his age, he would waste away in half a year. Without enough exercise, his body could weaken and his muscles could go through dystrophy. Laurent, are you paying for his clinic fee? Fuck, you want to take my money? You want me to tell Fei Lai? It doesn't matter if you tell her, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't take your money if you fall from the 2nd floor and disable your lower body. Laurent, who is he to you? My daughter's boyfriend. Oh, I remember, Chun Zhao suddenly said. He flirted with Fei Lai 4 months ago. Fuck Asand. You're bullying my daughter? You fuck her. When did I flirt with Lauren's daughter? Remember that night we had a fight and went to the police station? One of the girls was Lauren's daughter, my girlfriend. I never flirted. You beat up my man. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chun Zhao vaguely remembered a biker gang harassing Fei Lai, and then they started fighting. But fighting in a bar was pretty normal. Instead, Chun Zhao remembered that he'd gotten beat up badly. Of course, they all got taken to the police station in the end. Chun Zhao didn't really care about it. Drinking some horse piss, losing your mind, and going to a pretty girl to ask for a number or treat her to a drink was an everyday thing at a bar. Who would get into a blood rivalry over something like this? Laurent tugged relentlessly on Asand's patient uniform, insisting on him apologizing. Chun Zhao just stood to the side and watched the show. Kareem, Kane, and Howard were speechless. Chun Zhao was obviously just causing trouble, and Laurent was always soft for his daughter. When he heard this, his brain stopped working. You guys shut up. A nurse came over and stood in the doorway. Someone reported you guys for being too loud and disturbing the other patients. Those who reported them must be the patients in the same room. Laurent finally let go of Asand. After the nurse left, another group soon came from outside. It was that Quincy and his underlings. When Asand saw them, he instantly started yelling, "Get the fuck out! Stop bothering me!" But Quincy brought his men to the bed. "Mr. Asand, we come with sincerity. If you're willing to compromise, we can pay you $100,000. Fuck off. You assholes made me lay here for 2 months. I'll have him rot in jail for 2 years. Reckless driving, a hit and run, and personal injury added together meant at least 2 years. The perpetrator also broke traffic rules, so he would take most of the responsibility. Old thing, don't go looking for trouble, Marin yelled, pointing at Asand. You're lucky to get $100,000. Laurent frowned. Get the fuck out. You're disturbing my friend. You old. Just as Marin started talking, he was lifted from the ground. Chun Zhao grabbed him with both hands, lifting him high in the air. Quincy finally realized that Chun Zhao was here too. Sir, we meet again. Yeah. Chun Zhao smiled at him. As expected, they weren't good guys. Is Asand your friend? It doesn't matter. I don't want him to be disturbed. If you know Mr. Asand, why don't you help me persuade him? Quincy maintained a gentle smile, but Chun Zhao felt like he was a toxic snake. His smile didn't make Chun Zhao feel any warmth. Instead, Chun Zhao was subconsciously guarded against him. What he decides is his right, Chun Zhao said. I don't think any outsider has the right to force him to do anything. All right, Asand. I still hope you can think about it. $100,000 isn't a small sum, after all. Fuck off, assholes. Asand's reply was as straightforward as always. He also had rich body language, like his middle finger. Quincy left with his men, shooting a glance at Chun Zhao before leaving. Who are they? Laurent asked. I don't know, Asan said. But they're on the same side as the guy who ran into me. They came 4 or 5 times and keep hoping that I'll drop the lawsuit. They don't look like a gang, Laurent said. They're not good people, Asan said. Whatever. Let's stop caring about them. Chun, give Asan a checkup. We decided that you'll pay for the clinic, right? Okay. I don't know what Feilai sees in you, Laurent complained. Asan's condition is actually stabilized and doesn't need any special treatment. He only needs to lay in bed for around 2 months, and he can walk again. No, Asan cried out. I don't want to lay around for 2 more months. I don't even want to stay for 2 more days. Chun, can you make him walk faster? Yes. It depends on how much you're willing to pay. What if it's $100? Laurent asked shamelessly. I can make him stay bedridden for life. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fine. What about $1,000? He paid the hospital more than $1,000, right? I don't know how much I paid because I have insurance. Anyway, I already got $300,000 from this accident. No wonder Quincy offered $100,000 in compensation. Then $10,000, Laurent said. That's all I have. I can have him walk again within 2 weeks. Can it be faster? Asan asked. Then, add more money. No, Asan refused immediately. Chun Zhao thought that he didn't care about money, but he was a stingy guy too. Just then, Kane suddenly patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. What? Chun, is that your car? Kane pointed outside the window. They could see the parking lot from here. Chun Zhao saw that Quincy's men were destroying his car at the moment. Furious, Chun Zhao jumped out of the window. Chun, what are you doing? Chun Zhao jumped straight out. Everyone in the room was floored. This was the 4th level. He'd probably disable himself by jumping down. Kane rushed to the window and saw that Chun Zhao had landed safely. Chun Zhao was completely furious. He charged at the parking lot like a wild bull. Those guys are dead, Laurent said. Kane, Kareem, and Howard had the same expression. Those guys were practically committing suicide. They didn't know that they'd angered a lion. Right now, Quincy stood to the side, still with his gentle smile. He watched his men smash Chun Zhao's car. Marin was working the hardest. But then Quincy felt a gust of wind, and then a figure rushed into the group of people. Thud! Marin's frail body shot into the air and flew meters away. He smashed into the windshield of a car in the back, embedding into it entirely. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Quincy, you better give me an explanation. Mr. Chun, do you know how long you'll be sentenced for intentional harm? Quincy still had that gentle smile. Then, do you know that there's a law in America that states that private property is inviolable and killing is allowed? A murderous intent flashed in Chun Zhao's eyes. A gun was pointed at the back of his head. Quincy's expression still didn't change. He smiled at Chun Zhao. If you die, then we'll be able to tell the judge that it was self-defense. Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Bang! Chun Zhao moved his head instantly. Even with his back to the shooter, he could still accurately determine the instant the trigger was pulled. He also swept backward, kicking the shooter's neck. The man fell to the ground with a twisted neck dead. Chun Zhao never even looked back at him. However, these people's violence was quite unexpected. They actually dared to take out their guns in broad daylight, and even fire. Chun Zhao had thought that they would only threaten him. He never thought about actually killing someone. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. But now, he was completely furious. Chun Zhao stared coldly at Quincy. You know what happens to people who point a gun at my head? Quincy's pupils constricted. This Asian was dangerous. Mr. Chun, how about you just let this go now? You killed one of my men. No. Chun Zhao saw another guy stab at him with a dagger. He turned, pulled, and grabbed. The man's neck was in Chun Zhao's hands. Quincy's expression changed. Don't. Crack. Quincy looked at the body on the ground. His expression was furious. Chun Zhao realized that Quincy had a different attitude toward his subordinates. His reaction had been normal when Chun Zhao had killed the shooter. But after the second died, He became furious. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you." Quincy finally lost his earlier composure. Chun Zhao had already charged at Quincy. The man raised his arm to stop Chun Zhao's attack. But the next moment, Chun Zhao's fist had snapped both of Quincy's arms. He yelled out in pain. He didn't think Chun Zhao would be so strong. Chun Zhao kicked again, and Quincy slammed into the car behind him. The car door was entirely distorted. By now, the remaining four turned to run. They weren't good at fighting, but they were quite skilled at running. As if they discussed this earlier, they instantly split into different directions. They took twists and turns in the parking lot, disappearing in seconds. Chun Zhao looked at Quincy. He wasn't dead yet, but he was very badly hurt. Blood foamed at his mouth, and his arms hung limply before him. "Do you still think you can kill me?" But then Quincy smiled gently. He looked at Chun Zhao without talking. Of course, he couldn't talk at all now. The police came, as well as the doctors. There were 2 dead and 2 injured. The tall and thin Marin actually survived. This surprised Chun Zhao. There were security cameras in the park and many witnesses, so it wasn't hard to get things clear. Whether it was because his car got smashed or someone held a gun to Chun Zhao's head, it was reasonable for him to fight back. "Fuck, that guy is so strong." Ignoring his pain, Asand leaned against the window to watch. "Thank God I didn't fight him one-on-one before." "You wanted to fight him?" "Whatever. Let's not talk about this," Asand denied. What a joke. If he mentioned that Chun Zhao had wanted to fight him one-on-one before the car accident, Chun Zhao might want a friendly match again. As for Kane, Kareem, and Howard, they'd been sent to the ground by Chun Zhao the first time they met. They didn't want to think about those memories either. After getting questioned, Chun Zhao returned to the hospital room. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" "I'm hungry." "Me too." "Same." "I need 3-4 drops this noon." Chun Zhao looked around. "Why are you guys like this?" It was self-defense. Okay, he was indeed losing control of his emotions these days. From now on, he would meditate and calm down. At the door, Chun Zhao said, "Laurent, those aren't nice people. You should take Asand out of the hospital." "That's right. Your place is good. I'll bring him to stay with you." "You want to bring danger to Fei Lai. Just say it if you don't want me to live with you." "I don't want you to live with me." "You asshole. You told me to say it." Chun Zhao looked up at Laurent. It was already annoying that Laurent disrupted their 2-person world, but since he was Fei Lai's father, Chun Zhao could manage. He planned on sending Kareem, Kane, and Howard to the hotel today. But instead of them leaving, another stranger was coming, and Chun Zhao wasn't exactly willing. Plus, Asand should have his own home too. "You said he's in danger. You should be sympathetic." "I'd be happy to have him stay at my house if he's a little girl, but he's not." "Aren't you afraid of me telling Fei Lai and letting her see how you truly are?" "I'd tell her that you made it up. I'll find a house myself." Laurent glared at Chun Zhao. "How long are you going to stay in L4? "It depends on how long Winip will be out of the country for." Even though Laurent always threatened to show Fei Lai his true nature, they always acted friendly before Fei Lai. Just as they were talking at the door, a group of police officers walked over. "They're here for you," Laurent said gleefully. "They're going to arrest you." These officers all looked serious. They dressed differently from the L.A. police that Chun Zhao usually saw. The leader wore regular clothes. The others had different uniforms and weapons. A couple of the officers in the back held silent submachines. "Hello, I'm Thomas Riffer, in charge of the local Interpol branch. Are you Mr. Chun?" "Yes, I am." Then the leading police took Chun Zhao's hand. "Thank you for your contributions. You helped us catch Viper Quincy." "Viper Quincy? The one you handicapped? Who are they?" Chun Zhao asked. "A-class criminals wanted internationally. Viper Quincy is the second leader of the international crime organization Death Knight. They committed crimes in many countries, and more than 100 innocent people have died in their hands." "Wait, are you sure that their name is the Death Knight?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Are you sure they're a crime organization and not some anime club? You're not here to arrest this guy?" Laurent was disappointed. Thomas looked at Laurent and then at Chun Zhao. "And he is—" "Ignore him," Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. "He's crazy. We wanted to ask how you got involved with him. Chun Zhao described everything. Thomas arched an eyebrow. Go check the identity of the perpetrator. See if he has a fake ID. Do you know why they're here? Chun Zhao asked. There are some special members in DK. They're top experts in some field and have irreplaceable positions, so they would usually try their best to protect them. Chun Zhao thought of the two that he'd killed. Viper Quincy didn't even react when he killed the first. But when he killed the second, Quincy had been furious. Chapter 588, Interpol. Chapter 588, Interpol. Mr. Chun, we suspect that DK has something big planned in L.A. We hope that you can cooperate with us to destroy DK's plan and capture their leader. How should I cooperate with you? Chun Zhao asked. This time, you made DK suffer great losses. They often take revenge, so they'll definitely take revenge on you. We hope that we can surround your home and control it entirely. Sorry, no. Chun Zhao refused directly. Why? Don't you want the Interpol to protect you and your family's safety? Does the Interpol have really pretty personal bodyguards for me and my girlfriend? If not, then no thanks. I don't accept any kind of protection. Also, please don't get close to my house or the surrounding area. I have the right to expel you. This was a prime example of conversation killers. Mr. Chun, they're a crime organization, not the typical gang. I know you're a good boxer, but sometimes a bullet will take your life. Bye, Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Mr. Chun, you'll come find me by yourself, Thomas Riffer said. Asand was a standard vagrant. He didn't have a home at all. He didn't have family either, so he just slept wherever he rode his motorcycle to. Usually, he stayed in a restaurant or bar. Occasionally, he would spend the night in a motel. After Laurent brought Asand out, he chattered nonstop about how merciless Chun Zhao was. Laurent, shut up. Asand yelled loudly too. You're so annoying. Fuck you. You're already disabled, and your temper is still so bad. Yeah, this is my temper. You got a problem? Kane sat in the back, right between them. His head was about to explode from these two loud guys. Kareem and Howard sat in the front, and they were better off, but they were still annoyed. But they didn't have Chun Zhao's guts to yell back whenever they were annoyed. Laurent brought Asand into the hotel. Asand, spend a few days here. How much is one night? $400. Why? You want to pay me? No. Give me the $400. It's the same if I spend the night at a bar. Fuck you. A policewoman walked into Thomas's office with some files. Thomas, we checked. The person who was arrested is from DK. His alias is Engineer, a Class A internationally wanted criminal. He's caused many accidents before. Most of the deaths from DK were caused by him. He used a fake ID with the name Pharaoh Kirk. He works at an electricity company as a repairman. Thomas looked at the files for a long while. Does DK want something from the electricity company? I wouldn't know. Go to the local police station and take the engineer out. I want to interrogate him personally. Sir, many people from DK has been showing up in L.A. in the past 3 months. I'm afraid they'll have action here. That's what I'm worried about too, Thomas said. But we don't even know what their goal is. I'm hoping to get some information from the engineer. Maybe we can try something on that Chinese guy, the policewoman said. What? It's not like we can break into his private property, Thomas said helplessly. Even though they were the Interpol and had powerful rights, they still had to follow each nation's laws. If they really broke into someone's property and got shot, they wouldn't even have the right to fight back. Thomas rubbed his forehead. Whatever. Get the engineer out first and add more people to the hospital. Make sure the Viper Quincy and Thief won't get broken out. Just then, another subordinate ran in. Thomas, Viper, and Thief disappeared. One of the doctors died. What? Thomas shot to his feet in disbelief. How did they escape? I don't know. The hospital's security footage was all erased. We can't find any clues or how they even started it. Hurry. Send more people to extract the engineer. Hello, we're from Interpol. We need to extract someone imprisoned here. David looked up and saw a beautiful girl. He looked back and saw more people, all wearing Interpol uniforms. He accepted the ID and made another call to check that nothing was wrong with the ID number. Who do you need to extract? Pharaoh Kirk. Who is he? Confidential. I can't tell you. David couldn't do anything. His police system was under the American FBI and wasn't directly related to Interpol. But Interpol had the right to take prisoners from him. David brought Interpol to the cells. This is Pharaoh Kirk. Pharaoh raised his head, and a shock flashed past his face. When David saw him, he furrowed his brows. Pharaoh's expression wasn't obvious, but he seemed happy. Please open the door. David glanced at the people behind the woman. Can I see everyone else's IDs too? Of course. A big guy came forward. The next moment, he pulled a gun out of his pocket. David cried out inside and tried to jump to the side. But when he was in the air, the man fired. Pew pew. David took several bullets instantly and fell into a pool of blood. These people started firing directly and destroyed the electric lock. We should go. The woman looked up at the security camera. Since they destroyed the lock, the police would definitely know. Just then, the outer wall of the detention center exploded. A man stood outside. He had a mohawk and was chewing gum. Brothers miss me. Shut up and hurry, the big guy said, or else we'll have a shootout in a police station. When the woman walked past David, she paused and said gently, Mr. Officer, you're my type. With that, the woman gave David another bullet. Real life wasn't like movies. In movies, the main characters wouldn't get shot even if bullets rained down on them. But reality wasn't like that. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chun Zhao's phone rang. He looked at the number. It was Kate, but why would she call him? Chun. Kate's choked voice traveled from the other end of the call. Hearing her crying voice, Chun Zhao thought, no way. Did Kate fight with David? Or did they break up directly? And Kate wants me to comfort her. No, I can't touch my bro's girl. Chun Zhao was imagining things by himself. Kate, what's wrong? Did you argue with David? David's in the hospital. Kate started crying again. What's wrong? Is he sick? He got shot. A serious injury. He's in the emergency room. Chun Zhao shot to his feet. What exactly happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. I heard that he got shot in the police station. What? How is that possible? In the police station, Chun Zhao quickly asked, which hospital is he in? He hurried over to the hospital. Kate and a dozen police officers, including Sharon, were at the door. Chun. These officers had interacted with Chun Zhao before, so they nodded or greeted him. Chun Zhao glanced at Sharon. She nodded as well. Kate pulled Chun Zhao to the side. There was inextinguishable anger shining in Kate's tears. Chun, I want to kill the people who hurt David. You'll help me, right? No matter what problems they had, their feelings were still genuine. The problems were due to their personalities, but they still loved each other. Now that David was hurt, how could Kate calm down? I want to kill him with my own bare hands. Kate, calm down. I trust that David's colleagues will arrest him. Kate looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, I have a USB. It has a video of someone in a Spider-Man costume climbing CL building on January 3rd. Kate, that's not nice. I'm not threatening you. I just think that, since you have the ability, you shouldn't do nothing. Kate stared straight at Chun Zhao. Okay, I promise you. I won't do nothing, but I have no ideas now either, Chun Zhao said helplessly. I asked David's colleagues. They said a group of criminals disguised themselves as Interpol agents and snuck into the police station. They wanted to rescue a prisoner. David discovered this, and that's why he was shot. Do we know the prisoner's identity? A hit and run. He's charged for dangerous driving and injury to others. Hit and run. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Could it be him? You know him. I killed and hurt some people at the hospital today, Chun Zhao said. What's going on? DK. Yes. Just then, Thomas brought people over. Hey, mister. Chun, how come you're here? Wait. Chun Zhao looked at Thomas's group. What's wrong? Something wrong with me? Are you really Interpol? Of course. Is there any reason to doubt us? My friend was hurt by you, Interpol. Are you friends with the injured officer? Thomas asked. I know about it already. We came just to ask about the situation. Ask about the situation? Chun Zhao sneered. We should be the ones asking. At that moment, Sharon and the other police officers walked over too. Let me ask you, Sharon demanded. Earlier, David checked someone's ID, and it said their name was Tauris Beck. He also contacted the LA office of the Interpol, and they said that they'd indeed sent someone to release the prisoner. But in the end, Tauris Beck is a criminal. I'm Tauris Beck. A woman beside Thomas stood out. My identity was stolen. While David called for verification, we indeed left, and were on the way to the police station. In other words, there's a mole in Interpol, Sharon said, looking at the group. We haven't excluded that possibility. This is why we hope your station can work with us and catch the criminal together. We won't work with you. Sharon had become the representative of her station. You haven't even gotten rid of your mole. Why should we work with you? Come talk to us after you've searched yourself clearly and catch the mole. We have a lot of intel on DK. Don't you want it? Sharon and the officers hesitated. In the police system, killing or hurting an officer would lead to their systematic return. All the officers would take revenge crazily. This was why the gangs weren't willing to attack or kill officers. Everyone in the station was furious now. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to capture the criminal. However, they didn't even know who it was. They were like headless flies. Chen, what should we do? Work with them? No, we'll find him ourselves, Chun Zhao murmured. At that moment, the surgery room opened. Everyone crowded over, and Kate immediately latched onto the doctor. Doctor, how is David? His life isn't at risk, but he's still too weak. I suggest you all don't disturb him now. Hearing the doctor's words, Chun Zhao was also relieved. Everything was all right if he survived. David was still unconscious, so Chun Zhao and Kate couldn't go in and look. Chun Zhao asked the doctor some professional questions. After confirming that he wouldn't have any lasting effects, he told it all to Kate. Chun, you have to help David find those assholes. Yes, I'll do everything I can to find him for you. Laurent, are you going out by yourself? Yeah, Laurent said. I want to walk around. I'll go with you, Kane said. No, I know that you're on that bastard side now. You've already betrayed me. I don't want 3 traitors following me. Laurent's voice was filled with anger. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were all speechless. Why are you so dramatic? What good is there to follow you? It's not like you pay us. And you always run off alone when we're on your side. These 3 have been fucked over by Laurent long ago. This time, they were determined not to be on Laurent's side. I don't need you 3. I have my own ways. I will succeed. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Laurent came to an abandoned and remote neighborhood. There was no one here. He took out his phone. Pamela, I'm outside the neighborhood. Okay, wait there for me. A moment later, an old woman came outside. Her face was extremely pale and her hair was messy. She wore a flowery dress that looked ancient. She was like a ghost from movies. Fuck, you. Seeing her, Laurent wanted to turn and run. Laurent, come back. The woman couldn't catch up, so she could only yell from the back. It's me, Pamela. Hearing her voice, Laurent stopped and looked at her hesitantly. You're Pamela? You really are Pamela? Yes. Laurent studied the old woman before him. He honestly couldn't believe that the pretty woman from 20 years ago would turn into this state. However, she really did have traces of Pamela. How did you turn into this? Pamela was a few years younger than him. How could she look so old? Pamela straightened and ripped off the fake mask she had on. She instantly brightened. Even though she was a bit older, she wasn't as scary as before. Why did you do that to yourself? Laurent finally confirmed that it was Pamela. I can't help it, Pamela said helplessly. For our field, you have to do that to make people believe you're an experienced spiritualist. So are you. Of course. Laurent still doubted it. Pamela had said that she was a spiritualist since they first met each other, but he still didn't really believe it. Come, let's go inside to talk. Laurent followed behind Pamela and looked at the bare neighborhood. He was pretty sure that no one lived here. Rather, Pamela lived here by herself. How come you live here? Duh. Have you ever seen a spiritualist live in a fancy apartment? Plus, the rent for here is only $300 per month. Laurent felt that the second was the true reason. And most people feel like old witches should live in places like this, right? Pamela pushed open the door. Laurent pressed the light switch, but no light came on. How come it's not on? Is it broken? No electricity. No electricity? Do you get blackouts often? They've turned off the electricity for this neighborhood long ago. Then, how do you live? You can't even cook, right? Food delivery. Pamela's answer destroyed all of her mysteriousness. While speaking, she pulled aside the curtains. The living room was instantly brighter. There were many strange items in the living room, along with some bookshelves. I have to stay mysterious when people visit me usually, so the room has to be dark, Pamela said. Oh, why did you come and find me this time? You really are a spiritualist, right? Of course. Are you doubting me? Then, can you summon spirits? Laurent asked. That's what a death speaker does. I can't do it. Then what can you do? If you want to summon spirits, I can introduce you to someone, but I need to take a fee. Laurent was speechless. Can you do curses? Those are poisoned spiritualists. Pamela looked at him. Do you have some enemy? I have a mortal enemy. How bad is it? He stole my daughter. Pamela almost flipped the table over. After all this time, it's your son-in-law, right? If you can take care of him for me, I'll pay you $10,000. Hearing $10,000, Pamela was tempted. To what extent? Kill him? That's not necessary. Just scare him. It's best if he can surrender to me. Pamela finally understood. It was just an in-law rivalry. She thought about it. How about this? Bring him to my neighborhood. Oh, it has to be at midnight. Why? Laurent asked. Are we going to have people hide here? That's not necessary. That guy's really good at fighting. Even a dozen guys won't be able to beat him. I'm not that lowly. Plus, hiring hitters costs money. Then what do you have planned? Pamela lowered her head. Do you know why this place is empty? Laurent thought about it. When he came in, the infrastructure along the way were all preserved well. Leaves covered the street because no one maintained it, but there didn't seem to be any other problems. What? 12 years ago, there was an epidemic here. Epidemic? This is America. Are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yes. I'm serious. Pamela looked at him seriously. The media didn't report it because they didn't want to cause panic. Then what? More than 100 people died in the epidemic. Are you saying it's haunted? Later, developers bought the land from the government for a new project, but accidents kept happening, so the project had to stop. Are there really ghosts? Even I'm too scared to go out at night, Pamela said. Is it really that scary? Of course. If I call that asshole here, will he die here? That's why you should call him here at midnight. Usually, the evil spirits that walk around will hide after 1 a.m. They won't cause trouble. Also, having him come alone is the safest. If there are two people, the evil spirits might possess or trick one to make them kill each other. Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. I've lived here for so long and figured everything out. Pamela looked confidently at Laurent. Oh, right. Order food delivery. What? Aren't you going to eat dinner? I didn't say I'll stay, Laurent said. You don't want to stay and see your in-law cry in fear. Laurent looked at Pamela. You just want to get free food, right? It's getting late, Pamela said. Hurry and call for food, or else they won't come if it's too late. Laurent picked up his phone and ordered 2 food deliveries. When he hung up, he saw a key hanging from Pamela's neck. What's that key for? Chapter 591. Are you dead? Chapter 591. Are you dead? You mean this key? Pamela tugged at the key hanging on her neck. My teacher gave it to me. Why are you suddenly asking me this? My wife seemed to have a key like that too, but it's made out of gold. She gave it to that bastard. Pamela shook the key in her hands. Too bad. Why isn't mine made out of gold? It's too weird to have a key hanging from your neck. You wouldn't say that if your wife does that. Pamela rolled her eyes at Laurent. A while later, the food delivery arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Pamela went out to pick it up. Laurent waited leisurely, but Pamela just wouldn't return. He was bored, so he took a book off of the shelf. This was a very ancient book. The cover had already cracked, and he couldn't read the title clearly. He opened to a random page and saw a picture. It had images of 13 keys with different colors. But he couldn't read the words on the bottom. Rather than words, they were more like pictures. Laurent had never seen such a strange written script before. It wasn't far, so why hadn't Pamela come back yet? Laurent looked out the window. It was getting late, and the sun had set. He picked up his phone to call Pamela. But what he heard was, "The number you called does not exist." What? He just called her earlier. How come the number didn't exist anymore? Laurent decided to go out to find Pamela. But when he walked out, his foot sank. The wooden floorboard had caved in. He took his foot out and discovered something inside. What's this? He picked it up. It was a dust-covered box. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with pictures of him, Sand, and Pamela when they were young. Clink! A key fell onto the ground. Laurent picked it up and studied it. Wasn't this the key hanging from Pamela's neck? How come it was here? Was it just the same type? Laurent saw that the bedroom door was half open. He pushed it open and entered. A sour smell flooded out. The bed, chairs, table, and closet in the bedroom were covered in dust. Creak! The closet was half open too and made piercing sounds. He pulled open the door. It was filled with familiar clothes that Pamela had worn before. But they were covered in dust too. He didn't know how long they'd been hanging here. Laurent shuddered suddenly. No, it looked like no one had lived here in decades. Laurent wanted to run out of the house, but he heard a noise outside. Pamela had come back, but instead of feeling relieved, Laurent felt even more terrified. Laurent, what's wrong? You look really scared. Did something happen? No, nothing. Laurent's expression was unnatural. Come eat, Pamela said. Pamela, Laurent gulped. Are you already dead? Laurent thought of what Pamela had said earlier. 12 years ago, there had been a plague here. More than 100 people had died. Was Pamela included in the 100 people? Fuck you, you're dead, Pamela swore. What are you talking about? But your place looks like no one lives here, right? Laurent wondered if he saw a ghost today. He didn't know if he was scaring himself, but it felt wrong after Pamela had left. It's obviously to make it seem more mysterious. You don't know how annoying my job is. We have to work to make people trust us. Are you sure? You're still alive, right? Pamela lifted her old leg and kicked Laurent. Stop bullshitting. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm going to finish by myself. Seeing Pamela's familiar action, Laurent suddenly laughed. It was that familiar feeling and familiar temper. After eating and drinking, Laurent and Pamela started reminiscing about their respective pasts. And their mutual past. Unknowingly, it was nighttime. The neighborhood outside was pitch black without a speck of light. Pamela lit some candles. I remember back then, when we were in that abandoned warehouse. Yumi, the sand, we were like this too, lighting a fire and talking loudly. So many years have passed. Who fucking knew that a bum like that would become a politician? Pamela said, laughing. The last time the three of us met must have been 20 years ago. Yeah, you and Sand are both in L.A. Haven't you two met? That old asshole is just like that, running around all day on his bike. We call occasionally, but I need to make money too. So we never met up. Laurent checked the time. They talked for more than 4 hours, unknowingly. Hassan got into a car accident recently, did you know? No, he didn't tell me. How are his injuries? He can't stand yet. After a while, when he can stand up again, the three of us should meet up. It's about time, Pamela said. What time? Don't you want to prank your daughter's boyfriend? It's time to call him over. Now, no shit. Are you sure it'll work? Are you sure there are evil spirits here? I'm a psychic. You don't trust me? You just kept saying that you're a psychic, but I never saw you have any special abilities. What do you think a psychic is? You want me to do magic tricks for you? Okay. Laurent picked up his phone and called Chun Zhao. Laurent, are you coming back tonight? Chun Zhao was demanding the moment he spoke. Chun, I'm at my friend's place and drank too much. Come pick me up. You think I'll care? Call a taxi. I'm in a remote place. There aren't any taxis. Then walk back. Chun Zhao didn't want to care about Laurent. Don't be like this, Chun. I'm Fei Lai's father. Chun Zhao was so annoyed. This old bastard always used this to threaten him. Did you prepare another trap for me? No, definitely not. I swear, it'll never happen. Plus, do you think my traps are effective on you? Okay, what's the address? Chun Zhao didn't believe Laurent. This old guy definitely prepared a trap for him to jump into. But Chun Zhao would like to see what he'd prepared. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. I'm at the entrance. You can come out now. Chun Zhao was calling Laurent. Does anyone live here? Why is it so dark? Chun, I drank too much. Come help me out. You sound normal, though. It's true. How come there's no sound over there? Are all your friends drunk? They're chatting on the side. They're all old. Do you want to hear them talk? Whatever. Chun Zhao could only get out of his car and enter the neighborhood to pick Laurent up. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something wrong. There was a smell of rot in the air. Suddenly, an evil spirit lunged at Chun Zhao with no warning. Chun Zhao raised his leg without even blinking. The evil spirit let out a scream and was scattered by Chun Zhao's kick. Another one came, and another. Fuck, did I run into some evil spirit lair? He got rid of some evil spirits offhandedly. They were all average ones and weren't threatening at all. Chun Zhao basically killed one with each punch. There was no nonsense. He could feel that there were still many eyes on him, but they weren't willing to come out. Clearly, they were afraid of Chun Zhao. He didn't think the surroundings were threatening. It wasn't only humans who bullied the weak and were afraid of the strong. Evil spirits were the same. Obviously, Chun Zhao had killed a few evil spirits offhandedly. The others would be stupid to keep doing suicidal attacks. Chun Zhao walked straight toward the address that Laurent had mentioned. At the door, he looked inside. There was candlelight in the room, so it should be here, right? He knocked on the door. Inside, Laurent heard the knock. He looked at Pamela, who said indifferently, "Go open the door. Your in-law is here." "He's here? Didn't you say?" Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the candle out. Laurent shuddered because he saw Pamela's body was disappearing slowly, like the smoke dissipating from the candle. Pamela, cold sweat beaded on Laurent's forehead. He suddenly screamed and rushed to the door. He saw Chun Zhao with his back to him. "Chun, save me." Chun Zhao turned around. Instead of seeing Chun Zhao's face, Laurent saw a terrifying face. Laurent fainted from fear. Fuck, if I'd known, I wouldn't have scared him. Chun Zhao was annoyed. He grabbed Laurent's arm and started walking out. Just then, a necklace fell out of his pocket. Chun Zhao picked it up to look. Another key. Was it the same as the other keys? Or was it just a coincidence? Whatever, he'd take it first. Chun Zhao didn't care if this was Laurent's personal item. Along the way, Laurent woke up in the back seat of the car. Where am I? The scene from before he fainted flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized something. Fuck. Chun, did you try scaring me earlier? Laurent, who were you with earlier? He suddenly turned green and his lips trembled. Chun, I think I met a ghost. Chun Zhao wasn't too surprised at that. After all, the neighborhood wasn't normal. He met so many evil spirits with just a few steps. It would be even stranger if there was no problem. Tell me what happened. I met up with a friend I haven't seen in 20 years, but when you came, she suddenly disappeared. Oh, you saw a ghost. You don't believe me? Laurent looked angrily at Chun Zhao, who was driving. No, I believe you. You don't believe me. If you believed me, you wouldn't be so calm now. How do you think I should react? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see anything when you came. Laurent felt like Chun Zhao still didn't believe him. Nope. Now, Laurent was even more annoyed. He wanted to scare Chun Zhao. But instead of scaring Chun Zhao, he was the one who got terrified. Laurent suddenly felt depressed. He felt around his pocket and took out a few old pictures. Are you crying? Chun Zhao glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Laurent wiping at his tears. Chun, do you think someone would appear before you after they die? Maybe. The topic suddenly turned heavy. Chun Zhao saw that Laurent was truly sad. Tell me about you and your friend. You won't believe me. I'll just take it as a story. Along the way, Laurent started reminiscing about the past. She said that there was an epidemic 12 years ago. Maybe she died then, Laurent said gravely. But it's okay. I can still meet my old friend. No matter what she turned into, she's still her. I'll tell Winip. You asshole. Back home, Laurent was still feeling down, so he went to look at the lakeside night view. Chun Zhao didn't care. Being sentimental was his own business. Chun Zhao didn't plan on wallowing with him. After showering, he went to his room. Fei Lai wasn't sleeping yet. He went up and hugged Fei Lai. Chun, I see Dad sitting at the side of the lake. Is he unhappy? He might have run into a ghost. It's okay. The ghost didn't have bad intentions. Chun Zhao rubbed against Fei Lai, stimulating her desire. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't care about Laurent, anyway. Just as he was about to do things with Fei Lai, Laurent started rapping on the door. Chun Zhao was instantly furious. When he opened the door, he saw Laurent's furrowed expression. Chun, drink with me. It's Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. I feel empty. Do you want me to find you a girl? Since Winnip isn't here. Fei Lai. Chun Zhao looked back at her. Fei Lai motioned for him to accompany her dad. Chun Zhao was very angry. Should he find someone to kill Laurent? That night, Laurent became very sentimental. He drank the purple brew for the first time and started sobbing. Chun Zhao just wanted to knock him out. One night was already unbearable. How about he take more nights? Fine, I give up. Laurent drank until 4 a.m. before he was finally tired. Chun Zhao tossed him onto the sofa and went back to his room to sleep. But he heard knocking in the early morning again. If Chun Zhao wasn't hugging the man's daughter at the moment, he would honestly kill him. Chun Zhao opened the door with a dark expression and glared at the old man. What? Chun, I want to go there again. Go with me. Are you crazy? You know there are ghosts and you still want to go. Go if you want, but don't drag me along. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Laurent, can we be a bit more normal? Where do you see ghosts? Chun Zhao grabbed Laurent's shoulder. Can't you just stay at home and enjoy your peaceful life? Fine, you don't have to go. I'll go by myself. You said that so loudly earlier just so Fei Lai would hear. Chun Zhao drove with a dark expression. Laurent hadn't said that for him. He'd said it for Fei Lai. Fei Lai was worried about Laurent going out to go find some ghosts, so Chun Zhao had to accompany him. Laurent was very proud. Chun Zhao had the urge to flatten him. Everyone said that it was a treasure to have an elder in the family, but Chun Zhao thought this old man was just shit. He was like a bad luck star. Laurent, did you forget how scared you were yesterday? I wasn't mentally prepared. Then, are you prepared now? It's okay. You're with me if we run into ghosts. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid, but Laurent's thoughts disgusted him. Then, do you want to see ghosts or do you not? I do. I want to see her. Tell me the truth. Did you have a relationship with her before? Chun Zhao turned gossipy again. Are you thinking about reporting to Winnip? When they reached the rural neighborhood, Laurent started shrinking into himself again. So cowardly. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see the ghosts. Laurent immediately refuted loudly. That's why you have the courage to say that. If you saw them, you'd probably be more scared than me. Chun Zhao looked around casually. The neighborhood was barren during the day, but this was normal. When they reached the small house, Laurent got scared again. Didn't you say you're not scared? Why did you stop? Laurent was hesitant, but he still opened the door. Chun Zhao touched his nose. It smelled like rotting wood. After entering, he looked around. He saw a book on the table and picked it up. Suddenly, his eyebrow arched. A lot of the content in the book was recorded in demon language. Laurent saw Chun Zhao holding the book. Can you read that? The words are so weird. I've never seen them before. Chun Zhao flipped through the book. It carried a faint aura of magic. The past owner should have been a spiritualist. However, no one had read it in a long time, so the aura was very faint. Chun Zhao's hand paused. He'd flipped to the page with 13 keys. On the bottom of the page, there was a passage written in the demon language. Every civilization has a final goal, to strive for eternity. Each key points to a door. Try and open the door. It will have the answer that you wish to know. It may be right, it may be wrong. You may be enlightened in the wrong. You may lose everything in the right. This passage was very difficult to understand. At least, Chun Zhao couldn't figure it out. He really hated things that were purposely deep and pretentious. Couldn't they just say what they wanted to? Why did they have to act so mysterious? Were they making fun of him for being uncultured? Hey, where did you put the book? Laurent had seen the book earlier, but when he turned around, Chun Zhao's hands were empty. I'll put it back on a shelf, Chun Zhao said. You're done, right? We should go. Chun, I saw there's a basement. Let's go down and look. Chun Zhao touched his forehead. You're not afraid to die? The man was such a scaredy cat, but he insisted on doing stupid things. If you're afraid, you can go back. I'll go down by myself. Okay, go down by yourself. Wait, Chun, I'm giving you the chance to change my impression of you. No, don't change, Chun Zhao interrupted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you. In my heart, you're a crabby old man. Just like how you don't like me, I don't like you either. Don't make any changes on your own. Lawrence's face reddened in anger. If he was able to defeat Qin Zhao, he would definitely punch now. He stood at the basement door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made his decision. He took a brave step toward the darkness. Slam. Laurent turned around and saw Chun Zhao. You want to scare me to death. Unfortunately, you didn't die. With Chun Zhao as his companion, Laurent gathered his courage. The basement was long covered in cobwebs and had random things piled around. Laurent suddenly screamed. Chun Zhao turned around and saw a skeleton behind a block that Laurent had pushed aside. Is this Pamela? That's not your Pamela. Why not? Judging from the bone structure, it should be a man's skeleton. It's at least 85 meters tall. Chun Zhao was a doctor, after all. He could still tell some things. Does this mean Pamela killed someone here? Chun Zhao couldn't answer. But as of now, he still hadn't seen Pamela's spirit. Usually, ghosts only came out at night. But from Lawrence's earlier descriptions, Chun Zhao guessed that Pamela had been a witch. If a witch's soul remained in the human world after death, she may become even stronger than when she'd been alive. So, it wouldn't be strange if she could appear in the daytime. But Chun Zhao didn't really care. That which didn't hurt Laurent. It meant that she didn't have the intention. Chun Zhao cared more about the 13 keys. The passage turned in his mind. If there really were 13 keys, then he should have 4 now. Did he have to collect all 13 to unravel the mystery? But where could he find the other keys? There wasn't a single clue. It was so headache-inducing. For some reason, he also felt like he should go find the other keys. But he didn't even know the use of these keys, let alone have any clues. Why should he go find them? But why did he want to? He felt really conflicted between his logic and impulse. Suddenly, Chun Zhao whipped his head around. A figure flashed past the entrance of the basement. It was a woman. Was she Pamela? Chun Zhao didn't see clearly. He'd never seen Pamela before either, so he didn't know if he saw her. Let's go, Laurent said with disappointment. It seems like Pamela isn't willing to see me. Or, she's already left. When Chun Zhao left the basement, he turned around again, looking into the darkness. She'd appeared in the darkness again. Chapter 594. There are no foolproof plans. Chapter 594. There are no foolproof plans. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. In the darkness, Pamela was also looking at him. You can see me? Pamela watched him. You aren't afraid of me. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Laurent was very disappointed that he couldn't see Pamela again. He'd gathered his courage to return to this place. But he couldn't do anything. Pamela wasn't willing to appear before him. Even if she did, Laurent wouldn't be able to see her. Let's go. How about we wait a bit more? If you keep waiting, then I'll call Winip, Chun Zhao threatened. Chun Zhao was so done with him. How old was he, and he was still thinking about his crush. He was afraid that Laurent would divorce Winip and come harass him and Fei Lai. He just wanted to live peacefully with Fei Lai. Chun Zhao was already imagining things in his mind. In the end, Laurent left with Chun Zhao. Where are we going now? Home. And then, sleep. After a pause, Laurent couldn't help but ask, nothing else. How about we mess with each other? Laurent turned his head. He didn't want to tell Chun Zhao that he'd already messed with Chun Zhao yesterday. But it didn't seem to have been effective. As expected, using supernatural forces for a prank wasn't reliable. Chun Zhao looked at Laurent. Are you hiding something from me? No. Didn't you say you'll help treat a sand? Not in the mood. I'll go when I'm in a better mood. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hey, Rasfa. Chun, do you want an invitation to the auction at Hilda Hotel on the 7th? Hearing that there was an auction, Laurent immediately cut in. Yes. Prepare more than one. Chun, is that your friend? Fei Lai's dad. Okay, sir. How many? 7 people. Chun Zhao was speechless. No problem. I'll have Paul bring it to your house later. Okay. Chun Zhao was feeling worse. He hung up and shot a resentful look at Laurent. You're going to stay until the 7th. You hate me this much. You already know the answer. And what 7 people do we have? You, me, Fei Lai, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Hassan. Then you're in charge of pushing the wheelchair. I'm not going to care about you. Chun Zhao knew that Laurent was just causing trouble for him. Hilda Hotel. A piercing alarm rang through the lobby. Many of the guests there were frightened. The guards and lobby manager hurried over. The manager went to the front desk. What happened? Who set off the alarm? Manager, the alarm is broken. It goes off randomly. Which company installed the security system? Hig Security Company, the front desk staff said. Call them and have them come check. 20 minutes later, a few uniformed men came to the front desk. Are you the repairman from Hig? Yes. What's the problem? The alarm went off for no reason. Can you check what's wrong with it? The manager led the repairmen to the security room. The workers started checking the circuits, but there was something wrong with their gazes. But the manager didn't notice their subtle movements. We fixed it. It was just a short circuit. The manager led them out of the security room. After the repairmen left the hotel, they ducked right into a car. Boss, we finished the deployment. On the day of the mission, you just need to press a button and the hotel security system and surveillance equipment will all be shut off. Good. After this job, all of us will be able to retire. The DK boss nodded in satisfaction. Right, how's Quincy? Quincy's arms went through special treatment. He'll be able to work tomorrow. That's good. If he can't participate, then we'll have to change plans. Boss, Quincy keeps yelling about revenge. I already warned all of you before our mission to stay low-key. I thought that he'd know that if I let him lead the mission. But 10 days after the engineer landed in L.A., he was already arrested. Then Quincy got beaten up and sent to the hospital. Do you think the DK is already strong enough to straight up against the police? The DK boss continued coldly. Let me repeat myself. I'll naturally think of a way to help him take revenge after this mission. But if he dares to mess around beforehand, I'll toss him down from the top of Hilda Hotel. I'm not a sentimental person. Chun, I found some things. Kate was calling Chun Zhao. Oh, what did you find out? I started investigating the guy called Engineer, Kate said. His alias is Pharaoh Kirk, and he works at an electricity company as a repairman. In the beginning, I thought that they had an ulterior motive related to the company. But then I realized that in the 10 days after he started working there, he'd gone out on 5 jobs. 3 were to the same place. Where? Hilda Hotel. Chun Zhao was shocked. Hilda Hotel. The person who called him is the front desk receptionist of Hilda Hotel, Lena Hather. She called them for repairs all 3 times. She also arrived at L.A. by plane a few days ago and went to an interview at Hilda Hotel on the 2nd day. She got the job the day of. The one who interviewed her was the lobby manager. He'd been revealed to harass interviewers before. Wait, let me get this straight. First, that Lena Hather had sex with the manager and became the receptionist of Hilda Hotel. Then she's able to cooperate with Pharaoh and do unknown things to the electricity system of the hotel. Yes, that should be it. Chun Zhao couldn't help but be impressed. Kate's professionalism wasn't any weaker than an experienced police investigator. She was able to discover so much information from clues that others wouldn't be able to think of. I also saw that Hilda Hotel's repair reports in the past 3 months were more than in the last 3 years. It's not just electricity. There were also many repairs for the alarm and sewage system. So, not only did Lena infiltrate the hotel, many other members of DK have gotten in too, and they're secretly damaging all sorts of infrastructure while deploying things? Yes. Chapter 595 Plan. Chapter 595 Plan. At first, I thought DK was a terrorist group, Kate said. But after I researched more deeply, I discovered quite a lot of news about them. They're not a terrorist group. They're a criminal group. Their final goal for everything is for money. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. I know there'll be an auction at the top floor of Hilda Hotel on the 7th. It's for luxury items. The total amount of items sold will be more than $500 million. Then what do we do now? Call the cops? Kate had found a lot of problems, but she didn't know how to take care of it. Don't call the cops. Neither of us can be sure how many moles are in the police station and Interpol. We'll take care of it ourselves. Take care of it ourselves? If you call the cops and DK hears of it, they'll definitely change their plans or even end it. Then how will we find them? Are you going to react to their plan? Kate asked. But it's just you and me. It's not you and me. It's only me. Xianxia said. I'll bring the people who hurt David to you. Of course, I'll try to get him to you alive. Chen, thank you. David is my friend too. After hanging up, Xianxia really wanted to slap himself. He was really getting more and more courageous. He actually thought that he was able to take care of a criminal organization. This wasn't like the mercenaries causing trouble at his home now. His supernatural defensive system got rid of all the mercenaries. At Hilda Hotel, he would be alone. He didn't even know how many people were in DK. Faced with such an evil organization, he felt a bit shaken too. First of all, Fei Lai and the others definitely couldn't go. If he let them go, even though he knew it was dangerous, he was adding more difficulty for himself. It was already a challenge. If they were included, it would be upgraded to a hell level. Now, he had to figure out a reliable plan. First of all, how could he distinguish who was good and bad? This was the most difficult. How could he distinguish them? The bad guys wouldn't hold signs saying that they're bad. Kareem, Kane, Howard come over. If there were experts, then they definitely counted. They usually looked like 3 beanbags and acted submissively to everyone. However, they had rich army experiences and had helped resolve danger for Winip many times. But Kareem, Kane, and Howard were unhappy. These days are their happiest days. Only one person had to stay to look after his sand. The other 2 could run free. Winip wasn't in L.A. Laurent and Xianxia didn't care about them either. They could do whatever they wanted, but this call ended their happy life. The 3 trudged to Mirror Lake dispiritedly. They felt like their lives would fall into darkness again. To them, Laurent and Xianxia were filled with darkness. I have a question. Xianxia looked at the 3. He could guess why they were so depressed. Don't worry. It's just a question. I don't need you to do anything. What question? I know a criminal organization will attack an auction 3 days later. The hotel where the auction takes place has already been infiltrated by them, and they'd acted on the electricity and alarm system. What should I do? Call the police, Kareem said directly, without even thinking. Their people might be in the police and Interpol, Xianxia said. Are you sure you'll take care of it by yourself? Kareem asked. If you're willing to help, I'd welcome you, of course. Xianxia didn't want to care, but these people had hurt David. With Kate's conflicts with them, she would keep going if he couldn't get rid of them this time. But she was only a normal woman. Once exposed, the evil criminals would never let her go. More importantly, Xianxia had a conflict with them too. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it was better to attack proactively and capture them all. The 3 smiled awkwardly. They weren't willing. From Xianxiao's words, they'd already figured out that this group wasn't a typical gang. Even a normal army might not be able to make such a tight plan. Plus, their arrangements would never be as simple as it seemed on the surface. They would be prepared for everything, such as if the news was leaked or if they'd attracted the police's attention. Any detailed plan would have 2 or 3 backup plans. This kind of organization definitely wasn't completed by a few people. There would be at least 30 or 40 people. If Kareem, Kane, and Howard had an army, they would be willing to bring them to justice. However, only the 3 of them with Xianxia were definitely on a suicide mission. It was the same theory as getting chased by wild beasts on a battleground. When chased by beasts, you didn't have to run faster than the beast. You only had to be faster than your companions. On the battleground, only the strongest could survive. If they joined this mission, they may very well die. Chun, it's not that I don't want to help. I just haven't been sleeping well these days. I sprained my ankle when surfing yesterday. I was diagnosed with HIV. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Stop the bullshit. Tell me what I should do and pay attention to. The three thought for a while. Then Kane said, first is the surveillance room. Since the group infiltrated the hotel, then they would first take control of the surveillance room. One way is to cut off all cameras. Another is to have someone guard the room. I predict that they'll definitely take control of it, so you have to take control back. The three offered their own opinions and said many things that he had to be careful of. Chun Zhao listened humbly. These three professionals definitely thought in more detail than him. They thought of many things that he hadn't even noticed. There's also the equipment. The three looked at Chun Zhao. How are your shooting skills? What gun are you best at? Chun Zhao thought for a bit. I'm not that great. Have you used a gun before? Yes. I once fired an automatic assault rifle from a few meters away, and the people weren't hurt at all. The three had heard of so-called firearm idiots before. Today, they finally saw a living one with their own eyes. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Rasfa, do you plan on attending today's auction? Of course. Is there a problem? Don't go. Stay at home today. Why? If you trust me, then don't attend it. Do not attend it, Chun Zhao warned seriously. Zola won't attend either. She won't. What about Steven? Neither. Good. Chun Zhao was relieved. Don't call anyone and don't tell anyone about this. What exactly is happening? There'll be an attack, Chun Zhao said seriously. Don't ask me how I know and don't tell anyone. They've infiltrated the police, and who knows how many people they have in the hotel. Rasfa was silent for a bit. I understand. Call your friends and family to your home for a party, Chun Zhao suggested. Rasfa was the only one that Chun Zhao notified. After hanging up, Chun Zhao looked at Laurent, who was tied up tightly. You three, watch this old guy for me. Laurent tried to speak, but his mouth was already taped up. He couldn't say anything. Chun, it's only noon. Do you have to tie Laurent up so early? Of course. Chun Zhao looked at him. Today, you stay in the hotel. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Mr. Laurent, the auction today is very dangerous. Chin's also doing it for you. Don't be angry. Lawrence's eyes were filled with anger. Hilda Hotel. Arthur was having sex with his girlfriend when the fire alarm suddenly went off. Then there was rapid knocking on the door. What's going on? Arthur opened the door in annoyance. A firefighter with a helmet stood outside. Sir, there's a fire in the hotel. Please follow us out. You can't stay in the room anymore. Hearing that there was a fire, Arthur and his girlfriend could only hurry and put their clothes on. We're not going downstairs. Arthur and his girlfriend realized that they were going up. The fire blocked the stairs and the elevators are stopped. We can only go to the roof and wait for rescue. Everyone, this is a fire drill. Can all the workers cooperate and go through the fire drill? Where are we going? The water room on the 10th floor. What? We have to climb 10 floors? We'll die in the stairwell, an overweight worker complained. The hotel staff soon discovered that practically all the departments were taking part in the fire drill. What if the guests needed service during the drill? Unfortunately, no one gave any answers. All of the staff were taken to the water room on the 10th floor. This room supplied water to the 10th floor and below. Can someone explain who decided this fire drill? Someone who looked like an authoritative figure asked. Manager, the door is locked. We can't get out. Fuck, what's going on? Call the cops. Call them now. There's no signal. You guys try. I don't have a signal either. Break the door. Kick down the door. Manager, the door is similar to a bank safe. What's that smell? Under the door. Under the door. Colored gas started seeping in from the crack under the door. So dizzy. Outside the water room, a few DK members were calling their boss, but they used a special frequency channel. Boss, we took care of everyone in the hotel. The front desk is ready too. Okay, don't mess up. Just then, a few people came to the lobby of the hotel. Bach looked around. How come there are so few people here today? A disguised staff member walked over immediately. Hello, Mr. Bach. It's our honor to host your auction today. The guests all have very esteemed statuses, so we did some special arrangements to make it seem like there aren't many people. Oh, that's a pretty nice service. If the auction is successful, I'll choose to host it at your hotel again. The venue has been set up. Oh, are you new here? I was an artistic manager before. I work at the headquarters now, and they sent me here today as the temporary manager. My name is Quincy. Oh, Mr. Quincy, are you knowledgeable in art? I have studied a few contemporary masters of painting. Bach and Quincy chatted heartily along the way. By now, they reached the top level. Most of the people in the auction venue were Bach's men. But they didn't know that the hotel was already controlled by a crime organization. Mr. Bach, is there anything else I can help you with? No. Quincy, you're more knowledgeable about the arts than I thought. If you're interested in working for me, I would be very happy. Mr. Bach, I won't consider that for the time being. My apologies. It's all right. The guests for the auction streamed into the hotel lobby. Just then, Chun Zhao walked in with a suitcase. Hello, sir. You are? I want to stay at the hotel. Please give me a room. Thank you. Sorry, there's a special event in the hotel today. We can't give you a room. Oh, really? It's the auction, right? I'm here for the auction, too. Please show me your invitation. Chun Zhao took out his invitation. I'm from another city, and I need a room. Is that okay? The receptionist thought for a moment and smiled, replying, Of course. I'll have another worker help you take the suitcase. Okay, thank you. Also, you're pretty. Can I get your number? Thank you, but I won't discuss private matters during work, the receptionist said with a smile. If there's a chance, we can talk later. Another worker came over, and the receptionist said, Lead this sir to room 1205 on the 12th floor. Sir, I'll take your suitcase. Okay, here's your tip. Chun Zhao gave him a $100 bill. When they reached the room, the worker remained standing there. Do you need something? Chun Zhao asked the worker. Sir, you're here for the auction, right? I must bring you there. Chapter 597, Auction. Chapter 597, Auction. Chun Zhao stood in the doorway and smiled at the worker. I know what floor the auction is taking place. I don't need someone to lead me. I'm sorry, sir. It is the hotel's rules. I must take you to the auction. I told you I don't need help, Chun Zhao said coolly. I can walk by myself. Is there a compulsory rule that you have to take me? Sir, I'm afraid that it is compulsory. The worker took a gun out and pointed it at Chun Zhao. He could only raise his hands. Can I take my tip back? Just then, the worker felt pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a huge colored snake curled up on his leg. The fangs had sunk into his thigh. The worker was on the ground. Chun Zhao walked over and tugged at the man's clothes. Looks like it fits. Chun Zhao organized his collar. With this attitude, I really shouldn't have given a tip. He put on a man's mic and communication device. Then he opened his case. Samuel was in the case. He lay in there, panting. I can't breathe. I never want to be in a box again. It makes me feel claustrophobic. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You're a demon king. How can you feel claustrophobic? The security room is on the 8th floor. When Chun Zhao arrived, he discovered 2 corpses on the ground. They wore the security guard uniform of the hotel. It seemed that DK had already gotten control of the surveillance room. Chun Zhao pulled his hat down low and walked towards it. The door wasn't closed. The instant Chun Zhao opened it, the 3 DK members inside pointed their guns at him. Who are you? The one in the middle was already attacked by Raymond. The instant that the other 2 looked at him, Chun Zhao moved. He didn't hold back at all. He grabbed their necks and twisted. They died instantly. Chun Zhao successfully took over the security room. Samuel, you're in charge of watching this room. Notify me as soon as anything changes. Meow, meow. I want that equipment too. Samuel wanted the ear mic and communication device too. He'd seen it on TV before and thought that it was super attractive. However, Chun Zhao felt that it was too weird for a kitty to have all that. Raymond, stay behind to protect Samuel. I need Raymond's protection, Samuel asked unhappily. You can't even defeat a regular person now. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Plus, as a commander, you need to have subordinates, right? Fine, that makes sense. I'm the commander. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. He put on the Spider-Man mask that he'd prepared and left the room. This was a private auction, so the items wouldn't be taken out in the beginning. The owners would bring them here themselves. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Instead of an auction, it looked more like a cocktail party. Seeing that most everyone had arrived, Bach pounded the gavel at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take a seat. Our auction will begin soon. Bach straightened his collar. Today, 43 items will be auctioned, from art pieces to consumables. I'm sure everyone has seen the auction pamphlet before arriving, so I won't waste time describing them. Sir, excuse me, will the purple brew be auctioned today? Yes, of course. The purple brew is supplied by Mr. Rasfa, but he seems to have not arrived yet. Bach's heart jumped. Didn't Rasfa say that he would come today? How come he suddenly changed his mind? But even though he hadn't come, his item had been sent over. Bach was deeply in love with the mesmerizing fragrance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Even he couldn't bear to take a sip. What's the purple brew? You didn't attend Rasfa's wine tasting event. No, the name is so special. Which winery is it from? No, it's a mysterious wine from Asia. It's filled with magic. I can promise, you've never seen such a miraculous wine before. There are still many people at the auction that didn't know about the purple brew. They asked their friends about the wine's background. However, they only received answers that it was miraculous, special, extraordinary, and magical. This made the ignorant guests even more curious about the wine. Those who had tasted or heard about it before were even more excited. They hoped they could taste it again. Many of the guests had come just for the purple brew. I'm sure many of you have attended my private auctions before, so you should know that the items I provide are definitely top art pieces. As for the value and validity of the items, I can swear on my name that I have never auctioned a knockoff or low-quality piece in the past few decades. Just then, a dozen people broke in. They all held automatic rifles. Who are you? Bach yelled immediately. This is a private gathering. Sorry to disturb you all. We're here to rob you. The room fell into an uproar, but a gunshot soon silenced them. Do I have to reiterate myself? We're here to rob you. Now, you're our hostages. Bach looked at the short man in the front. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Most of the people here can make you evaporate from the world. I know, of course. The short man walked to the podium with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kadik. Perhaps some of you have heard my name before. Of course, more of you won't. But you should all know about the armed robbery at the Panama Tiger Club 2 years ago. That was done by my men. The room fell into an uproar again. A dozen wealthy families worldwide had been robbed during the Panama Tiger Club hostage event. In the end, each of them paid $3 million to keep their lives, but 2 of them still died during the case. More than 30 people from the Panama anti-terrorist group had been killed or injured. In the end, the criminals still escaped. It seems like you know my background. Now, I declare that all of your lives belong to me. If you want to live, please pay $1 million. In addition, Mr. Bach, your auction items will belong to me. No, Bach cried. You can't do this. Chapter 598, Counterattack. Chapter 598, Counterattack. Yes, I can. In fact, I'm already doing this. Kadik looked at Bach arrogantly. Kate was in the crowd. She had dressed up as a staff member. She knew it was risky. It was actually the riskiest moment of her life. But she was a reporter. She knew that this might become the peak of her life. Of course, it was only provided Chen Zhao would really appear. Kate had set up 3 cameras in the area. She also had a mini spy camera on her. As long as she could survive, she could bring the videos back. She would then become the queen of reporters. Suddenly, there was another gunshot, which caused some disturbance again. Bach was shot in the head and collapsed on the floor. A lady in tight clothes was holding a small pistol. Kadik slapped his forehead. Kira, he hasn't paid the ransom yet. You shouldn't have killed him so quickly. We've been here for too long. Let's not exceed the schedule. We need to collect the ransoms immediately. Fine, fine. Kadik shrugged helplessly. Now, please remain orderly and take turns to pay $10 million. Holding a POS terminal, a DK member approached a rich man. Sir, please. I don't have that much money. The rich man was clearly unwilling to pay. But all he received was a bullet. There was no hesitation. Kadik sighed, 10 million less for me. Just then, Caddick received a message from his earpiece. Boss, our people seem to be decreasing in number. Richie, Anfer, Luke, and Steve haven't responded for a while. And I've been hearing cat meows from the communication side. We're the people in the monitoring room. Luke, Steve, and Anfer are in charge of that. We've lost contact with them. Caddick's face darkened at once. Something unexpected had happened. The 18th floor. Arthur was squatting on the floor, hugging his girlfriend. There were about 100 people around them, all of which were guests of the hotel. At the moment, they were locked in the meeting room. There were 2 people holding a machine gun each. There were also people guarding outside the meeting room. Just now, somebody had already attempted to resist, but he was practically shot into a beehive in less than a second. A few innocent people were also killed because of him. Arthur, I'm scared. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Arthur was terrified himself, but he still tried to comfort his girlfriend. Suddenly, they heard loud gunshots from outside the meeting room. It continued for about a minute. Everyone was horrified. Finally, the gunshot stopped. Nobody knew what had happened. Everyone was panicked and uneasy. The 2DK members were also rather nervous as they pointed their guns at the door. Once they saw anything, they would fire without hesitation. Suddenly, the meeting room door opened with a bang. A person flew in. He was going so fast that one of the robbers by the door was hit and flung a few meters away. The person who was thrown in was also a robber. He smashed his companion to death directly. The other robber was badly shocked. He immediately grabbed a lady from the floor and held her before him. Arthur, save me. Arthur was about to stand up when the robber knocked him onto the floor with his gun stock. Come out now, the robber shouted, or I'll shoot. Suddenly, someone dropped down from the vent behind the robber. There were more than 100 pairs of eyes staring at the figure, but nobody made a sound. Chun Zhao approached the robber from the back and easily crushed his shoulder. Meanwhile, he pulled the hostage toward him. Who are you? Do you know? Chun Zhao grabbed the robber's neck and hurled him at the French window in the near distance. Crash! The robber flew outside the window. Chun Zhao patted the lady in his arms. Miss, you're safe. The lady looked at Chun Zhao in a daze. She stared at his Spider-Man mask. Can I kiss you? Sorry, no. Chun Zhao let go of the lady. You may leave now, but don't go upstairs because there's still robbers. Go downstairs. Use the stairs. The elevators are locked out. Then, Chun Zhao turned around and left. Everyone stared at his back. After a brief moment of silence, they charged out too. Meow, meow. Master, we have 2 enemies on the stairs from the 18th to the 19th floor. They have their machine guns ready. Any good suggestions? Garbage chute. Chun Zhao found the garbage chute and climbed up. Soon, he managed to get behind the 2 robbers at the entrance to the 19th floor. The 2 robbers were fully focused on the staircase. They did not notice Chun Zhao charging toward them at all. Chun Zhao was too fast, so fast that they could not react. Glancing at the completely distorted corpses on the floor, Chun Zhao continued to go up. He was about to reach the top floor. Miss, it's your turn. A robber approached Kate and extended the POS terminal. It's clear that I'm a staff member here. I don't have 10 million, Kate said calmly. The robber had already lifted his gun when Kate quickly added, Don't you need a hostage? I won't resist. She's right. Keep her alive. She's small and will make a suitable hostage, Caddick said. Kate heaved a sigh of relief. Just when she thought that she would be spared, Caddick suddenly shouted, Wait, how do you know that we have a problem? Shit, Kate screamed in her mind. Caddick's gun was already pointed at her. Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard from the outside. It was accompanied by a cry of misery. Then, everything went quiet. It was complete silence. There was no sound at all. In the auction hall, a dozen robbers pointed their guns at the door. Caddick's face darkened as he turned around and left. Anyway, he had already taken the auction items. The ransoms from the rich people were merely pocket money. Caddick looked at the box before him, which was filled with the auction items. Suddenly, a low sound was heard from within the box. Then, an intense aroma of wine began to permeate the air. The 2 robbers beside him started to wipe their tears. Caddick was utterly confused. What's wrong? Dunno. I just recalled a sad memory. That bitch Ella. I have to fuck her to death when I get back. Chapter 599. Are you comic fans? Chapter 599. Are you comic fans? The fragrance of the wine started to spread through the auction hall. Everyone started wiping their tears. Chun Zhao had already entered the hall through the ventilation. Kate held her camera, aiming it at Chun Zhao while wiping her tears. Even though he wore a Spider-Man mask, Kate could still recognize him. He was probably the only one who wasn't affected by the wine. Kate watched Chun Zhao kill. The criminals couldn't fight back at all. The criminal before Kate also turned around with his gun while wiping at his tears. Kate immediately took out the dagger she'd hidden and stabbed the man's neck. Chun Zhao saw Kate and immediately pulled her over. Why are you here? Don't wait, let me cry. I'm so sad. While sobbing, Kate said, that room. So sad, I'm so sad. There are 3 people in that room. The leader and Chun Zhao immediately rushed toward the room that Kate had pointed out. Kate followed behind. So sad. When Chun Zhao pushed the door open, he saw a huge hole on the ground. No one was in the room. The hole led to the lower floor, so Chun Zhao jumped in. Kate jumped down directly too. Chun Zhao grabbed her immediately. Are you crazy? Sob, I want to follow you. Leave the boss to me. Meow meow. Samuel's voice sounded in the earbud. Master, there are 3 people left. They took the elevator down with the auction items. Chun Zhao looked at the elevator. The number on the display kept lowering. 17, 16, 15. Chun Zhao yanked the elevator door open and looked down the cavern. The cables kept extending. He didn't dare to jump down. This was more than 20 stories high. But then, Kate pulled a pair of big scissors out of nowhere. Kate, where did you get this from? Chun Zhao grabbed the scissors and went to cut the elevator cables. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew and the scissors broke. Let's use the stairs. The scissors were just regular blades, but the elevator cables were made out of alloy metal. No matter how strong Chun Zhao was, he couldn't cut it. Do we have time? Their escape route is the sewage pipe, Chun Zhao said. Already got ready. Kate followed behind him. Chun Zhao turned around to look. You're filming? I'll cut out your voice. Keep the hot parts. Chun Zhao and Kate spent 5 minutes rushing down to the first floor. Caddick and his 2 men had entered the sewage tunnel with the case. Caddick never thought that it would be so bloody. DK had never had such great casualties since he'd founded it. Now, he only had 2 subordinates carrying the case. The good thing was that he'd gotten the money and the stuff. This ending wasn't unacceptable. Revenge? He would obviously take revenge if he could. But who should he take revenge on? Who exactly was that man? Boss, there's something up ahead. Caddick halted, his brows furrowing. Danger. Extreme danger. Right then, one of the men paled. Boss, my feet. Bomb. Chun Zhao had prepared this just for them. He'd tossed the bomb from the plane to New York into his spatial ring. After Gaia's transformation, it had turned into an underground bomb. This place was filled with dirty water. Who would have thought that there was a bomb here? Give me the case. Caddick clearly planned on abandoning this subordinate. The man's face darkened. You don't want me to live? Then, bang. The case shattered and everything scattered. The other subordinate was affected and died too. This plan was practically a complete failure. He only had around $100 million of ransom money that could comfort him. Caddick tossed his emptied gun and turned to leave. But Chun Zhao and Kate had entered the sewer too. The 3 of them faced each other. Hello, DK boss. Chun Zhao waved. This is our first meeting, right? Look at the camera and smile. Caddick stared coldly at him. Hey, move aside, and I'll pretend this never happened. Chun Zhao turned to Kate. He's joking with me, right? Ah, Kate sneered. Do you remember the police officer you shot 6 days ago at the station? That's my boyfriend. You're not a professional crime boss at all. You don't even have a gun. Caddick squinted at Chun Zhao. Do you know why I named my organization the Death Knights? Because you like comics? Both Caddick and Kate were speechless. Couldn't he be a bit more serious in times like this? Menace flashed past Caddick's eyes. Because I am a knight of death. Snort. Chun Zhao and Kate couldn't control themselves. This line was so childish. The atmosphere was completely ruined by his words. Caddick's expression darkened. He pulled some bottles out and smashed them onto the ground. Black smoke poured out of them. Sensing something wrong, Chun Zhao and Kate retreated to meters away. Chun, something doesn't feel right. I have that feeling too. The two had a short and useless conversation. The black smoke covered Caddick's body, and a layer of black metal appeared on his arms. It was sharp armor, and more of his body was covered as the black smoke spread. Chun, should we turn around and run now? Kate asked, terrified. It's okay. He just looks scary, but he's nothing. Caddick punched the wall, and a huge hole appeared in it. Kate turned toward Chun Zhao. Are you sure he's nothing? I could do that too, trust me. But he does look hotter. Is that all you care about? Kate was speechless. Can't you be more serious? This is clearly supernatural. Caddick had completed his transformation. His entire body was covered in black armor, and he really did look like a death knight from movies. Hey, you're missing a weapon, Chun Zhao said. Then Caddick grabbed in the air, and a black spear appeared in his hands. Kate looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, why didn't I realize before that you like getting yourself killed? That's because you didn't know me well enough. Chapter 600. Come and be our president. Chapter 600. Come and be our president. Caddick clearly did not want to waste more time on chit-chatting. He thrust the lance at Chun Zhao. The next moment, a bronze sword appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. He lifted the sword and struck out. Clang! Caddick's lance was cut into two. Chun Zhao waved his sword again. Caddick's right arm was severed. Caddick was dumbfounded. So was Kate. Chun, you, supernatural power? As if I don't have it, Chun Zhao said, resting the sword on his shoulder. To be straightforward, Caddick was a wizard. How strong could a wizard be? Chun Zhao had no idea, but he could take Pierce South as an example. Normally, a wizard's magical power would not be too powerful, and his spells would be more limited. Nature had limited their magical powers, just like how the principles of the human world limited demons from hell. This was why Pierce South had wanted the king of the Sun Golden Chalice to increase his magical power. Caddick broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Chun Zhao to be a wizard too. Needle thread guidance. Kate noticed many green threads extend from Chun Zhao's left palm. They were particularly obvious in the dim sewer. The threads wound around Caddick so that he could not escape or move. Chun Zhao pulled his left arm, and Caddick was dragged before them. Chun Zhao turned around to look at Kate, after which he handed her the bronze sword. Are you able to do it? Taking in a deep breath, Kate was about to lift the bronze sword. However, Chun Zhao snatched the sword away. Never mind. Let me do it, or David will kill me. Then, ignoring Kate's response, Chun Zhao struck with the sword. He knew that most spiritualists had weird abilities. To ensure that Caddick would really die, he severed his head directly. Caddick's armor disappeared as his naked corpse floated in the sewage. Chun, I feel that you have many more secrets. Go and ask David. Does David know about this? We've been through certain things together, Chun Zhao said. Fine. Cut this part of the tape. You know it's better not to publicize supernatural powers. Are you scared that you'll be sent to a lab and cut into pieces? The government knows about us. Even if you upload the entire video, the government would try to cover it. Chun Zhao returned to the monitoring room and destroyed all the hard disks containing the surveillance videos. Soon, the police arrived. It was a sleepless night for the whole of L.A. It was basically a terrorist attack. More than a dozen innocent people had been killed, half of which were rich people in L.A. Dozens of robbers had also died in the hotel. Hey, Chun, I've heard about what happened in Hilda Hotel. Okay, thank you. No problem. I heard that someone with a Spider-Man hood saved everyone. Oh, is it? Rasfa did not continue the topic. Come and chat when you're free. Just as Chun Zhao hung up, a car in high beams suddenly approached his car. Feeling the dazzling light, Chun Zhao quickly stamped on the brakes. Suddenly, another car came from the back, blocking Chun Zhao's path. Chun Zhao was immediately ready to fight. Someone walked out of the car before him. However, the person walked toward him with his hands raised in the air. What? What's happening? The person walked to the window. Chen Zhao looked at him, confused. Hello, I'm West. I work for the Supernatural Organization of America. Supernatural Organization of America? What's that? Mr. Chun, I know that you're a wizard. Chen Zhao frowned. Unknowingly, his identity had been exposed. Nevertheless, he seemed extremely calm, unlike the past where he would be nervous. So, are you going to arrest me? No. I hope that you can join us. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm a foreigner. If you wish, you can become a citizen at any time. No, I think the green card is enough. Mr. Chun, even if you're a foreigner, you can still join us. Is there such an organization in every country, and everyone's been fighting each other secretly? West readjusted his emotions. Mr. Chun, you are imaginative. In fact, our organization doesn't take part in any political struggles. It's part of the International Supernatural Agreement. What the fuck? There's an International Supernatural Agreement? Our aim is to protect the common people from supernatural powers. The supernatural organizations in different countries will only cooperate and not fight with each other. It's like the International Space Station, a result of the collaboration between several countries. China isn't involved in the International Space Station. Mr. Chun, has anyone pointed out to you that you're an excellent conversation ender? Wes was upset. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. I do obey the law most of the time. Can you just pretend that I don't exist? I'm the one who's talking to you right now precisely because you haven't been using your powers to commit crimes, Wes said. Can you tell me how you found out about me? In the recent month, you have been legally killing people a few times. Today, when you went to Hilda Hotel, we located you with the surveillance system on the roads. If I reject you, are you going to force me to join through a fight? Mr. Chun, we're a legal organization recognized by the government and also internationally. We're not illegal, like what you might have thought. Then I reject. Goodbye. Mr. Chun, wait. Let me finish. Wes stood before the car, so Chen Zhao could not drive. We're going to pay you. How much? 200,000 per year. Goodbye. No, don't go. Let's discuss it. I promise it's good for you. Trouble is the last thing I want. Mr. Chun, if you're worried about your nationality, you can return to China to register and then join our organization as an expatriate. Are you really short on manpower? You even want foreigners? West almost cried. You have no idea. We're not just short on people, but all our members are weak as fuck. That did not seem like a good way to describe oneself. We have 12 people in the organization at the moment, and all we can handle are ordinary supernatural events. We can't even deal with those that are slightly more difficult. Please come and be our president. Let me think about it. Wes grabbed Chen Zhao's steering wheel. Mr. Chun, we can discuss the salary. Please come and be our president. Chen Zhao had a growing feeling that the so-called Supernatural Organization of America was unreliable. West's face was filled with pleading. Mr. Chun, our youngest member is only 15 this year. 10 days later, he's going for a mission investigation. Can you bear to see him do that? Yes. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Let go. I'm leaving. Mr. Chun, our organization doesn't have anyone with combat abilities. The last leader was a toxicologist from Mexico, but he quit after one mission. And the one before that. West kept complaining. Chen Zhao realized that the leaders of the supernatural organization were all foreigners. Don't you have a local leader? West looked at Chen Zhao with a pained expression. I'm the current leader. West was about to cry. I'm the current leader. But before this, I was just a secretary. Every time we have an event, I have to get help from foreign organizations. Every time, we have to pay a few $100,000. Within half a year, all our budget is spent. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. America should have a lot of powerful witches. How come you don't go for them? West looked like he was constipated. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Speak. They said that they looked down on us. None of them came. We once invited a witch. And then, she scammed us of $1 million and then disappeared. For some reason, Chen Zhao felt that the Supernatural Organization of America was just a super failure club. West felt helpless. Chen Zhao felt helpless too. Chun Zhao couldn't get rid of him. If not for the fact that the group title had America in it, he would have floored the gas pedal. So this means that when you said you wouldn't be talking to me if I used supernatural abilities to commit crimes, you were actually lying. No, our members behind us are prepared to attack at any time. Where? Call them out for me to see. 5 people came out of the car behind them. One was a boy around Yura's age. One had an edgy mohawk. One was an elderly man with a cane, and there were 2 women. One woman wore glasses and looked nervous, while the other did look quite powerful. She was probably the one with the most battle intent. These 5 are our main fighting force, West said. It might be Chun Zhao's imagination, but when West mentioned these 5, he seemed to be a bit proud. Chun Zhao got out of his car. Show me your talent. I mean, abilities. Old guy, you first. West immediately waved. Brr, come, show your true abilities. Brr took 2 steps with his cane and then threw it to the side. Arg! Then Chun Zhao watched as the old man, named Bill, started expanding. He turned into the size of Hulk. But the next instant, Brr started shrinking and fell to the ground. I'm gonna die. The others hurried over to help him up. Chun Zhao massaged his temples. At first, he thought that this old man wasn't bad. But then he went down in 3 seconds. That was too fast. Brr isn't in a good state today. Usually, he can last 30 seconds. West quickly waved his hand. Come, Moore, you next. Come. Moore gulped and walked up hesitantly. He has a family magic spell. Moore, come. Moore's body shook. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. There were 2. He thought that he was seeing things, but yes, there were 2. Cloning. Yes, cloning. And then what? So, he became 2. Then what about his combat abilities? He's taking boxing lessons now, Wes said. 1 kid turned into 2 kids, so his combat abilities doubled. But his foundation was a bit too low, wasn't it? Okay, he was still a kid, so Chun Zhao couldn't have such high standards. He had room for improvement, probably. Who's next? The guy with an edgy mohawk came out. My name Morit. I'm a naturalist. I can control plants. Okay, please begin your performance. His description sounded reliable, even though his appearance looked unreliable. Edgy Morit walked to the side of the road. Chun Zhao felt the magic on him. Then the plant before him started moving and walked out like a person. It was like Eugenius, the forest shepherd. However, it was a bit shorter, only around 1 meter tall. I can only control plants this big now, but my magic is improving really fast, Morit said confidently. I'm sure I'll be able to control towering trees in the future. Chun Zhao looked over to the 2 women. They had completely opposite personalities. One had a sharp aura, while the other looked timid. What about you 2? I'll do it. My name is Jalanash. My skill is elemental magic, especially wind. She opened her arms, and Chun Zhao immediately felt a furious wind blowing in his face. Beside him, Wes couldn't keep standing and had to grab onto the car. Oh, this was a bit legit. It finally wasn't comedic. Jalanash's wild wind lasted for around a minute before finally stopping. Even though it still lacked combat abilities, it was at least still legit magic. Not bad, miss, Chun Zhao said. So, your name is Jalanash? Yes. Jalanash looked proud. Then what's her name? Balia. Jalanash tugged the sleeves of the glasses girl beside her. Hello, sir. I'm Balia. Please begin your performance. Here. Balia asked. Is there something wrong? Balia glanced at West, who nodded. Do it. Balia took out a bracelet and handed it to Chun Zhao. What is this for? Balia didn't reply. She started squirming. Then she tossed her glasses away while still wriggling. Chun Zhao was confused, but something in his body seemed to have been activated. Balia danced while taking off her clothes. Next, Chun Zhao's right arm suddenly swelled, scaring everyone. Even Chun Zhao was scared. Balia's striptease ended too. She stared at Chun Zhao in shock. What's going on? How did it get activated suddenly? Chun Zhao was confused. His mouth of gluttony hadn't been activated in a long time. Balia has Godiel's blood. They have a special magic culture, similar to shaman war songs and dances. It can temporarily stimulate her comrade's potential. But she's doing a striptease. She's never learned the war dance before. Before we hired her, she worked at a bar. Wes paused. As long as you hold her special bracelet, you'll be able to feel her dance. Tell me, if she does this dance on the battleground, will it stimulate our potential or the enemy's potential? Chapter 602, Privatization. Chapter 602, Privatization. Wes looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also looked back. Why don't you just disband the organization? Actually, we have a few more people. Oh, are they not here? Accountant, logistics, warehouse manager, president's secretary, and HQ security guard. Wait, you said there are 12 of you, but that's only 11 including you, right? It'll be 12 if you join us. What missions have you done recently? Fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits. Are there that many evil spirits in LA for you to fight? No, actually it's the same place, but we kept failing. Okay, they're hopeless. Aren't they just a bunch of trash? A combat organization with an equal number of combatants and support staff, and a president. Disband it. Wait, don't you want to see the president's secretary? She's super hot. Wes took out his phone and opened a photo. Do you think I don't know about Hollywood stars? This is Kidman, and when she's young. Oh, wrong photo. It's this one. Isn't she hot? Xianxia looked at the woman in the photo. She was indeed pretty. Is this really the president's secretary? Yes. Xianxia turned to look at the 5 combatants. All of them looked away. Is your president lying? Nope, Jalanash said. Xianxia frowned in suspicion. Hey kid, tell me, is this really the president's secretary? Yes, former secretary. What? Former secretary? She resigned after being harassed by the president. Wes panicked. As long as you agree to become the supernatural organization's president, you won't have to worry about the IRS anymore. Oh, can you guarantee that? We're a government organization, after all. We have that power. Does the organization normally just fight with evil spirits? Yes, more or less. I have my own job. You don't have to stay in the HQ all the time. Just go there when you're free, Wes said solicitously. We also have Social Security and major accident insurance. The claim is guaranteed. $200,000 per year. Yes. There won't be things like fighting the supernatural organizations in other countries. Absolutely not. Will spiritualists be arrested and studied? That's prohibited by the International Supernatural Agreement. Any country, organization, or lab that conducts inhumane experiments on supernatural people will be punished. Like how offenders will be attacked by all the supernatural organizations in the world and have their souls drawn out while alive. Fine, that's very supernatural. What's the procedure to become the president of the organization? Sign on this parchment. Xianxia took the parchment and injected a small amount of magical power. Then, the content on the parchment was displayed. The president has no right to transfer the funds. It's to prevent what happened last time from happening again. My house is here. Do you think I can even run away? Remove this line. As the president, of course, I should be able to manage the funds. How about our accountant? If you need anything in the future, ask the accountant to report to me and ask for approval. Change this to, the funds are managed by the president. Okay, and this. All of them have to be changed. Finally, Xianxia signed the contract. The Supernatural Organization of America had officially become Xianxia's private supernatural organization. Also, since the former president's secretary has resigned, should we hire another one? No need. I'll be the new secretary, Wes said with a serious look. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. No way. I need a lady. We've used all the funds this year. President, are you going to pay with your own money? Xianxia was clearly not generous enough to spend his own money. By the way, is there any confidentiality agreement in the organization? Apart from not exposing us to the media, you can do whatever you want. Xianxia sighed. He felt that he had been deceived into such a worthless position. Oh, who do I report to? Don't tell me it's the White House. No one. Although we are a government organization, we act independently and monitor ourselves. Will the government give us tasks? Yes, but we have the right to reject them. There's a lot of freedom. Xianxia thought about it. It did not seem to be a bad idea. Also, you said there will be a dangerous mission a few days later? What is it? 3 years ago, we received a mission from the government to eliminate the evil spirits in Mapleville. 3 years have passed, but we've accomplished nothing. So the government began to pressure us and demanded that we complete the mission in 10 days. Otherwise, we might not get the funds for next year. Mapleville? Are the evil spirits there powerful? Absolutely. Hundreds of evil spirits gather there all year round. In the last 3 years, we've spent most of the time attacking that place, but we kept failing. Tell me when you're going there again, Chen Zhao said. Of course. This was probably the most pleasant thing West had heard tonight. He had been waiting the entire night to hear this. By the way, what's your ability? Super memory, ultra speed reading. When I cast my spell, my IQ will increase rapidly. Chen Zhao studied West, but remained silent. By the time Chen Zhao returned home, it was already early morning. Too many things had happened that night. Just as he entered the house, Laurent charged out with a frying pan, ready to duel. Chen Zhao's fist went straight through the pan. Laurent roared softly, "Asshole, do you know how long I've been tied up for? I was only released before Fei Lai came back." Does Fei Lai know about it? No, I didn't tell her. Laurent had also found out about the Hilda hotel attack from the news. You should be glad you didn't. If you dare to do that again next time, I'll bring Fei Lai home. Laurent stared at Chen Zhao in anger. Fine, I won't tie you up anymore. Next time you try to kill yourself, I won't stop you. Laurent turned around and had his back face Chen Zhao. I mean the risks you took. Before you take any risks, think about Fei Lai. Haven't you always been cursing me to die? I would love that to happen, but Fei Lai would be sad. Chapter 603. Hey, do you see that man? Chapter 603. Hey, do you see that man? Yes, it's true. Spider-Man saved me. A woman said excitedly to the camera on TV. I saw him. I really saw him. He personally saved me from the captors. I saw him too. He wore a Spider-Man headpiece. The witnesses and victims were being interviewed by the media. All of them claimed that Spider-Man had saved them. Of course, anyone with common sense knew that it was someone wearing a Spider-Man headpiece. But some people thought that it really was Spider-Man. That it was Peter Parker. This caused the Spider-Man movies to become unprecedentedly popular. However, the biggest uproar came on the afternoon of that day. Footage from a scene was published. It blurrily recorded everything that had happened, including the masked Spider-Man's fight with the criminals and how he saved everyone. It was just that no one understood why the criminals were crying. It wasn't only them. The captives were crying too. Of course, some people knew the truth. The news came from somewhere, explaining why everyone was crying. There was a bottle of wine that was going to be sold at the auction. This bottle could make people think of the past and even remember forgotten memories. During the clash, that bottle was accidentally shattered. The fragrance filled the air, and everyone who smelled it started crying. In other words, it was this wine that helped the man save everyone successfully. Chun, good news, Rasfa said. Someone wants the purple brew. They offered $150 million. But I advise you not to sell it so quickly. Of course, ignore me if you need the money. You're doing hunger marketing again? Your purple brew is totally famous now. Regular people know about it too, not just the rich. And the more curious people are about it, the more valuable it is. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Laurent started throwing a tantrum again. Where's the purple brew? I want to drink the purple brew. Do you know how much one bottle costs? Don't fool me. I've studied finance for a few years too. The purple brew doesn't work at the market value. You, in Fei Lai, drink it like it's an everyday beverage, so it's obviously not that expensive to make. Chen Zhao glared at the proud Laurent. He was so annoying. After making a commotion, Laurent finally got the purple brew. He happily took a sip. That taste was amazing. I miss Winnip. After another sip, Laurent grew sentimental again. Pamela left just like that. Chen Zhao found earplugs and went to sunbathe by the lake. But Laurent started bothering him again. Chen, I want muscles. I want a strong body. I heard from Fei Lai that you're good at bodybuilding. Help me exercise. Chen Zhao squinted and studied Laurent in his swim trunks. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. How about I introduce a coach to you? Definitely professional. More professional than me. Really? More professional than you? If you see her, you'll trust me. Chun Zhao's smile had another meaning to it. Chun, how come you're here? Gaia was surprised to see Chun Zhao visit suddenly and bring an old man. Let me make some introductions, Chun Zhao said. This is Gaia. This is Laurent, Fei Lai's father. Gaia, Laurent wants to bodybuild. Can't you help him? I'm not as professional as you. Gaia looked at him strangely. Why did his tone sound weird today? Laurent, go look around the gym and get familiar with the machines. After Chun Zhao sent Laurent off, Gaia looked at him. Tell me, what's up? Make him suffer. You have something against him? I hate him. He hates me too. Hi, I'm Laurent. Your muscles look great. Laurent looked at the burly man before him. There were many muscular guys like this in the gym. The man nodded, but continued to train attentively. The dumbbell in his hands went up and down, up and down. See that guy over there? He said that no one in the gym can beat him. The man turned and saw Chun Zhao in the distance. He's right. Laurent almost choked on blood. He thought that a muscular guy like this would have some ego and lose his temper hearing those words. He went to the boxing ring. There was a tall African-American man practicing in the ring. The person practicing with him was forced back continuously. The boy looked even stronger than the muscular man from before. When he went to the side of the ring to drink water, Laurent went over immediately. Hey, you're great. Tiger grinned. Thanks. Usually, people would come over to talk to him too. After he'd participated in the BBL competition, he had a certain degree of fame. But this old man looked unfamiliar. He was probably new. Do you see that guy? Laurent asked. Yeah, why? That guy seems like he's here to find trouble. He says he wants to beat up all the sissies in the gym. Tiger looked at Laurent strangely. Do you know him? No. Do you know who he is to me? What do you mean? Who is he? Tiger ducked out of the ring. He's my teacher and benefactor, you old asshole. Ah, thud. Tiger punched Laurent in the eye. Chun Zhao and Gaia were talking in the distance. They'd seen Laurent chatting with Tiger and thought it was okay. The next moment, they saw Tiger send Laurent to the ground with a punch and ran over alarmed. Tiger, why did you hit him? Gaia asked. He insulted Mr. Chun and tried to ruin our relationship. Chun Zhao's face darkened. He didn't need Tiger to speak further. He could imagine what Laurent was trying to do now. You old bastard. Chun Zhao checked Laurent. Fortunately, he didn't die. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Wah, Chun, that big guy hit me. Help me teach him a lesson. He's going to be your boxing coach. Chun Zhao patted Tiger's thick arms. Earlier, he was testing your endurance. Seems like you're stronger than expected. This way, he can give you a more accurate training plan for the next few days. I don't want to work out anymore. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too late to leave now. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Laurent really wanted to slap himself. How could he be so cheap? He was simply looking for trouble. Bang, bang. Tiger smacked his gloves against each other. Come, again, use your strength. Tiger, Laurent is old. Don't kill him. Got it, mister. Chun, Tiger answered in the ring. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him up however you want. Chun, I'm not training anymore. I've already arranged a course for you. You're quitting now? They won't give a refund. Laurent screamed in misery, while Chun Zhao still had a smile on his face. Tiger, continue to train with Laurent. Chun Zhao and Gaia exchanged looks and went to another ring. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, everyone heard low noises in the distance. Everyone in the fitness center stopped what they were doing and gathered at the source of the noises. There, they saw Chun Zhao and Gaia training with each other. None of them dodged, and both punched their opponent's body with their gloves. They took turns to hit each other. The low noises were produced when their fists landed on their opponent's body. All the onlookers were flabbergasted by the sight. If any of the two were to hit someone else, the person would probably be disabled in one punch. They only stopped when their fists were slightly injured. The crowd opened a path and allowed the two to pass. What's the progress on that treasure? Someone is translating the nautical dairy at the moment. I think he still needs more time. Are you sure the translator won't disclose the information? You're worrying too much. Even if he tells everyone around him what he's translated, it won't matter. Laurent staggered toward Chun Zhao and Gaia and collapsed before them. I'm dying. Do we need to send him to the hospital? No, he won't die. Chun Zhao squatted down in front of Laurent. If you don't get up, I'll ask Tiger to spend 10 more minutes training with you. The sentence was like an elixir. Laurent indeed stood up at once. When Fei Lai returned home at night, she saw the injuries on Laurent's face. Chun, did you two have a fight? But after she gave a second thought, she knew it was probably not the case. If the two of them really fought, Chun Zhao could have killed Laurent. He wanted to train his muscles, so I brought him to Gaia. Dad, why do you want to train? Forget it. It's already over. Laurent felt like crying. He did not want to talk about it. Fei Lai suddenly had an idea. Why don't we go hunting? Cough, cough. Whenever Chun Zhao thought about the hunting experience he had with Risfar and Del, he would be creeped out. Chun, didn't you say last time that we'll go hunting together? But I meant together with you. 2 people. Chun Zhao turned his head. Not 3. Hunting's great. Let's invite Kareem, Howard, and Kane. Fei Lai grabbed Chun Zhao's arms and stared at Chun Zhao with watery eyes. Can we? All right. Given his promise earlier, Chun Zhao obviously could not reject Fei Lai now. All he hoped now was that Laurent would scram as soon as possible. With such an irritating father-in-law around, he could not even be intimate with Fei Lai. Should I call Winip and ask her when she'll return? Forget it. If she returns and comes straight to L.A., we'll have more third wheels. The next day, Fei Lai still went to work. Chun Zhao and the others stayed at home, preparing the equipment needed for hunting in the mountains. At some point for Kame, there was one more person. Anyway, since there were already so many people, Chun Zhao would not mind one more. He had long lost hope in having a 2-person forest tour. Chun Zhao went to Risfar's place and borrowed a few hunting guns. The following day, when everything was ready, the group left the house. The wood before the house was connected to the mountain forest, so it was really convenient. However, there weren't any wild animals around. Even if there had been, they would have been eaten by Princess and the rest. Because they were hunting as a family, Chun Zhao had brought many pets with him. Samuel had been cutely begging him, so he had to bring Samuel along. And also Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Princess. Even Abidos had learned to act cute like Samuel. It was actually horrifying to see Abidos act cute. He would roll in the living room, destroying all the things in the way. Chun Zhao was scared that should he leave Abidos at home, he would need to refurbish the house when they returned. He had to take Abidos with them. Fortunately, Abidos was no ordinary lizard. It was difficult for Komodo dragons to move in the forest. On the other hand, Abidos could climb a tree and run in the forest. Chun, help us carry some stuff. Kareem was carrying 20 kilograms of equipment. Howard and Kane had bags of similar sizes. However, Chun Zhao continued to hold Samuel in his arms. I'm carrying a lot too, Chun Zhao said. Laurent, go and help them. Don't you want to train your body? Try walking with weights. Asshole, my belly is already a weight. Kareem, Howard, and Kane almost cried. They had been thoroughly enjoying themselves over the last few days. They originally thought that they could play until the day they returned to Sacramento. In the end, Laurent called them and forced them onto the mountain. Fine, it was just hunting, which was a leisure activity too. However, when they departed, they realized that they were not the ones hunting at all. Lawrence's family was hunting. The 3 of them were here as labor. In the end, Chun Zhao still took a bag from them. They seemed to be carrying too much indeed. In the first hour on the mountain, they found nothing. They did not encounter any wild animals. Chun Zhao wondered how big Black Ma and White Ma's hunting radius was. Therefore, Fei Lai called softly. She pointed at a white figure in the grass in the distance. It was a white hare. Fei Lai and 4 had both grown up on a farm. Thoughts like, how can we eat rabbits? They're so cute, would never cross their minds. For lifted the gun in a skilled and standard manner. She held the stock against her shoulder. After aiming briefly, a gunshot was heard. Several meters away, the hare's head exploded at once. Nice. Lawrence's face flushed. Daughter, you're great. The group took the hare and continued deeper into the mountain. A hare was clearly insufficient for so many of them. Very soon, however, they killed a wild goat. This was huge. Chen Zhao envied Fei Lai and Four's shooting skills very much. As for himself, he did not even load any bullets, let alone shoot. He hoped that he would never have to shoot again. All he would receive was humiliation. At something past 1 in the afternoon, the group stopped to rest. Meanwhile, they skinned and roasted the goat and the hare. Just then, another team appeared in their sight. Chapter 605, Refusal. Chapter 605, Refusal. Fanity. Chen Zhao didn't expect to meet her again. Fanity was also surprised to see him here. Hi, Chun. Fanity led her team over to greet Chen Zhao. What a big bear. Is that a giant lizard? What breed is that? Chen Zhao saw that everyone on Fanity's team was unfamiliar. It seemed that she'd built her own team. Don't tell me that you're here to hunt. And don't tell me that you're here for an exploration. Huh, you guessed it. Chen Zhao really wanted to turn around and leave now. There was never anything good when it was related to explorations. Any random monster could kill half of their team. It's just a regular relic this time. Fanity clearly knew that Chen Zhao was worried he would be involved in some monster fighting again. Chen Zhao glanced at Fanity's team. They were much more normal this time. At least, there were only a few who were fully armed. Chen Zhao introduced Fanity to the people on his side. Loran, Fei Lai, and Four were all curious about Fanity's career. They really were from one family. They had identical interests in this aspect. Are you interested in exploring? This time, we're going to a branch of the Incan civilization. It's not that far from here, just about 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers wasn't far, but this was in the mountains. Traveling 20 kilometers in the mountains could make an adult die of exhaustion. Of course, it was mostly because Chen Zhao honestly hated explorations. Chen Zhao had gone to a relic with our team before. Chen Zhao pulled Kane to the side. Kane, tell Loran later that they're not good people. Don't get too close to Fanity. Explorations and stuff were the worst. Kane looked at Chen Zhao suspiciously. With what he knew of Chen Zhao, the man would make anyone or anything that he didn't like into something evil. They're really not good people? They don't look bad, though. Some of them look like college professors. The last time I went to explore a relic with them, half of them died. If we don't stop Loran and the others, and something happens this time, you might be part of the half that dies. This made sense now. When Chen Zhao walked over, Fei Lai and the others were in a heated discussion with Fanity. Chen, Fanity invited us to join the expedition. Fei Lai's eyes were filled with anticipation. She hoped that Chen Zhao would agree. Fei Lai, Fanity clearly didn't tell you that in the last 2 expeditions, 15 people in her team died the first time and 20 died the next. Chen Zhao wouldn't allow Fei Lai to take that risk. He wouldn't allow it no matter how great Fanity made it sound. If it weren't for me, all of them would have died. Fei Lai didn't think that relic explorations would be so dangerous. Chun, I said that this is a regular exploration. The relic has already been searched before, and many teams have visited it. It's not dangerous. Chen Zhao glanced at her. If it's not dangerous, then why does a portion of your team have a gun? You're not hunting, are you? It's just in case. It's like an officer patrolling the streets. Even a regular patrol officer would have a gun. Anyway, I don't care if you go on an expedition. Just don't drag my family into it. Fei Lai saw how serious Chen Zhao was. He didn't have his usual playfulness, so she didn't say anything else. If Chen Zhao didn't think it was dangerous, he wouldn't stop them from exploring with this attitude. Seeing how insistent Chen Zhao was, Fanity was a bit disappointed. Just as Chen Zhao was worried about, this expedition wasn't completely without risks. If Chen Zhao could join, then their safety would skyrocket. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was too insistent. She couldn't find any excuses. After the short interaction, Fanity left with her team. Chun, is relic exploration really that dangerous? Didn't you see that they all have automatic assault rifles and grenades? That's standard military equipment. The 7 of us only have hunting rifles. If something happens, do you think they'll protect themselves first or us? It made sense to Feilai. After all, there were so many of them. If there really was danger, Chun Zhao couldn't protect them all. Whether it was for Laurent, Kareem, Howard, or Kane, she didn't want any of them to get hurt. No one's moods were affected by this encounter. They collected their belongings, put out the fire, and continued up the mountain to hunt. Hey, enough. This is the mountains, not your home, For complained in the distance. As a single lady, she hated PDA the most. This annoying couple showed their affection no matter when or where. This wasn't Feilai and Four's first time hunting in the mountains. Chun Zhao guessed that they'd gone hunting very often in Sacramento. Their technique was very well experienced. Of the entire team, only Chun Zhao was empty-handed. "Chun, are you okay?" Laurent mocked. "I'm carrying such a big bag. I can't aim well." Kareem, Howard, and Kane are carrying bags that aren't any lighter than you. But look at their prey. Right then, everyone stopped. They saw piles of animal corpses. They'd all been skinned. Did Fanity's team do this? No, not them. Kareem shook his head. A poaching team did it. It doesn't look small-scale either. Kane and Howard wiped their grins off their faces too. "Chin, we should go back. If we run into them, it'll be trouble." "That's weird. There are no valuable animals here. Why would such a big poaching team come?" This was a warm forest, but not a rainforest, so all the animals were pretty common. The medium and large animals included bears, wild boars, pumas, deer, and wolves. Looking at their black market price, it wasn't worth it for a large poaching group. Their targets were mostly the Amazon rainforest, African safari, or Southeast Asia. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chun Zhao did not like unexpected events like this. All he wanted was an ordinary tour in the wild, a normal hunting experience. The carcasses were piled up before them. While they had yet to rot, they already smelled extremely unpleasant. In the warm environment, the carcasses were already emitting a pungent odor. "Let's go back," Chun Zhao said. Even the Death Seeker Laurent did not object to the suggestion. However, before long, Black Ma suddenly ran toward them from the front. "Master, I smell humans from the headwind, and also the strong smell of blood." Chun Zhao frowned. Headwind, which was the direction they had come from and were currently heading toward. "Stop," Chun Zhao said. "What's wrong?" "The poachers might be in front of us," Chun Zhao said. Black Ma smelled them. "It's that direction." Everyone was slightly hesitant, but they knew that Chun Zhao's pets were all extraordinarily intelligent. "What do we do now?" "Let's take another direction," Chun Zhao said. "Huh, human footprints. Quite a few of them in that direction. 5 males and 2 females. That's where we skinned the animals." Milford Leon frowned. "Boss, what do we do?" "Continue the search. We won't look for them, but if they bump into us, we'll keep them here," Milford said. "Fuck, that guy's really hard to catch. If it's easy, it wouldn't be worth 5 million. Poachers were usually also skilled trackers, especially in the woods. They could track their prey using footprints, feces, and even smell. Nevertheless, their prey this time was special. It was an albino cougar. In the black market, a rich person had placed a 5 million bounty on catching the cougar. Cougars had always been a popular pet among the rich. Cougars were also big cats, but their sizes were very different from lions. They wouldn't be that big, so they were less threatening to humans. On the other hand, they were significantly larger than normal cats. Hence, raising a cougar had become a symbol of status among the rich. An ordinary, healthy cougar cost from $30,000 to $100,000. Strangely enough, in America, it was illegal to sell cougars, but not illegal to raise them. Due to market demands, the cougar black market was born. Every year, more than 1,000 cougars would be sold in the black market. Most of them were captured by poaching teams. As for this particular team, they had skinned the animals only for some extra income. A normal buckskin could be sold for $100. If they did not manage to catch the white cougar, they could at least sell the skins and not make a loss. As a poaching team, their hunting methods were far more efficient than an ordinary hunter. They would set up various traps. Even humans might get hurt, not to mention animals. As for things like ecological balance, they were clearly unconcerned. Boss, look at this footprint. Milford walked up to check the footprint. Upon seeing it, he gasped uncontrollably. What is it? Can you tell? Think it's a bear. Black bear? Brown bear? They can't be this big. From the depth of the footprint, it's at least 1,200 kilograms, Milford guessed, uncertain. As the head of a poaching team, he had good knowledge of various wild animals. He had studied them before, especially the valuable ones. In the black markets, special and rare animals were worth a lot. For example, a panda would cost at least 5 million. However, if anyone dared to steal a panda from China, he would probably be shot before being able to leave. It was riskier than drug trafficking. The panda was a national treasure to China. Clearly, offenders would not be spared. Therefore, even though pandas had high prices in the black market, nobody would dare or be able to get one. Mutated species were worth a lot too. An example was the albino cougar they were tracking at the moment. It was a rare mutant, but now they seemed to have discovered a new target. An ordinary bear would cost no more than 50,000. However, if it was a mutated bear, the price would increase at least tenfold. From the paw prints, it should be a brown bear, but a few times bigger than a normal one. Let's get the bear. Milford licked his lips. It was a delightful surprise. Catching the bear would surely earn them much more money than skinning animals along the way. The bear's footprints overlap with those people's. Could the bear be tamed? In any case, let's get the bear first. So what if it's tamed? Now it's mine, Milford said firmly. The team began to track the footprints. Until it was evening, they still had not caught up with the group ahead. Boss, I think that they know we're here. They've been avoiding us. We're getting deeper into the forest. They can't leave. Sooner or later, they'll be tired and we'll catch up with them. Like what the poachers guessed, Chen Zhao's group was indeed somewhat exhausted. Apart from Chen Zhao, everyone was almost too tired to walk further. It would be a bad idea to walk too quickly on a mountain because the humid air and warmth would rapidly drain one's water and energy. Even a marathon runner would not be able to move at a consistently high speed in such an environment. The rugged mountain terrain and frequent vegetation obstructing their way were all factors that slowed them down and consumed their energy. I can't. I need to rest. Laurent was too tired to walk. He sat down before a bush with a thud. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from the bush. Shocked, Laurent threw himself on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Nonetheless, the white figure had no intention to attack the group. It dashed into the thick forest in an instant and disappeared. It was a big guy about the same size as Black Ma and White Ma. Did you see that? What's that? Looks like a cougar. But are there white cougars? Laurent asked suspiciously after he had calmed down. It's definitely worth a lot of money, Howard said. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. The poachers aren't looking for this, right? Chen Zhao's heart jumped. What a pretty puma. Men and women focused on different things, clearly. Men focused on whether it was valuable or not. Women focused on whether it was pretty or not. Chen, do we have to keep going? Dad looks like he can't walk anymore. Then let's rest for a while, Chen Zhao said. It had started getting dark. They indeed couldn't continue walking. It wasn't a matter of energy. If they slipped or tripped over something, it could be very dangerous. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma ducked out. Master, they're getting close. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. The poachers were so clingy. He didn't want to encounter them, but they just had to chase after him. Didn't they know that if they kept chasing, someone would die? Go hide behind the coverage, Chen Zhao said. The poachers have caught up. A few blurry shadows were approaching in the darkness. Just then, Cain fired into the night sky. Hey, don't get any closer, Cain yelled. At the gunshot, the poachers flattened themselves on the ground immediately. If two groups of hunters met at night, they would often fire a gun as a warning if they weren't sure of the dangers, warning the others to not get close. Usually, if they didn't have any negative intentions, they would also put distance between each other. But the poachers clearly didn't have good intentions. Boss, what do we do? Milford Leon licked his lips. What are you scared of? They have fewer people, and our weapons are much better than a few hunters. Hey, Milford called out. Our hound got lost. We're looking for it. Did you guys see it? No, there's no dog here. Stay away from us. There were only around 20 meters between them, and they all hid behind the coverage. Milford gestured at his men. Spread out. There was a lot of coverage, so it meant that the side with more people had another advantage. We suspect you killed our hound. Milford continued to call out. We want to check your baggage. I hope you'll cooperate. Fuck you assholes, Laurent yelled. Whoever wants to die can come and check. My hunting rifle is waiting to meet you. We have a dozen guys. Are you sure you won't cooperate with us? Then you better go find a dozen graves, Laurent said. Chun Zhao looked down and said to Fei Lai and Four, when there's a conflict later, don't do anything. Just let us take care of it. Chun, we can help too, Fei Lai said. Trust us. We can take care of it. Fei Lai, for listen to Chun, Laurent said as well. We'll take care of you too. Chun Zhao and Laurent messed with each other usually, but they were on the same side in protecting Fei Lai and Four. What should we do now? Chun Zhao asked. Don't worry, Kane said. We'll hide behind the coverage. Whoever shoots first has the disadvantage. Plus, we don't have a lot of ammo, and we have hunting rifles, Howard said. We can't shoot impulsively. But I think they're coming over from the side, Chun Zhao said. Huh? Why didn't you say that earlier? Whatever. You all take care of the front. I'll take care of the side. With that, Chun Zhao crouched down and disappeared into the darkness. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt that it wasn't just the poachers. There was a third party. Huh? Fanity? Her team was here too. At the moment, Fanity and her team were in the darkness. Leader, should we help? Let's see first, Fanity said. She wanted to help, but now wasn't the time. She wanted to appear suddenly when Chun Zhao's group was feeling hopeless. That way, she could make Chun Zhao owe her again. And then she'd be able to ask Chun Zhao for help without shame. Leader, is that Chinese guy really that important? Fanity's current team was all new. They didn't know about Fanity's experiences, let alone know Chun Zhao. She paused for a moment. You've experienced dangerous relics, right? I went to the one in the quaint trench, a new guy said. He was new in Fanity's team, but he wasn't new to the exploration world. With his background, he was actually very experienced. The quaint trench was one of the most dangerous relic clusters. Anyone who could come out of it alive was a senior figure. If they went to another team, they would be one of the core members. Fanity looked at her new member. Last time, I entered a relic with my original team. There's a very dangerous mutant species there. Not only one, but a whole group. We had horrible casualties. Our modified weapons had limited effects on the mutants. The new member fell silent. He'd run into mutants before, too. When facing mutants, a human relied the most on firearms. If their firearms lost effect, then it would be a massacre. And he used a cold weapon and killed a dozen of them with brute force and helped the rest of us out of the relic. Everyone gasped. Most of them had encountered mutants before. They knew how terrifying it was, but someone had used a cold weapon to massacre a dozen mutants. Then why don't you invite him to our team? If he's here, our team's power will increase greatly. These explorers weren't arrogant. After all, they searched for exhilaration in life-or-death environments. They naturally placed importance on skills. It's not time yet, Fanity said, eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the darkness. Ah, bang, 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 bang. Pained cries sounded continuously, as if someone was in immense pain. Fanity and her team were all frightened. They didn't know what had happened. Save me. Ah, boss, save me. The one screaming was a poacher, but because he was in the dark, no one knew what had happened. They could only listen to the poacher's tragic cries in the dark. Thud. Just then, a corpse fell into the group of poachers. Motherfuckers, get out or else you'll end up like him. Milford looked down. This was his man, but he was in pieces now, as if torn apart by something. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Milford Leon's face darkened. It must be that bear. Spread out, direct attack. While Milford was a poacher, he was also a veteran. He knew how to deploy his men in various situations. Their advantages were their number and weaponry. The other party had only a few people and had hunting guns. Hunting weapons were not too strong and had slow reload speeds. Therefore, as long as they spread out and moved forward together, their enemies would not be able to deal with them. Their enemies had a beast hidden in darkness, but so long as they kept their distances, they could protect each other. If that beast dared to show up, they could kill it directly. Bang! Kane fired his gun and accurately shot a poacher. These people were poachers, after all, not soldiers. That single shot was enough to make them panic and lie back on the ground. Suddenly, however, Abitos who had been hiding on a tree rushed down and bit a poacher's neck in silence. Then, he quietly dragged the poacher up the tree. The poacher was still alive and struggling with his limbs, but his neck was broken. He was not far from death. Then, Xianxia made some noise on the left side of the poaching team. Alerted by the noise, all the poachers pointed their guns at the place where Xianxia was hiding. Black Ma and White Ma immediately charged in from the back and dragged two poachers into the bushes. Milford's expression changed slightly. For various signs, it was obvious that the other party had more than just one beast, probably even more than two. Moreover, the beasts were alarmingly smart. They knew how to divert attention and make a surprise attack. Suddenly, something fell from the trees. The poachers took a glance. It was another badly mutilated corpse. Damn, something's hiding on the tree too. What animal can climb a tree and also drag a human up there? Everyone was creeped out. The place was scary. They felt as if they had entered the hunting ground in a monster movie. It was like an alien movie where the aliens would strike in darkness. Gather, gather. Milford did not dare to be careless anymore. If they kept spreading out, they would definitely be eaten by the hidden monsters one after another. They had to gather while they still had the upper hand. Just then, a white figure flashed past. Another person was dragged into the darkness. Bam, bam, bam. The albino cougar had actually also been hiding around here, looking for a chance to counterattack the poachers. The albino cougar was obviously larger than an ordinary cougar. It could easily defeat an adult human. Xianxia noticed that the poachers were gathering together, which would make a situation more difficult. After all, even Princess would get hurt should she charge up rashly and be focused on. Xianxia scanned around him and saw a huge rock. It seemed at least a few 100 kilograms heavy. Xianxia grabbed the rock and threw it into the air. Careful! Startled by the falling rock, the poacher's formation was destroyed at once. Even though the rock did not hit anyone, it did throw the poachers into confusion. Xianxia found another rock in the darkness and threw it hard at them. The poachers could not do anything other than run for their lives. Stop! Don't panic. At the moment, Milford was the only one who was still rational. But it was useless. Everyone else was in chaos. Another rock fell right beside Milford. Now, even he had to lower his head and dodge. Finally, Princess, Abitos, Black Ma, White Ma, and the white cougar stormed into the crowd and began a massacre. There were gunshots, but they were short-lived. The poachers' screams of misery were more obvious. What the fuck? Fanity and her teammates were dumbfounded. They had night vision devices, so they knew what had happened on the battlefield. They saw how the beasts had managed to kill the poachers. It was like a horror movie. The poaching team originally had a proper formation, but for some reason, they kept getting assaulted and harassed. In the end, the team was flung into a mess. When their only advantage vanished, all that remained was a slaughter. Fanity once again experienced for herself how scary Xianxia was. Not just Xianxia, his pets were as terrifying too. Having been at Xianxiao's house, Fanity had seen his pets. However, back then, his pets were intelligent but safe. Now, she knew that it was only because of Xianxiao's constraint. When Xianxia released them, they would become true night killers. Let's go. They won't need us. If he discovers us, there might be a misunderstanding, Fanity said. Captain, I think he knows we're here, an explorer said. We're a few dozen meters apart. How could he know? He's looking in our direction. Vanity's face paled, and she could feel her hair stand on end. Fortunately, they had no evil intention, for otherwise they might have become Chen Zhao's targets too. As for whether they could fight Chen Zhao, Vanity did not dare to keep thinking. Their equipment was about the same as the poaching team, but they did not have as many armed members. Since Chen Zhao could easily defeat the poaching team, how difficult could it be to deal with them? Of course, they had night vision devices, but Vanity did not have the courage to go against Chen Zhao. She still remembered what he had done back then. It was really unwise to battle him. Let's go, Vanity said again. They had to leave now. Compared to Vanity, who had escaped, Laurent, Kane, Howard, and Kareem were much more upset. They were ready to have a bloody battle to protect the two girls. In the end, they did nothing. Kane at least shot a poacher. The rest did not even move their guns. Chen Zhao and his pets alone killed all the poachers. Chen, can we come out now? Yes, Chen Zhao answered in the darkness, leaving the cover. The group walked to the corpse-filled battlefield, while Chen Zhao checked his pets. Princess was shot a few times, but her skin and fat layer were too thick. She was mostly fine. Abitos was the cleverest one. He was not hit at all. Black Ma and White Ma were hit once and twice respectively, but their injuries weren't too bad either. Fei Lai suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Everyone gathered around Fei Lai's side. They also saw the albino puma laying in the grass that was pulled apart. Is it dead? Yeah, it's dead. Fei Lai ignored the casual talk from Kane and the others. She looked at Chen Zhao. You don't have to say anything. I know what you're going to say. Chen Zhao cut Fei Lai off. I knew you're the best. Can you two not be like this? There are so many people here. For couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chen Zhao picked up the albino puma. What kind of taste do you all like? What taste? Fei Lai stopped Chen Zhao immediately. What do you want to do to it? Don't you want to eat it? When did I say that I want to eat it? You can still say it now. What flavor do you want? I want you to save it. Look how pitiful it is. You haven't seen how cruel it is when it kills people. It's better to kill beasts who kill humans. Princess and the others killed too. That's not the same. They're our family. Are you going to save it or not? The puma's injuries weren't too bad. It had lost a lot of blood, but nothing critical was injured. Even though it was the same size as the silly twins, it was much weaker. This was understandable, though. After all, it was only an ordinary beast. When they come to the mountain, they considered all sorts of things. They brought a lot of medical equipment, especially since Chen Zhao, the doctor, was here. After wrapping up the injuries, the puma quickly woke up. Chen Zhao pressed the puma onto the ground while warning, "Don't move around." The puma shrunk back. Samuel, standing on Chen Zhao's shoulder, was small, but its aura was enough to make any creature stop in the distance. Human, no. Master, let it become my subordinate. I'll be impressed if it doesn't eat you. It won't dare. No, it killed people. I don't want to adopt a wild beast that has killed people before. Just then, Fei Lai walked over. Chen, can we keep it? Sure. Samuel. Everyone else came over too. Chen, you're really going to keep it? It's too dangerous. Yeah, it killed someone before. According to the standards of modern society, any animal that bit, killed, or ate a human would be killed by humans. This was because humans thought animals had habitual memory. Dogs that had bitten people would remember the feeling. A beast that had killed or eaten a human would also remember it. If an animal did it once, they would do it a second and third time. From a certain angle, this was true, but not entirely. Once a child was attacked by a dog, and then the dog was killed. But actually, the dog smelled something on the child. Later, they discovered that the child's arm had a mutated tumor. The dog didn't know how to take care of it. It just wanted to protect the child this way. Of course, dogs were known as the safest pets. Due to selection and professional training, domestic dogs were very loyal and protective of children. For example, Risfar's Laffer was a very excellent pet dog. Cats were actually close to humans after domestication too. Of course, cats had a natural killing habit. What was a killing habit? They would often kill rats, birds, and other small animals. It wasn't for food, but merely to satisfy their desire to kill. This was similar to humans liking hunting, but humans would never say that they liked killing. In comparison, other animals rarely had this kind of habit. Other animals would only attack because they were frightened and sometimes for food. In reality, most animals didn't like the smell of humans. Chen Zhao looked at the albino puma and then at Fei Lai and Four with their expectant eyes. We can keep it, but don't approach it for 3 days. I have to tame it. Everyone knew that Chen Zhao was great at taming animals, such as with Princess. You could say that Princess was the strongest beast on dry land, but usually she acted like a sweet little girl. Occasionally, she would act cute and whine or sunbathe on the ground. But today, they saw how terrifying Princess was after Chen Zhao released her natural instincts. Of the many pets, she was the most terrifying because she ripped the poachers apart with her paws. Her thick fatty layer made it so a normal gun couldn't cause too much damage. As long as they didn't shoot continuously, Princess was practically undefeatable. Then there was Abitos. Laurent and the others felt differently about Abitos and Princess. If Princess was a wild warrior, then Abitos was a calculative killer. They remembered how Abitos had done a sneak attack on the poacher earlier. Like a ghost, he'd appeared out of nowhere and without warning. Then he dragged the man into the shadows and disappeared. "You three go take care of the bodies," Laurent said. "Dad, aren't we going to call the cops? It's too troublesome." Chen Zhao felt that this former senator wasn't very law-abiding either. Everyone was in bad shape tonight and had a few injuries, especially the albino puma. They set up camp on the spot and rested for the night. The next morning, everyone hurried down the mountain. When they reached home, they were just in time for lunch. But when Laurent, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Four saw the feast of a lunch at home, they were all stunned. "Chun, who cooks in your house? Do you have servants?" "No. How come we've never seen them before?" "Then what's with this food?" "It's people in town. Usually, when Fei Lai and I are too busy, we'll have a restaurant prepare food and bring it here." "He has your key. He knows where I hide my key," Chen Zhao said. "Aren't you afraid of them stealing things? There's nothing valuable here. They can't move the most valuable thing anyway." "Dad, let's hurry and eat. Everyone's tired," Fei Lai urged. She didn't want everyone to get caught up on this either. "Oh, what should we name the puma?" Before he finished, a car pulled up outside. West stood outside the door. Chen Zhao looked at him and furrowed his brows. Walking to the door, he stared at West. "What do you want?" Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. "President, don't you think you should visit the HQ? Did you deceive me into becoming the president so that you can lure me to the HQ and then kill me?" "President, can we be serious, please?" "Fine, but come in first. I just returned from the mountain. Let me rest for a bit." West entered the living room and saw the group around the dining table. When Chen Zhao returned to the table, Fei Lai asked, "Is that your friend? Ask him to come and eat with us." "He's not hungry." Fei Lai widened her eyes. "Aren't all Chinese people hospitable? That's clearly false." "Where did you hear that from?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao did not want to entertain West, but Fei Lai would not allow it. She took some roast meat and poured a glass of purple brew for West. "Sir, please help yourself." "Thank you." "Ah, it smells so good." Fei Lai realized that West was not really affected by the purple brew. He must have little love experience, Fei Lai guessed. West was also a spiritualist. Although he was not a combatant, he possessed magical power. The purple brew would only cause normal people to cry. The stronger one's magical power was, the weaker this effect would be. Nevertheless, the purple brew was not completely useless to spiritualists. As West drank some purple brew, he immediately felt energized and filled with magical power. His magical power even increased slightly. It was not a lot, but it was obvious. West gasped. Had Chen Zhao always been treating his guests with such luxuries? In comparison, the supernatural organization seemed much stingier. West saw many pets of various sizes entering and leaving the dining room. He was surprised, but not horrified. He knew that Chun Zhao owned many pets. After all, he had investigated Chun Zhao in advance. Nonetheless, when he saw the white cougar, he was somewhat taken aback. West placed a finger on his forehead and started thinking. Fei Lai, I'm going out in the afternoon. Sure. With Mr. West. Yup. Okay. Don't be back too late. Chun Zhao boarded West's car, and they sped off. Drive slower. Actually, with his current fitness, Chun Zhao might not even die in a 300 km/h car crash. However, he did not enjoy the feeling of speeding. West said confidently, President, I have an exceptional memory. How is that related to driving? I remember every turn and intersection. West paused and then asked, President, did you kill someone today or last night? Is it that obvious? How did you know? I know not only you've killed people, but also who they are. Oh, that white cougar has a bounty in the black market. $5 million. That much? Chun Zhao exclaimed. Should I sell it? That's as much as what I own in total. In his 7 or 8 months in the country, Chun Zhao had earned around a few million. A group of poachers has recently come to L.A. Their leader is called Milford Leon, who's also an experienced criminal. So, they're here to catch the white cougar. Now, the white cougar is in your house. Also, your pets and the cougar are all injured, which means you've had a conflict very recently. Chun Zhao looked at West in surprise. You can make that link? Have you always been acting stupid in front of me? President, like what I've told you, I'm adept at spells that improve my thinking. When I cast quick thinking, I can, well, think quickly. Why didn't you think of the consequences before you harassed the former president's secretary? I was serious about her, West answered in a serious voice. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. West was shameless enough to describe workplace harassment as love. President, can you sell that wine to our organization? Oh, how many bottles? 100, West said. Isn't the organization broke? We can still afford cheap stuff. All right then, $150 million. Thank you for your patronage. Screech. The car came to an abrupt stop. President, is that extortion? Extortion? You didn't even know how much my wine costs. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. How much can your wine cost? Have you heard of the purple brew? Of course, wait. That's the purple brew? Yup. The market price is $1.5 million per bottle, so $150 million for 100 bottles. I think that's correct. You mean I drank 500,000 just now? West looked as if his family had just died. He couldn't think about it without feeling hurt. It was 500,000. He had of course heard about the famous purple brew. Everyone on the streets had been spreading various rumors about it. He would never have guessed that the wine he had drunk was actually the renowned purple brew. The purple brew had almost become a legend. The masses longed for a closer look, while the rich longed for a tiny sip. President, don't even think about it. I've already condescended to become your president. Do you want me to spend both effort and money? Chun Zhao rejected West without hesitation. He had not even received a single penny from the job. Why would he make any contributions? Was he stupid? Chun Zhao began to ignore West. The car drove into the slums. The more prosperous a city was, the more likely it was to have slums. The world-renowned city Los Angeles also had world-renowned slums. Did you arrange a last supper for me? President, can you please think like a normal person? But you're at least the prestigious supernatural organization of America. Why would your HQ be here? It seems more likely that you've arranged a few gangsters who'll shoot me after I alight. Even the government can go bankrupt. The organization sometimes has a very tight budget. President, please understand. Chun Zhao sighed. How tight is the budget? Actually, sometimes I really envy China. Why? Is the organization in China very powerful? Chun Zhao felt proud. No, but at least you can pick up trash and sell it for money there. Stop, I'm leaving. I don't want to be your president anymore. What did that mean? Is the organization so broke that they have to pick up and sell trash? Then what am I as the president? Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. West settled Chun Zhao with much difficulty. For this, he even activated quick thinking and used all his persuasion tactics. After he made a bunch of unreliable promises, Xianxia finally managed to accept. The car parked before an abandoned two-story brick house. There was a puddle of black water before the door. Xianxia got out of the car. When he'd first come to America, he'd lived in similar places. But looking at this kind of building now, it hurt his eyes. It's really here. Yes. Wes looked away. There was a metal ladder on the side. They climbed up to the second floor. The second floor was a single room divided by man-made fiberboards. The interior design was even simpler. No, more accurately, it wasn't even furnished. All right, at least it was clean. That was probably the only good part. Wes brought Xianxia to the largest partition, the conference room. Even though it was crude, it had everything necessary. There was a long office table, a dozen chairs, and an old-fashioned projector. There were 10 people in the room. Other than Belia, Burr, Moore, Morid, and Jalanash, there were 5 more people. But the 10 didn't look very spirited. They were either chatting amongst themselves or playing on their phones. Wes coughed, but everyone ignored him. Quiet, Wes called again. Everyone, look at my eyes. Xianxia suddenly pointed at his forehead. Everyone looked at Xianxia in confusion. The next moment, they felt extreme heat. Their surroundings started burning and collapsing. The sky turned blood red. Ah, what happened? Where is this? Where are we? Belia ran forward in fright, but then the ground before her collapsed. It was scalding lava under it. The terrible heat wave hit her. If she took another step, she would fall down. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Hallucination. This is a hallucination. This was a hallucination, of course. It was the hell knell. It was quite effective against people with lower magic abilities than Xianxia. Even though it won't cause any actual damage, the scary effect was very good. It was easy to accidentally hurt someone, though. Wes grabbed Xianxiao's hands tightly. President, if it's a hallucination, please undo it for me. I can't stand this feeling. I can't undo it. I haven't learned how to do it yet, Xianxia said. Okay, the first meeting as president starts now. Xianxia held onto the table. It was still too hard to cast Hell Knell on so many people at once. But if he wanted to act cool, he had to finish no matter what. If you want to stay in that environment forever, you can let me know. I'll arrange an eternal package for you. Xianxia knocked on the table. Quiet down. Do you really want the eternal package? The 10 in the room finally quieted down. Even though they knew this was a spell, they would still be afraid of the end of the world, no matter how composed they were. Those 5 don't need to introduce themselves. The other 5, introduce yourselves. President, I'm Worcester, the treasurer. A middle-aged bald man stood up and said. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm in charge of the warehouse and repairs. Padaloo. Arms expert, Jalik. Strategy logistics, an elite. Security guard, a dues. Also, I'm the only regular person here. President, can you undo the spell for me? I think I need to change a pair of pants. No, sit down. Xianxia made a downward gesture. He had to spend more magic to undo the spell. He was very tired now, so he had to wait until his magic recovered to undo the spell. Since he wanted to intimidate them, he would make it more memorable. The 10 members of the Supernatural Club were almost going crazy. Since when did someone just cast a spell like this? And it was such a great spell that made them think it was real. Worcester, report to me how much money is left. $23,000. So, you still have $23,000? Why don't you rent a better office? President, we haven't gotten paid this month yet. Xianxia was speechless. When do we get more funding? President, if we don't take care of the evil spirits in Mapleville, we'll never get the funds. What department is in charge of our funds? Go send some evil spirits to their head and let them feel the significance of our existence. The anti-terrorist department. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, Xianxia said. Let's talk about the evil spirits in Mapleville. Someone tell me the results of the previous attempts. Failed, 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 and failed. Then, do you have any data for the specific number and abilities of the evil spirits? No. What do you mean no? Didn't you attack them many times? Yes, Wes said. But other than destroying some on the fringe, we didn't have any other results. There's still many evil spirits inside. Every time we try to venture in, we suffer from even more intense attacks. Now, make an action plan immediately, Xianxia said. Huh? Oh, what? If you don't want to do it, then whatever. I'm being the president for nothing too. Then, President, what about you? I'll cooperate with you, Xianxia said. Don't think I'll do everything by myself. I'm the president, after all. Also, Worcester, give me the financial records. I want to check them. Huh? What? Xianxia looked at Worcester. Worcester lowered his eyes. Oh, okay, dismissed. Xianxia slapped the table. Also, look at my eyes. Who? Everyone's hell knell was finally undone. They all sprawled on the table, covered in sweat. President, I'm old, Burr complained. I can't go through that again. I'm mentally traumatized. Amongst them all, only Jalanash was still composed. The others had very fragile hearts. The hell knell wasn't all-powerful. Usually, people with a stronger mind or knew about supernatural things wouldn't put up a scene like them. Okay, Xianxia would have to see about this president situation. If he really couldn't do it anymore, he could run off like the previous presidents. This was the worst group of supernatural people that Xianxia had ever met. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Jalanash, Worcester called out to her. Wait, I have something to say. Jalanash stopped and looked at him. What? Jalanash, you don't like that Asian either, right? Worcester asked. She studied Worcester. You want me to mess with him? No way. Go if you want, but I'm not going to commit suicide. Jalanash was proud, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go up against Xianxia just because of Worcester's provocation. Anyone in their right mind would be able to see that Xianxia was very strong. He's a wizard. You're a witch. What are you scared of? Don't you know that there'll always be one or two special people? Jalanash asked indifferently. Worcester clenched his teeth, eyes flickering. He'd already gotten pissed earlier when Xianxia said he'd take over finances. Xianxia had just come and was already going to check the budget. Wasn't this forcing him to a dead end? Menace flashed in Worcester's eyes. The supernatural organization was a mess, but as the accountant, there was a lot of money to be made. The others didn't understand finances, so he could just mess around and easily make one mission cost a few $100,000. In actuality, it was only a few thousand. The rest went into his own pocket. After these few years, he'd already become quite wealthy. Even though this year's funds still weren't given, the government wouldn't disband the organization. They would still have to give them funds. By then, a large amount would go into his own pocket again. This president, who'd just arrived, actually wanted to cut off his source of income. Worcester obviously couldn't bear this. Fine, Jalanash wasn't willing to help, but that was okay. In the end, she was only a regular witch. If she was able to do well outside, she wouldn't have joined this group. The truly powerful witches viewed the supernatural organization with disdain. Worcester picked up his phone and called a number. Hi, is this Witch Rupert? Yes, it's me. I have a job, $100,000. Will you take it? Sure. What job? Kill someone. I'll do it if you multiply by 10. Then, how about you just disable him? Or make sure he'll never appear before me. Send me the target's info first. Soon, Rupert got the info, and she scanned it. She almost threw her new phone onto the ground. Fuck, are you messing with me? What? Go die. Fuck you, fuck. Rupert hung up. Worcester was confused. What happened? Hadn't they made a deal? How come she turned on him so quickly? Whatever. He'd find a professional. Hi, I want to hire a witch assassin. What country are you in? Which city? America, L.A. Okay, there's a very powerful witch assassin in L.A. right now, but she's quite expensive. It'll be at least $1 million. That expensive? Of course. Or, how about you wait a while, and we'll send a cheaper one. Whatever, this'll do. Then I'll give you your contact info. Worcester received a text. It was only a phone number. Hi, are you a witch assassin? Yes, I am. I need you to kill someone. I'm quite expensive. I know. $1 million. No, it's not just 1 million. That's the base. My price will change according to your target. Your target is a wizard. I need his info. I'll send it now. 10 seconds later, The others started cursing him out. Fuck, you want me to die? I won't do it, even if you give me $1 billion. With that, they hung up. Worcester's expression changed. What was going on? Was that Asian really so scary? L.A. Witches knew him. Even witch assassins knew him. The two had the same tone, too. It was as if a new president was as scary as a demon. But how come Worcester had never heard of him before? No, if this was the case, then he had to get rid of the man. If he really was so scary, then Worcester would be dead meat if he found out that he'd messed with the finances. What should he do? Local witches didn't work. The witch assassin didn't work either. The assassin also said that they wouldn't do it even if he paid $1 billion. He couldn't afford that either. It seemed that he couldn't use an outsider. It was even more impossible to get rid of the Asian with the failures in the organization. They didn't dare either. Suddenly, Worcester thought of an idea. Didn't that Asian want to clear out the evil spirits in Mapleville? He could use this chance to make the man die in there. Worcester had personally taken part in the missions, so he knew how scary the evil spirits there were. Worcester believed that the evil spirit group of Mapleville could definitely kill this new president. Hey, Chun, it's Rupert. Oh, how come you're calling me today? Someone just called me to give me a job. Wanted me to kill you. Oh, don't you think that I helped you by telling you? So, does this count as you owing me? Who's the guy that wanted to kill me? I don't know. I didn't see him. It was just a call. You don't even know who it is. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You doubt me? Of course. Then I don't care about you. Go die. Rupert hung up angrily. As soon as Chun Zhao ended that call, he received West's call. President, we've already made the action plan. When will you have time to discuss it? I don't have time now. Send the plan to me, and I'll study it. West was annoyed. It felt like he was the only one working hard in the entire organization. No one else cared, from the president to the members. No one took this job seriously. But since Chan Zhao finally became the president, he had to be steadied first. West could guide him slowly in the future. He believed that, under his guidance, Chan Zhao would definitely become a responsible president. And under his leadership, the supernatural organization would strengthen. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chin, did you finish taming Snow White? Snow White? You named it Snow White? Chin Zhao turned to look at the albino puma. What, is it not pretty? No, it's a great name. It wasn't his name. Whoever wanted to be called Snow White could use that name. But if they have kids in the future, he definitely wouldn't let Feilai name them. No way. Otherwise, their kids would hate them for life. Snow White, come here. Snow White had a blank expression. Who? Samuel. Tell it that its name is Snow White. Meow, meow. Snow White walked over slowly and tried to lick Chin Zhao. Its tongue was covered in bristles. Most cats had this kind of coating on their tongues. It wouldn't hurt Chin Zhao, but he was afraid it would hurt Feilai. Feilai, don't let it lick you. Otherwise, it'll scratch your skin. Hugging Snow White's neck, she looked at its eyes. It looks like an albino breed. What do you mean? Albinism and albinos are different, Feilai said. Albino was a recessive, inherited disease. The body lacked tyrosinase, while that was the main ingredient for synthesizing melanin. The patient's main characteristic was expressed in skin, hair, and irises. On the other hand, albinism was also an inherited disease, and its genes were very common. Around 1 in 70 people had the genes, while the ratio for expression was 1 to 17,000. You could usually distinguish between the two from the eyes. Snow White was an albino. Its eyes were red. Because its irises lacked melanin, the color was very light. Albinos were very afraid of sunlight and couldn't be under it for long periods because their bodies lacked the protection of melanin. The sunlight could damage their bodies and eyes. Snow White and Princess seemed to match well. Unfortunately, they were different species and of the same sex. It's so soft. Feilai was petting Snow White. It didn't actually feel that great. It was just because it was new. When Princess had just arrived, she'd also been spoiled. But the feeling faded as time passed. But because they were so familiar, like with people, they became more casual with each other. They wouldn't hug Princess and say things like, "You're so nice," or "You're the best." Princess was like their family. Now, Phalai was curious about Snow White. After they became familiar, it would probably be like with Princess. Phalai played with Snow White, while Chun Zhao sat outside, studying the plan that West had sent. The plan was very simple. They would take advantage of Jolig's magic bombs. It could cause large-scale destruction in an instant. Even spirits wouldn't be able to avoid danger. In addition, there was a magic flamethrower. The fuel contained magical phosphor and was also effective against spirits. But someone had to enter Mapleville first and lure the evil spirits out into the trap. The person who went to lure them would clearly be in danger. Chun Zhao wasn't afraid, but he wasn't willing to go. He was the president. Why did he have to do this stuff? If he accepted this mission directly, he would be a pure idiot. Of course, the plan overall was quite reliable. Oh, is Laurent not here today? He went to drink with an old friend. Without a doubt, he'd gone to find his sand. Old thing again. Laurent and his sand were at a small pier, completely drunk. They were surrounded by cans. No one knew how much they drunk. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon and the beautiful flaming clouds could fill people with fantasies. Oh, if only those other guys were still alive, Asan said, sighing. Asan, do you know about Pamela? Pamela? After she quit, I only know that she got married a decade ago, and then we lost contact. So do you know that she died? Died? How is that possible? She's even younger than you. She got some disease, Laurent mumbled. Asan sat in his wheelchair and didn't speak for a long time. Would you believe me if I said I saw Pamela's spirit a few days ago? Cut the crap. It's true, Laurent said. I wonder where she lived before she died. Technically, she contacted me first. Don't ask why a ghost called me. Where did she live? I think it's called Mapleville, but that place is kind of scary. Fuck, I don't believe in ghosts. How about we go now? Laurent asked. We might be able to see her. I'll go if you dare to go. Then let's go. It doesn't seem far from here. Laurent pushed Asan's wheelchair toward Mapleville. When they reached there, Laurent gulped. The cold wind along the way had woken up his senses. It's here. Do you dare go in? Fuck, I haven't lived in a lot of places these years, but I did live in these abandoned slum places. There's nothing to be afraid of. Asan's voice was very loud. He wasn't shrinking back at all. There really are ghosts inside. Old thing, it's only been a few years, and you're such a scaredy cat now. If you're scared, then fuck off. I'll go in by myself. I'm going to find Pamela, if I can really meet her. Who's afraid? Not me. Laurent had actually met Pamela before, so he was a little afraid. But he had to go, no matter how afraid he was. Otherwise, Asan would never let him forget it. Anyway, it was Pamela. She wouldn't hurt them. By now, the sky had started darkening. The neighborhood didn't feel comfortable at all. How come we're still not at Pamela's house? What, you're scared? If you're scared, then I'll push you out. Who's afraid? Asan yelled loudly. You think I'm like you? It's the one up front, Laurent said, pointing at the white house in the distance. When they got there, Laurent went up and knocked on the door. Pamela, are you here? Asan and I are here to see you. The house was dark, and Laurent felt shivers when looking in. Laurent, push me in. It's cold outside. Chapter 614, Intimidated Instantly. Chapter 614, Intimidated Instantly. The instant they entered, the door slammed shut. Laurent, why did you close it so hard? You scared me. No, I didn't close it. Asan could feel that Laurent's hands were shaking. Not you, not me. Tick-tock. Asan and Laurent could both hear the tick of a clock. A shadow appeared in the darkness. Ah, GG ghost. Asan yelled. Laurent stiffened and froze as he looked at the figure that walked out of the darkness. It was none other than Pamela. Push me away, push me away. Fuck, why'd you two old bastards come here? Pamela's tone was like she was disappointed. She really was pissed at these two old guys. She really is a ghost. Laurent could feel clearly that his hair stood up when Pamela walked closer. It was an instinctive reaction. Why did you come here? To see you. Why didn't you come during the day? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Huh, stop joking. Laurent, you and Pamela planned this to fool me, right? It was as if it suddenly dawned on Sand, and he wasn't afraid at all anymore. Before, he'd often pull these pranks, but this time he really did get scared. Sand smiled and rolled his wheelchair toward Pamela. Pamela, you don't seem to have changed a lot. Look how old us two are now. He reached out to hold Pamela's arm. But he missed. Pamela was still standing there, but he couldn't grab her hand or touch her body. Sand's expression froze, and he turned his neck stiffly. Laurence, I think she really is a ghost. Laurence's smile was stiff too. I told you. Fuck, I thought you were joking. You said you weren't afraid. You two shouldn't have come, Pamela said. It's very dangerous. What's dangerous? You won't hurt us, Laurence said. Didn't I come last time? Last time, it was because of that candle. It's the candlelight of the rested. As long as it's lit, the evil spirits outside won't be able to see you. Then, light another one. There's none left, Pamela said. When the clock rings 8, the evil spirits will come out. Pamela pointed at the clock hanging on the wall. There were only 2 minutes before 8 p.m. We'll go now. Too late. Pamela shook her head. Go hide in the basement and don't come out before 1. Huh? Go in the basement? Laurent was terrified by the basement. Oh, don't touch the skeleton. Sand shuddered. There's a skeleton in the basement. Shut up and hurry. Laurent hurriedly pushed Sand toward the basement. But he was in the wheelchair now, and Laurent couldn't pick him up. He could only nudge the wheelchair down step by step. Be careful. I don't want to die here. Shut up. Don't distract me. Suddenly, the wooden step under Laurence's foot cracked. Sand was thrown forward. He fell out of the wheelchair and landed heavily on the ground. Sand clenched his hand and seemed to touch something. Bone? A bone. He pulled his hand back quickly. Laurent, I think I touched that skeleton. Didn't Pamela say we can't touch the skeleton? What will happen? How would I know? Did you die yet? It was too dark in the basement, so he couldn't see clearly. Just then, something lit up in the basement. Red light. 2 spots of red light appeared before them. It came from inside the skeleton's eye sockets. Clack, clack, clack. Crisp clacks came from inside. Clack, clack. I woke up again, the skeleton said. How long have I slept for? He looked at his arms. It seems that I died while I was sleeping. You 2 bastards really did wake him up. Right then, Pamela appeared at the basement door. Should I explain? Laurent looked helplessly at Pamela. Pamela, you died too? The skeleton looked at her. You kill me. Me? I didn't kill you, the skeleton said. When you died, your body released the plague curse. It killed me and more than 100 others. Oh, is that so? The skeleton murmured. Don't go anywhere and just accompany me, please, Pamela said. Where's our daughter? The skeleton suddenly asked. Laurent and Sand exchanged glances. This thing was Pamela's husband. Dead. Died in your hands, too. No, don't lie. I may only be a pile of bones, but I can sense that she's still alive. She still exists. So what? Do you still want to appear before her, looking like this? You want to stop me? The skeleton looked at Pamela. Pamela spat softly and sprayed icy air on the skeleton. It suddenly realized that its lower half was frozen. You actually found out how to transform into a witch? I didn't think that it would be possible. No, I didn't become a true witch. The skeleton fidgeted but couldn't move its lower half. You think this can stop me? When dawn comes, your power will weaken, but I won't. This will be all in vain. Pamela's expression was heavy. She glanced at Laurent and Sand, who were shrunk in the corner. Laurent, call your in-law here. What? Call him over. I don't feel like pranking him. Laurent was suddenly terrified. It's not a prank. We need his help. How can he help? He can't do anything. No, he can help. Only he can. I don't know what you mean. He could take you out last time. He can take you out this time, too. Huh, I don't know what kind of person he is, Pamela said. But he can help. Chapter 615, so dumb. Chapter 615, so dumb. Are you sure? Laurent was still doubtful. Every day at this time is when it's the most dangerous out there. But he could walk to my house safely. Do you think it's possible he's normal? So if he comes, we'll be saved. I don't know, Pamela said. What exactly is he? Laurent asked. The skeleton cackled. Do you want immortality? I can give you immortality. Help me shatter the ice over my lower half. Immortality? But not even you're immortal. Asand and Laurent were drunk, but they weren't stupid. The skeleton wasn't even alive right now. How could it help others gain immortality? I wouldn't die if it wasn't for Pamela, the skeleton said. She starved me to death. Don't listen to him, Pamela said. He turned himself into a monster to find immortality. He experimented on humans, ate human flesh, drank human blood, and cast spells on himself to try and change his genes. As his wife, I couldn't stand his inhuman actions, so I imprisoned him here with a spell and had him die naturally. But I didn't expect that he still wouldn't die completely, even like this. I've said that I'm already immortal. No one can kill me. The skeleton tapped the ice around the lower half of his body. A melted hole appeared, but it wasn't very big. If he wanted to undo the ice entirely, he had to tap a few hundred times. Pamela, seal him in ice again. It looks like he can be freed really quickly. Do you think I can use spells so casually? That's Banshee's breath. I have to rest a few days to recover. Laurent looked around and found a rusty bat. Can I break him apart? He wasn't afraid now. Or rather, he felt excited from the fear. In a way, he was similar to Phalai. They were both afraid and curious of the unknown. His body contains a horrible curse. Every bit carries a fatal aura. Back when his body was rotting, the curse released caused the plague in this town. Are you sure you want to break him apart? Then, is there no solution at all? Yes. Find some strong witches to seal him entirely or destroy his soul. Can't you do that? I can't even stop him right now. Suddenly, the skeleton spat out some acidic liquid onto the ice. The ice melted even faster. Laurent and Asand immediately smelled the foul scent. No, go out. But Pamela's warning was too late. Laurent and Asand felt their heads getting heavy and they couldn't keep their balance anymore. Laurent took out his phone and dialed with difficulty. But before he could say anything, the phone already fell onto the ground. Then he lost consciousness too. By now, most of the hard ice had melted. The skeleton applied pressure and a huge chunk of ice disappeared. A few more times later, the skeleton was completely freed. Seems like you still can't stop me. The skeleton sauntered out of the basement. Jerry, you've already committed a huge sin and now you're dead. What more do you want? Pamela followed the skeleton. She couldn't stop him now. Of course, the skeleton couldn't do anything to her either. Since I've already attained immortality, then let me pursue life again. I'm filled with so many ideas right now. I'm filled with vigor again, and I have unlimited time to come back to life. No one can stop me this time. Jerry walked out of the house and discovered many evil spirits. They also discovered Jerry and came rushing over at him. So much food. Clack, clack. Jerry's upper and lower jaws smacked against each other crisply. I'm hungry. He opened his mouth and swallowed an evil spirit. It wasn't enough. He sucked in another one and another. After 8 or 9 evil spirits were sucked in, they finally realized that this skeleton was terrifying and turned to run. This is a great place. Jerry was very spirited. He could feel that his magic power was replenished again. You pieces of trash, from now on, you must call me Skeleton King. Come to me and submit. Anyone who refuses will become my food. The surrounding evil spirits all looked at Jerry timidly. They could feel fear too. Jerry was much, much stronger and eviler than them. Pamela followed Jerry the entire time. Jerry, is it bad to stay here? Why do you have to do those evil things? You think I'm evil? I once thought that I could create a new era. If you didn't stop me, I might have succeeded already. Create a new era? With those cruel and evil human experiences of yours? Just then, a bright light appeared outside the neighborhood, along with the faint sound of brakes. A while later, a figure walked in. A living person? A living person has come? Pamela saw the newcomer. It really was Chun Zhao. I'm here to find Laurent. Asan should be here too, right? Am I bothering you? Chun Zhao looked at Jerry and Pamela. I declare that you have the honor to become my first experiment. Me? Chen Zhao pointed at himself and then at Jerry. Your experiment? Kid, run, Pamela said. You can't beat him. Isn't that just a skeleton thing? Chen Zhao pointed at Jerry. I've seen a bunch of those. I have a lot at home. Skeleton thing? Jerry cackled and he waved his arms. Fluorescent green specks started floating around. I'm the Skeleton King, Jerry. Kneel before your king. Snort. Skeleton King? What a dumb name. Pamela's expression turned serious. Don't touch the plague curse near him. Curse? Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony was already open. He sucked in deeply. After the mouth of gluttony swallowed the curse nearby, Chen Zhao shuddered. The feeling that came from the mouth of gluttony was great. It tasted amazing. Swallowing all the curses will only make you die faster. But this is okay. I'm missing an infected body. You can act as my infected body. Go on. Go spread the plague in the city. Chapter 616, Pre-Battle Meeting. Chapter 616, Pre-Battle Meeting. Miss Pamela, Chen Zhao said. Has he read some 80s or 90s horror novel? His brain isn't normal? He's never been normal, Pamela complained surprisingly. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. Furious, Jerry lunged at Chen Zhao directly. Chen Zhao's right arm swelled and bit down on Jerry's left side. Chen Zhao had an eerie smile on his face. Your body tastes pretty good. Me? Tastes good? Crack. The mouth of gluttony already bit off half of Jerry's skeleton. He lost balance and fell to the ground. His bones were about to come loose. Ew. Why aren't you affected by the plague curse? Sorry, can you release some more? Chen Zhao stood before Jerry with a gentle smile. I didn't have enough. It's rare for me to eat such a delicious curse. Pamela was stunned. Was he eating the curses and Jerry like food? What kind of person was he? Whatever. It seems like it can't wait any longer. Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony opened again, clamping down at Jerry. The surrounding evil spirits had all cleared out. They obviously didn't dare to appear before Chen Zhao anymore. Jerry was already scary enough to them. He ate the evil spirits as if they were food. But this man was even scarier. He ate Jerry as if he was food. This was the man who truly stood at the top of the food chain. Pamela, excuse me, we're Laurent and a sand. Inside, they were cursed with the plague and are in danger now. Oh, take me to them. When Chen Zhao entered the basement, he saw Laurent and a sand on the ground. Their faces were green. Chen Zhao used the mouth of gluttony to inhale at them. The green vapor floated out of the two. The mouth of gluttony sucked it all clean. Thank you, Pamela said. No problem. Oh, can you tell me what exactly happened? Pamela recounted everything from the start. Jerry, my husband, is a toxicologist. He was an idiot who wanted to strive for immortality. When I discovered his evil ways, I used magic to imprison him here, and he starved to death. But the plague he released when he was about to die killed me and the hundreds of people in the neighborhood. I remained to guard him in case he woke up one day and continued his evil ways. It's solved, so I should go now. Okay. Oh, Laurent actually isn't bad. I refuse to accept that. Goodbye, Pamela. Achoo. I forgot again. Such a glutton. Should we attack? Maybe we can kill him. Maybe he already spent up his mana while fighting that skeleton, and he's hiding in the room to rest now. Let's break in and kill him. I'll count to 3 and we'll break in. 3, 2, 1. The door suddenly opened. Chen Zhao walked out with Laurent and his sand in each hand. His nose itched. The mouth of glutton itched even more. Achoo. Boom. Pamela's yard and the house across the street were flattened instantly. A dozen evil spirits were ripped apart too. I feel much better after that sneeze. Chen Zhao's mouth of glutton had gone back to normal. He touched his nose. It was more comfortable too. Chen Zhao didn't encounter more evil spirits along the way. No one dared to come forward. Laurent woke up with a start and saw that he was in his own bed. I'm back. He touched his body. It was all normal. He rushed downstairs and saw Chen Zhao sunbathing outside. Chen, you brought me back. The police called me. Honestly, you two are so old, and one is confined to a wheelchair. Can't you two calm down? Running to the sea to drink. Were you tired of living and wanted to get buried in the sea? You mean, Asan and I got drunk by the sea last night. No shit. You can't remember? My brain is in a mess right now. Chun Zhao glanced at him. You two weren't quiet drunks. You kept screaming about seeing Pamela. Lawrence's head was muddled and his thoughts grew disorganized. He didn't know what was true and not. Want some? To sober up. Laurent took the medicine and sipped it. His mind indeed cleared up a bit. But there were still many confusions that he couldn't resolve. Right then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hi, West. What's wrong? President, we're planning the strategy right now. Would you like to come over? Fine. Chun Zhao glanced at Laurent. I have to go out. When he arrived at the Supernatural Organization's headquarters again, everyone arrived at the meeting room instantly. This time, no one dared to be relaxed before him. Okay, we'll explain how we'll attack the evil spirits of Mapleville. Elite stood up now. As the support and strategist person, he was the main planner this time. President, after researching and discussing, we realized that the evil spirit group is very powerful and large. With the numbers we have, we obviously can't win if we go straight up against them. My plan is to set up a trap first. We'll lure the evil spirits out and then deactivate the trap. What about the specific procedures? Jolig is the main guy. He'll create magic bombs and flamethrowers. If they can meet our requirements, then this plan should be quite successful. Jolig, do you have any problems? Chun Zhao asked. Neither the bombs or flamethrowers are hard in theory or production. I just need enough resources. No problem, Worcester said. I'll provide Jolig with enough resources. Then that's that, Chun Zhao said. President, there's a problem, West said. What? Who'll be the bait? Everyone lowered their heads. No one was willing to be the bait. Anyone in their right mind knew how dangerous being the bait was. No volunteers? Then I'll call someone out. Chun Zhao glanced at them all. President, look at my old limbs. I can't run quickly even if I want to, Burr said. He needed a cane in everyday life. President, everyone started giving all sorts of excuses. Chapter 617. This is Mapleville? Chapter 617. This is Mapleville. None of you are willing. Chun Zhao looked at everyone. President, you should think for me. Me too. Me too. I'm only a child. Everyone had great excuses and no one wanted to go. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Looking at them all, he said, since none of you want to go, then all of you will go. Huh, all of us. One person might not be able to lure out all the evil spirits. If you 5 go, then you'll be able to lure out more. We'll die in there. Burr wailed. Be braver. Look at Moore. He's a kid, but he's not afraid at all. Look how calm he is. Chun Zhao pointed at 15-year-old Moore. President, I peed my pants. Moore lowered his red face, not daring to look at Chun Zhao. President, won't this be too hard on them? West looked at Chun Zhao. Then how about you go too? I support your decision fully. Chun Zhao looked at Jolig. When can you get the stuff prepared? As long as there's enough material, I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Then we'll go tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Won't it be too much of a hurry? What hurry? It's just one place, and you haven't had a result after many tries. How much longer do you want to drag it out for? Chun Zhao glared at them and left, cursing out loud. Everyone in the meeting room exchanged glances. No one spoke. Mr. West, Worcester said, upset. That president only knows how to talk. He never said what he would do. I think we should protest against him. Protest? How can we protest? You want to fight him? If you can beat him, then you can be the president. I can't do it by myself. But we can't let him rule over us and use his power like this. Worcester, how come you keep trying to get us to fight against the president these days? Jalanash looked at him coldly. What are you trying to do? What could I be trying to do? He's an outsider. What right does he have to order us around? If you're upset with him, you can go talk to him yourself. There's no need to keep provoking us. Okay, shut up. West hit the table. It's not the time for you to have internal conflicts. We're going to have an official mission tomorrow. This isn't just a scuffle on the fringe and leaving after killing some evil spirits. This time, we'll go deep into Mapleville. I need protective gear, Burr cried. I won't go without it. I need it too. Me too. Jolig, prepare 5 protective suits for them. Mr. West, If I have to prepare the protective gear and the weapons, I won't have time. I can stay to help, Worcester said. The next afternoon, Chun Zhao came to the meeting room again. Are you all ready? So what if we're not ready? Worcester muttered. It's not like you'll let us run away. Chun Zhao glanced at him. Right. Did you prepare the financial records I want? They're ready. I'll bring them tomorrow, Worcester said. Inside, he thought, but you probably won't have the chance to see it anymore. Okay, Chun Zhao called. Let's go and get it over with. President, the rest of us don't have to go, right? Other than Aduz, everyone else has to go. Aduz was a regular person and only earned the salary of a regular security guard, so Chun Zhao allowed him to stay at the headquarters. Everyone else were spiritualists and supernatural people. No one earned the salary of a regular person, so now that they were needed, no one was allowed to shrink back. Technically, Moor, Morid, Jalanash, and Belia were fighters while West, Worcester, Padalu, Jalig, and an elite were support staff, but they actually had something they were best at. This supernatural organization was tiny, but they still divided it up in such detail. What a joke. So, Chun Zhao wanted all of them to participate in combat. It was like a mercenary group. Everyone had their specialties, but everyone had to pick up their guns in a fight. They were unwilling, but under Chun Zhao's pressure, they could only give in. President, this is the protective gear I prepared for you. Put it on. It has great magical defensive abilities and protects against the attacks from evil spirits too. Let's try to kiss up to Chun Zhao. No need. Chun Zhao didn't like this type of gear. It stuck to his body, and he couldn't move around comfortably. But it's dangerous. It's just a few evil spirits. What's so dangerous? It's not just a few evil spirits. Mr. West, since the president doesn't want it, why insist upon it? Worcester said pointedly. Chun Zhao glanced at him. This Worcester had been sarcastic the first day he got here. He was also the finance guy. Chun Zhao bet his name that he had some corruption problems. Everyone got into the organization's bus. It was probably the most expensive piece of property that the organization had. Chun Zhao got in, and the bus started off soon. It smelled like mold, and the seats all had a layer of dust. As the bus drove off, everyone's heart was pounding. They all knew how terrifying the evil spirit group in Mapleville was. Even more, they knew how dangerous this mission was. Wes got up from the back and took out a bottle of water from the box in the front. This is recovery potion. It can replenish a portion of your magic. Everyone take one bottle to use when needed. What? They even have recovery potion. How come it's like on a play some hidden level? President, this is yours. You're strong, so I prepared two for you. No need. Chun Zhao shook his head. The bus drove for half an hour and stopped outside Mapleville. Huh? Here? Chun Zhao was surprised. This was Mapleville. Wasn't this the place that he'd come twice in the past few days? Pamela's home was here. He thought it was some super scary place, but it was just this slum town. West went over to pull on Chun Zhao. President, we're here. Oh, coming. As soon as he got out of the bus, Worcester bumped into Chun Zhao. Something in his hand splashed onto Chun Zhao. What are you doing? He flicked at the liquid on him. It was odorless, but it felt sticky. Sorry, President, Worcester quickly apologized. I didn't see you get out. Chapter 6:18 Mission. Chapter 6:18 Mission. Chun Zhao looked at Worcester with annoyance. Are you blind? Sorry, President. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Whatever. Jalig, go set up the trap. Yes, President. Jalig deftly began burying bombs. These magic bombs were quite powerful. They were destructive for both regular people and spirits. After he finished with the trap, the sky started darkening. President, I finished setting up the trap. Okay, go eat something good, and after you all finish eating, go in. Be careful. President, you're not going? I have to stay to control the trap. Someone has to stay. President, I can deactivate the bombs too, actually. I can too. Me too. I'm a president. I have to stay back because if the plan fails, I have to take care of the mess, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Haven't even seen the big boss at the start of the game? Everyone grumbled inwardly. Chun Zhao made it sound honorable, but it couldn't change the truth. He was scared. He wanted to shrink back like a turtle. Zhao looked at the time. It was already past 7. Okay, go on in. President, I'll miss you. West latched onto Zhao. Fuck off. Zhao kicked him aside. By now, the sky was already dark. The entire Mapleville was pitch black. Everyone entered the neighborhood. Okay, West said. Everyone spread out and throw a flash bomb at a house, and then run. Flash bombs were the best at infuriating a spirit. Not only were they useful against humans, they also worked for spirits. After the spirit lost vision temporarily, they'd regain their vision gradually and then become furious. But the process of them regaining their vision gave them enough time to escape. This was also part of their plan. Everyone, match times, West said. 7:50. Be careful and keep in contact, West said. There's only one chance for the trap. We have to lure the spirits toward the trap at the same time and bomb them all at once. If there's too much time in between, then we'll still have to face a large number of evil spirits. Okay, we understand. West looked toward Burr. Burr, you're the slowest, so you take this area. It's the closest to the exit. If you don't have time, use your strength magic. More, you take that area. You can use your cloning to attract attention. West was quite experienced, so he assigned tasks for everyone. West, I think you should keep being the president, Worcester said, instead of finding a coward who doesn't do anything. Everyone agreed now. West furrowed his brows. Okay, everyone has their own area. Spread out and start at 8 o'clock sharp. It's them again. Are they here to look for death? Pamela saw the supernatural organization through her window. She wasn't unfamiliar with them. Even though she hadn't interacted with them before, she knew that they'd come to Mapleville many times and fought with the evil spirits. However, they were just average. It was a feat if they could kill 1 or 2 evil spirits each time. They fled immediately if there were more. Tick, tick. When 8 o'clock arrived, Belia smashed something into the window. What's that? Boom. In an instant, the sharp light blinded Pamela. Ah, my eyes. I'm going to kill her. I'll kill that little bitch. Ah, Belia ran immediately. She went next door and threw another flash bomb. Howls came out of the house immediately. Similar scenes replayed in every corner of the neighborhood. Belia flew past one area and tossed a bomb into a dozen houses. With a whoosh, an aggressive, evil spirit broke out of a house behind her. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. This evil spirit was 2 or 3 times bigger than usual. He was like a small giant. Belia ran back in fear. While running, she yelled out, I'm pretty much done luring. When can I run back? Belia, you're the deepest in. You can start back now. I'm almost done too. Hearing West's words, Belia rounded a fountain and started running back. Suddenly, the evil spirit behind her caught up and clawed her back. Light flashed on her back. She rolled on the ground and then continued running. The defensive gear was quite effective, but it couldn't provide unlimited protection. Its effect weakened with each use. If that kind of attack happened again, the armor would probably lose effectiveness. Run! There was a large group of evil spirits behind Burr, too. There were even more than behind Belia. Old Burr tossed his cane away and ran for his life. As he ran, his body enlarged. Finally, he was like a small giant as he rushed toward the gates. At that time, the others caught up too. They also had a large group of evil spirits behind them. They weren't very strong, but they were all great at luring monsters. The evil spirits were grouped together now. They covered the sky and moon, howling and screaming. It was like the end of the world. These rookies had never seen anything like it before. Everyone was about to piss their pants. Suddenly, there was a pained scream. Evil spirits caught up to Moore's clone. It didn't even last a second before getting swallowed up. Worcester was the first to burst out of the entrance. Then there was a second, a third. They burst out of the trap area one after another. President, hurry! Deactivate it! Zhao looked around. There were 10 of them, all present. The next moment, Zhao pressed the remote control. Kaboom! The dozen magic bombs were deactivated all at once. Firelight and shards flew into the sky, turning the surroundings into ruins. The explosions lasted for a full minute. Zhao had never seen such brilliant fireworks before. Ha! Success! We succeeded. Everyone was extremely excited. They'd killed so many evil spirits. None of them could survive such an intense explosion. But when the fire died down, the evil spirits were still unharmed. Not a single one had died. Everyone's expressions froze. But the evil spirits actually started lunging at Zhao. Hurry, let's run, Worcester cried. They're going for the president. We have time to run. Chapter 619, Nobody Can Leave Before Explaining. Chapter 619, Nobody Can Leave Before Explaining. Don't move, Zhao yelled. He was livid. The entire plan was carried out perfectly, but the end result was so poor. Not a single evil spirit was killed in the intense explosion. This clearly wasn't normal. Zhao's voice made all the members of the supernatural organization and evil spirits stop moving. They all turned around. The evil spirits actually stopped within a few meters of Zhao. Worcester was getting impatient. Were they stupid? Hurry and kill that man. Zhao looked at the supernatural organization. Whoever dares to move will die here today. The members discovered that the evil spirits closest to Zhao actually took steps back. Worcester was even more impatient. There were so many of them. Why were they afraid of this man? And no one better think about escaping. Zhao's eyes gleamed with evil light. No one. They discovered that the evil spirits actually had fearful expressions. Suddenly, a pained cry came from behind the 100-some evil spirits. One seemed to be grabbed in an invisible hand and dragged into the void. This scene was horrifying and unsettling to both the supernatural organization and evil spirits. I said, no one is allowed to run without my permission. Whoever runs will die. Zhao looked at the evil spirits. You can try if you think that I can't do anything just because you have an advantage in numbers. Then he looked at the supernatural organization. Everyone felt chills. Zhao intimidated all the evil spirits by himself. No one dared to take a step forward or even run. I wanted to give you failure's chance. If you succeeded in this plan, I would help train you all, but you've disappointed me too much. Zhao looked at the 10 members. Jianghu, why were the magic bombs ineffective? Give me an explanation. If you can't explain, then I'll feed you to them tonight. I don't know. I made the bombs according to the standard ratio of gunpowder. They can't be ineffective unless... Jianghu suddenly looked at Worcester. Unless the material you gave me had problems. Bullshit. Don't blame me. What does this have to do with me? Worcester immediately yelled nervously. It's your own problem. Don't drag me into this. Zhao glanced at Worcester and then at the evil spirits. Then, why did you all run toward me? Is it because I'm ugly? Asians don't fit my beauty standards. Some nameless evil spirit said that, and Zhao's eyes shone with murderous intent. A few other evil spirits were affected too, dragged into the void by that invisible hand. Who can give me an answer? Zhao yelled. Speak. Are you all mute now? Mr. Chun, let me answer your questions. Pamela knew that Zhao was strong, but she didn't think he was this terrifying. She didn't even understand how Zhao had killed those evil spirits. He didn't have any magic waves or even do anything, but those evil spirits were swallowed up. Okay, speak. You have an aura that's full of life, Pamela said. To the dead, that's the most luring smell. We were attracted by that, and that's why we all swarmed to you. Zhao looked down at the part of his shirt that got wet from the liquid. He took off his shirt and tossed it to Pamela. Smell it. Is it this smell? Yes, this is it. Zhao looked at Worcester. Seems like we have an answer now. Worcester turned to run, but someone stuck their leg out and tripped out. Who eats meat? Come out. A few evil spirits walked out and went to stand behind Zhao. Everyone got chills and subconsciously moved away from Worcester. Worcester was on the ground. President, I messed up. Please forgive me. They didn't know how strong this new president was. But they knew that he was definitely more than 100 times scarier than the other presidents. Why did you do this? Zhao looked at Worcester. Because you want to check the records. It suddenly dawned on everyone. No wonder he tried to provoke everyone whenever Qin Zhao wasn't here. It was just because Qin Zhao wanted to check the financial records. Did that mean that Worcester had stolen most of their budget? This infuriated everyone. At first, they thought that Worcester had something personal against Qin Zhao and even sympathized with him. But it was actually because he used their budget. How much did you take? A few $1,000,000. Be more specific. I don't know. Worcester lowered his head. Where's the money? Here, with me. Worcester was a sniveling mess from the fear. President, I'll definitely change. Please forgive me. This card? What's the password? Worcester recited a string of numbers. Qin Zhao tossed the card to West. Check how much money is in here. West took out his phone to check. $455,000. Only 10% of a few million is left. Where's the rest of the money? Gone. Gone. I spent it. Great. Qin Zhao sneered. Rip him apart. No. West couldn't take it anymore and took a step forward. President, you want to speak up for him? How about you get punished in his place? West took a step back. No one else spoke. A while later, Worcester was a lump of ground meat. Qin Zhao looked at the evil spirits. Now, as the president of the supernatural organization, I'm issuing the final order. If you don't leave Mapleville in 3 days, I'll have to evict you all. Mr. Chun, we have nowhere to go, Pamela said. If we leave and scatter, we'll bring more danger. At least, she knew Qin Zhao and was the strongest spirit here. She still had a voice. Then, I'll destroy you all. Right then, West got close to Qin Zhao. President, how about we take them in? Take them in? Qin Zhao glanced at him. Are you sure? Yes. They aren't entirely without use. They can become our supernumerary members. Qin Zhao looked at Pamela. Are you willing to become part of our organization? If you're unwilling, you can tell me now and I'll send you off. Another cry. Blackie was too fast. All of the evil spirits were speechless. He didn't give them a choice at all. Who dared to say no? Chapter 620 Relic. Chapter 620 Relic. West, when we go back, help me write up some rules. In the future, we'll do things according to the rules. The first one is to listen to the president's orders no matter what. Everyone was speechless. Deputy so blatant about giving himself more power. If he said so privately, they wouldn't have been able to do anything even if they found out. But now that he was saying it in public, they still didn't dare to say anything. But they felt depressed inside. What did it feel to have more than 100 evil spirits stuffed into a minibus? Even though spirits didn't have a tangible body, there were still 100 of them stuffed in there. It was still very terrifying. Is there room for us to keep so many evil spirits? We have money now, Wes said with flushed cheeks. We can move locations. Move? Did I agree? Qin Zhao glared at him. You want to move just because we have some money now? Do you think the organization is yours? Sorry, President. I didn't think carefully. It's okay this time. Next time, remember to report to me. Qin Zhao was sick of this area too. It was a complete insult to his status as the president. If anyone asked him who he was, and he said he was the supernatural organization's president, and they asked where he worked, it would be too embarrassing to say that it was some ghetto. President, do you have any requirements for the new headquarters? First, it has to be big, at least big enough for so many new members. There needs to be a kitchen, Jolanash added from the front seat. A shower room, Belias said. Everyone looked at her. They'd all seen Belias strip. No, war dance before. They shouldn't overthink. Shouldn't overthink. In a playground, Morse said. No, Qin Zhao said without hesitation. How old are you and you still want a playground? Reject, reject, Wes said. We'll get you a seesaw at most. Okay, notify me immediately after choosing the location for the new headquarters. Qin Zhao looked at Pamela. Pamela, you're an official member of the supernatural organization now. Help watch them for me. Remember to tell me if anyone causes trouble. Pamela was a spirit, but her abilities and knowledge of magic were definitely the highest of the group. If she became an official member, she could help manage the evil spirits too. These horrible evil spirits were as tame as lambs before Qin Zhao. but they might not be so obedient before the other members. Xianxiao couldn't watch over them every day either. Thus, if Pamela watched them, no big problems would occur. Pamela had to agree and submit to Xianxiao too. If she said no, Xianxiao might plaster her to the wall. They didn't have a close relationship, after all. The ancient and weather-worn cave painting was made up of crude lines and paint, but the story that it recorded was true history. This relic seems to be worth the hike. The professor touched the painting with a gloved hand. Fanity wasn't very interested in the relic's paintings. This relic was half public. It wasn't fully public, but it didn't forbid exploration or research teams. Fanity walked deeper into the relic. Suddenly, a strange sound traveled out. It was like a child's laugh. This kind of relic obviously shouldn't have any children's voice. But Fanity heard it clearly. She didn't think that it was a hallucination. But when she turned around, she didn't see any child. The other team members were still taking pictures and studying the cave paintings. Fanity's eyes flickered, and she looked back at the tunnel leading into the depths. From the information that she'd received, this relic had already been explored fully. Many other teams had come before. There weren't any forgotten corners at all. But with her professional senses, Fanity felt that there was a mysterious aura around here. Ring. Suddenly, Fanity's phone rang. The sudden ringtone shocked everyone in the relic. Fanity answered the call. Hello, is it Fanity? Yes, it's me. Professor Pitts wanted me to send some information to you. Can you give me your email? Sure. Where's Professor Pitts? He went out to sea. See? Why? Fanity was confused. She'd worked with Pitts for many years. Pitts had come to this relic before too, and then kept egging her on to come to look. She might have some special discoveries. Now that she'd come, Pitts went out to sea. Didn't he hate going out to sea? Why'd he go now? Sorry, I don't know either. I'm just a student, but Professor Pitts said that you'd understand. Understand? Understand what? Fanity was utterly confused. After she ended the call with Professor Pitts' student, she received the information sent to her. She opened it. How come it was all pictures of this relic? What was this for? Mr. Steelen, can you come here? Steelen was a very knowledgeable scholar on her team. A friend sent this to me. Can you help me see what it means? Steelen took her phone. There are pictures of here. Yes. This picture seems to be of that side. Steelen compared the relic to the pictures. It looks weird. More specifically, the painting inside it. What's weird? In Incan records, they worship the sun and sky, so most of their paintings look up to the sky and sun. But look at this picture. Steelen pointed at the painting on the wall. This tall man is looking at the ground. Are there no Incan paintings looking at the ground? There are, but very rarely. Looking at the ground symbolizes death. If someone in the painting is looking at the ground, it means that he's about to die. I still don't understand what's strange about this. Why can't it symbolize death? Fanity, look at this row of paintings. This man is like a hero of a fairy tale. He accepted 3 missions, killed a hungry man-eating wolf, defeated a crocodile in the water, and the bear king of the forest. He's walking on the path of becoming king. The path symbolizes glory too. He should be looking up at the sky when he's becoming king. Incan kings wouldn't look down even up until death, but he's doing that when getting crowned. Then, what does that represent? Chapter 6:21, Rufford's personal record. Chapter 6:21, Rufford's personal record. Belief, Steelen said. This is an unusual ruler. He didn't believe in the sky or the sun. He believed in the earth and death. And then, the story ends here, Steelen said. Fanity turned in confusion. Earlier, she heard that child's laughter again. This made her feel that she was going crazy. She looked around. Leader. Huh? What? What's wrong? Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Fanity shook her head. Can you tell what the significance is of these pictures my friend has sent me? It should be the key point of this relic. What key point? After I came in, I sensed that this relic isn't complete. I suspect that a portion of it isn't here. I still don't understand. The relic was cut apart by someone and moved to another place. The wall paintings here actually point to where the other part is. Moved to another place? How could such a big relic be moved? Rather than move, you could say that it was built elsewhere, Steelen said. It's possibly due to the environment or political reasons at that time, making it impossible for the relic to be continued to be built. So the relic's owner changed location for some reason and continued to build the remaining parts. As for the reason, I don't know. Steelen paused before continuing. But judging from the various phenomena, your friend has already found the other half. He sent you an invitation. If you can decode it, then you'll qualify to explore more secrets of the relic with him. Chun, come walk with me, Laurent said. Go by yourself if you want to walk. Why do I have to go? We don't have that great of a relationship. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm going back to Sacramento tomorrow. Oh, is when it back? Chun Zhao celebrated inside. This old bastard was finally leaving. He could have his two-person world with Fei Lai again. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt like the world was sunny and fresh again. The entire world had become beautiful. I want to walk around Pamela's neighborhood again. Come with me. This old bastard was such a coward, so why did he insist on going there? Although, Mapleville wasn't dangerous anymore. No, go by yourself. If you don't go with me, then I'll tell Fei Lai that you hit me. If you tell Fei Lai, then I'll tell Win Nip that you're looking for your old lover. Laurent was furious. I'm so pissed. Why would Fei Lai fall for someone like you? I'm curious, too, as to how an asshole like you can make someone like Fei Lai. I'll go alone. Laurent left with Chun Zhao's keys. Chun Zhao picked up his phone. There was a notification. American athlete Rufford won first place at the Tokyo leg of the Diamond League for men's 100 with 9.59 seconds. This broke his personal record and also made him become the first contestant to break 9.6 seconds. The current world record holder is Usain Bolt, but compared to Bolt, Rufford still has a lot of room for improvement. Bolt is already 32 years old, while Rufford is still in his prime. He is still improving quickly. In the past year, he'd run under 9.7 seconds many times. In the last national championships, he'd run 9.6 seconds. This was his first time attending the Diamond League, and he'd outdone himself again. Will he be able to maintain this level in the second leg in London? Or surpass his own record, or even the world record? Even though the world record of 9.58 seconds is already very hard to break, Rufford still has hope. Chun Zhao slapped his forehead. Rufford's Diamond League competition had already started. He remembered Rufford saying that the sixth leg of the race would be in New York on June 21st. He'd also promised Rufford to go watch the race. Chun Zhao called Board. Hey, Board. It's me. Mr. Chun, can I help you? Is Rufford training? Yeah, he's training now. Where are you two? We're in London right now. We came early to get used to the track environment. Oh, Rufford's condition is pretty good recently, right? Very good, Mr. Chun. You saw the news of him winning Tokyo, right? Yeah, I saw it, Chun Zhao answered. Tell him that I'm happy about his current condition. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. The more successful Rufford was, the more he earned. Rufford was starting to make money now. In the past 3 months, he signed 2 endorsements. One of the endorsements was $1 million. This price was still far from a true superstar's level, but it was a good sign for Chun Zhao. What was a superstar or a track runner? One race could create a superstar. It was the same in both America and China. If Rufford could break a world record, the media would naturally turn him into a god. This wasn't like basketball or soccer players who had to prove themselves with an entire season or more. A top athlete star would earn at least $10 million. In a luxurious manner. I'm sorry, Mr. Tailist. I can't go to your party tonight. I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand. Tailist answered politely. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. Hi, Mr. Tailist. I'm sorry. I can't go to your party tonight. 20 minutes later, Taste was about to smash his phone down. 5 people who'd agreed to come to his party had declined the invitation in the past 20 minutes. He was a famous person, but now, it was like he was being excluded. Another call came in. It was his old friend. Angus, you're not calling to say you won't attend my party tonight, right? Hey, Tailist, how did you know? Can you tell me why? I got Rasfa's invitation. You know that Rasfa is my enemy. You should support me. Daoist almost spat out blood in anger when he heard this answer. Daoist, I would support you in business, but I heard that Rasfa's party has the legendary Purple Brew. Purple Brew. Chapter 622 Value. Chapter 622 Value. What's Purple Brew? Daoist asked in confusion. You don't know? Angus said. It's the practically legendary wine. Oh, I remember. Is it the magical wine that apparently saved all the elites at the Hilda Hotel last time? Yes. Daoist was even more pissed. Even though he and Rasfa were equals in the company, they still competed in terms of abilities, connections, and wealth. This time, his party was rejected by many guests, and they instead chose to attend Rasfa's party. This was a provocation or even a declaration of war to him. That night, Daoist discovered that practically no important guest had come. He was so furious that he smashed everything in his bedroom. It wasn't just a party. To upper-class elites like him, the guests at his party could reflect his identity and status. Like today, only some nobodies had come. This was like humiliation for him. It would be all right if 1 or 2 people didn't come. But practically no important guest had come today, so what would the 1 or 2 important ones think? They would think that Daoist's power had weakened and was abandoned by his allies. On the other hand, everyone running over to Rasfa was also a great blow to him. Parties were important for strengthening and expanding connections, too. One party might not be able to represent anything, but what about 2, 3, or 4 times? Regular people would grow apart if they didn't meet for a long while, let alone interest groups. They also needed all sorts of gatherings and parties to maintain their relationships. Daoist called Angus again late at night. Hi, Angus. It's me, Daoist. Oh, Daoist, what's wrong? How's Rasfa's party? Do you want to hear the truth or lie? Truth, of course. It's an addictive wine. It's amazing. You're saying that he drugged it. No. It's completely the wine's own attraction. It's hard to describe. I've never drunk such a mesmerizing wine. It's filled with fantasies, and it has a faraway and exotic taste that makes me. As Angus started talking about the Purple Brew, he started rambling endlessly. Angus grew even more furious. Enough. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Why are you yelling at me? Daoist realized that he'd lost his temper. Angus was his important ally in the company. The man was the 3rd largest shareholder in the company. Daoist was able to compete with Rasfa in the company due to the support of Angus and other shareholders. They didn't have a vertical relationship. He didn't want to lose this ally due to this. Sorry, Angus. Is that wine really so tempting? Can it make people lose their minds? No, it's the opposite. It can make you more clear-headed. It's just so magical. Angus started rambling again. He could feel Daoist's feelings too. To be honest, if Rasfa provides this wine again and you hold a party too, I'll choose him too. Sorry, this isn't about interests. The wine is just unforgettable. Daoist wasn't stupid. If Angus kept attending Rasfa's party, who could be sure that he wouldn't lean towards Rasfa? Do you know the wine's background? No. I asked him too, but Rasfa wouldn't answer. The others answer vaguely too. They say that it's from an Asian winery clan. That damn Scrooge, Daoist growled through clenched teeth. Is there any way to get information about the wine from him? I can't. He's really guarded against me, as you know. Soon, there was a trending line among the wealthy of L.A. Don't hold a party without Purple Brew, or else it'll be very boring. It was an incredibly proud thing to be able to host a party with Purple Brew, even if each person could only get 1 glass. Rasfa's friend pulled on him with a livid expression. Rasfa, you've already thrown 3 parties. Each time, you say you ran out of Purple Brew, but then you can take 1 bottle out for the guests. You're obviously lying to me. Nelson had come to all 3 parties and drunk 3 glasses. But he grew even more obsessed. Each time, he would pull on Rasfa and try to get information about the Purple Brew, or try to get the actual wine. But Rasfa kept his lips sealed about the Purple Brew and any information. Nelson wished he could tie Rasfa up and pry his mouth open. Yesterday, Nelson also held a party, but he discovered that many guests were a bit disappointed. One friend even asked why he didn't have Purple Brew. Nelson almost exploded. Why didn't he have purple brew? Didn't they know how precious that wine was? Nelson didn't lack money. His company's total value was 20 times that of Rasfa. He also had a small portion of the film industry. But Rasfa, someone who worked in entertainment, had something that he didn't. This was an insult to Nelson. Nelson, I got this bottle today, and I hurriedly called everyone here to taste it. Doesn't this show my sincerity? Being invited to taste the purple brew was completely different from having one's own bottle and inviting friends to taste it. Rasfa, just tell me, what price are you willing to sell it for? Nelson, I really don't have any more. I heard that your company will screen a movie in July. I can help you add at least 500 theaters. Rasfa arched an eyebrow. Steven's new movie was airing in July. But Steven also came to complain that there wasn't enough time and there weren't many theaters. Nelson, I'll try my best to get you a bottle. How long will it take? I can't promise you. You don't have any in your house. You can search me. If you find one, I'll give it to you for free. I'm hosting an important guest in 3 days. I hope I can get a bottle by then. Any price is fine. You know that I don't care about money. Chapter 623, Winnip's Call. Chapter 623, Winnip's Call. Ding. $2 million have been transferred to your account 45 asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your current balance is $3,922,441. 15. If you asked Chen Zhao what was the best thing in the world, it would be watching his current balance keep raising while he was saving up money. He picked up his phone and kissed the screen. It was close to $4 million in savings. He counted as a rich person now, right? Of course, the happiest thing was that Lauron finally scrammed. Finally, no one would disturb his two-person world with Fei Lai. Just then, Rasfa called. Chun, did you get the transfer? Yes, thank you, Rasfa. Huh. You gained money and I gained connections. In the end, I gained without giving anything. I got a lot just with the purple brew. Chun Zhao knew that, in this world of interests, one had to pay to make money. He couldn't make Rasfa promote the wine without doing anything. Of course, he could, but it would cost feelings. He would have to pay that back too. No one was required to pay or sacrifice for someone else. If Chun Zhao relied on his own connections, he mostly only knew regular people. Even though he had Risfar and Dell, he couldn't sell them wine every day. Dell was rich, but he couldn't take all those expenses either. As for Risfar, it was the same. It would affect their relationship if he sold his own stuff to them for such a high cost. After ending the call with Rasfa, Zola's call came in. Zola, did you discuss it with your dad to call right after him? You were talking with Rasfa? No wonder I couldn't get through. Is something wrong? I can't call you just because I want to. Sure, of course. Can you lend me Princess for a few days? Zola asked. See, you do need something, Chun Zhao teased. Will you lend me her or not? If you need Princess, you can come and take her the day of and return her the day of too. Why do you need her for a few days? Actually, I need to go to New York. Oh, when? June 20th to 25th, Zola said. My brand is opening up a new business in New York. There's a fashion show. I'm going to New York on June 21st too. Oh, it will be even better if you can come. No, I won't go to the fashion show. It's too repressive to Fei Lai and I. Fine. Zola was slightly disappointed. What are you doing in New York? Going to see the New York leg of the Diamond League race. You like track? No, my friend is competing. Oh, how about we go to New York together? Sure, but how will we transport Princess? She doesn't like to be in a cage. We'll just borrow Rasfa's private jet, Zola said. Oh, I'll have Triss, Nat, and Cooper go over to you in a few days. They'll call when they go. This isn't necessary, right? Fei Lai and I don't need clothes. You're overthinking. It's for Princess, not you. She's going to take part in the fashion show, so she obviously needs her own tailored outfit. Oh yeah, Chen Zhao really did think too much. But he had to admit that Triss, Nat, and Cooper were talented in fashion design. Even though his and Fei Lai's clothes had been hanging in the closet ever since that day, both the suit and gown were very beautiful. Chen Zhao was quite bored these days. But he didn't think he would get Winnip's call. Chen, are you busy? No, Winnip. How are you? Lauron came back. He said a lot of bad things about you. Huh. Lauron loves joking around. Winip knew that Chen Zhao and Laurent didn't have a good relationship. Of course, she wouldn't go ask about them either. Chun, the wine that you had Laurent bring back is great. If you like it, then I'll send you 2 bottles the next time I produce more. Have you thought about selling the wine in my supermarket? No, Chen Zhao said honestly. What kind of place was a supermarket? It had a small profit but a quick turnover rate. There were some luxury items, but the highest price was only a few $10,000. How could he sell $1 million wine there? Chen Zhao wasn't crazy. Of maybe Winip didn't know the price yet. Chun, I know what you're worried about. Winip, are you sure you know the cost? I saw the news. Plus, I have friends in the upper class of L.A. too. I know what the value of the purple brew is to them. But you still want to? I considered 3 points. First, this allows regular people to learn about the purple brew. Even if they don't get a chance to taste it, if you put it in my supermarket, they'll be able to see the bottle and produce many fantasies about it. Second, it'll obviously attract more customers. Third, it's the most direct benefit. You'll supply my supermarket a collector's edition of the purple brew and set a price that no wealthy person would buy. This would produce an even bigger uproar. Shun Zhao considered it. You said to set a price that no wealthy person would buy. What price is that? $99,999,999. $100 million. No wonder Winip said no one would buy it. Even people he knew, like Rasfa or his own mother, wouldn't pay for that. Instead of something to be sold, it was more like an artifact. But then, Chen Zhao got another idea. What if he combined the purple brew with the spring of youth? Would that combined effect qualify for that number? He could try the effect first. Winip, I can't give you an answer now. I have to modify the wine. I can't just change the label and multiply the price. Chun, no one will buy it anyway. But what if someone does? What if the customer finds out that the collector's edition is the same as regular purple brew? This isn't a regular name brand bag. This is $100 million. If someone really bought it, it would be a huge blow to your supermarket and the purple brew. I don't want to take this risk. Fine, but are you sure you can raise the value of the purple brew 10 times higher? Chapter 624, Wine Worth $100 million. Chapter 624, Wine Worth $100 million. Chun Zhao went straight into the river map. Old Turtle, take out the oldest wine. Old Turtle looked at him. The 100-year wine? Even you probably can't take it. Chun Zhao only used 10-year brews now. Wine that was put here for 10 days were basically all 10-year brews. For regular people, 10-year brews could make one shed tears. But it wasn't very effective for people with magic. Last time, Chun Zhao took a sip of a 50-year brew and slept for 20 full days in the river map. Regular people didn't have to drink it. They could get drunk with just a whiff. As for the 100-year brew, Chun Zhao wasn't sure what would happen if a regular person took a sip. They wouldn't die, though. Plus, the spiritual qi in the wine was very beneficial for the body. Old Turtle took out a bottle of 100-year brew and placed it before him. Chun Zhao didn't even drink it. Just smelling the fragrance made him feel like he was floating. It wasn't like getting drunk. He felt truly awake and clear-headed. The moment he opened the lid, the fragrance poured out like a fountain. Chun Zhao grew dizzy and fell to the ground, asleep. Hey, wake up. After a while, Chun Zhao was woken up by Old Turtle. How long did I sleep for? How many days? If you want to sleep, go outside, Old Turtle said. Don't sleep here. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. After waking up, he felt refreshed, but also like he didn't sleep enough. If Old Turtle hadn't woken him up, he could probably sleep for another month. Old Turtle, put in a drop of this. Chun Zhao took out a few drops of the spring of youth and placed it on the lid. Then he ran 100 meters away, so he wouldn't get affected by the wine again. Do you have to run so far away? Old Turtle looked at the spring of youth on the lid. Hey, this combined the essence of the mountain and shine of the sun and moon. It's quite a nice treasure. With that, the Old Turtle opened the 100-year wine. Even though Chun Zhao was 100 meters away, he could still smell the heavy fragrance. He started getting dizzy and had to run back some more. But after Old Turtle added in the spring of youth, a gust of almost tangible spiritual qi poured out. Great wine, great wine. Old Turtle poured the wine into his mouth. Xianxia was in pain. That was the spring of youth. He'd already used up a lot, and only 1/3 was left. Old Turtle drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips. This wine is indeed incredible, but a mortal can't drink it. What will happen if they do? Their spirit will be washed clean by the spiritual qi and become an empty shell. Xianxia was shocked. That's serious? Yeah. What did you pour in earlier? Spring of youth. The spring of youth is quite effective, but you can't mix it with 100-year wine, Old Turtle said. Even you can't drink it, let alone regular people. Then what can I do if I want to improve the wine's quality, but still have regular people accept it? Easy. Old Turtle took out another internal alchemy stone. He didn't know how many house-sized internal alchemies he actually had. He scraped the thing, creating a layer of powder. He mixed it into the wine and shook it. Now, add another drop of spring of youth. Old Turtle added in a drop. Done. That's it. What more do you want? Old Turtle rolled his eyes. This wine is the best thing in the world for most people who are in a slump. If you use it often, it can nourish your body. You won't age, and a regular person's ailments will all disappear. There are no side effects other than sleeping for 3 days and nights. Xianxia took a sip of the 100-year wine. He started swaying, but didn't hit as hard as the wine earlier. The wine was quite intense, but it was still acceptable. Why did it weaken after you put in the internal alchemy stone? The spiritual qi in the wine was absorbed by my internal alchemy stone, so it won't affect the body. After you drink it, the internal alchemy powder will nourish your body, so it's like magical wine to regular people. Old Turtle got a segment of purple bamboo and poured all the wine into it. Purple bamboo can repel demons. It's also a treasure. Xianxia felt that this was enough. To be honest, he hoped it could sell, even though he knew that it was impossible and just a daydream. Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea. How about we call it Daydream? Not bad, quite interesting. Old Turtle's finger moved, and he carved some ancient-looking words onto the bamboo. Purple bamboo, Daydream. After exiting the river map, Xianxia called Winip. Winip, have Kareem, Kane, and Howard come to L.A. and take the wine I made back. Xianxia didn't dare to ship the wine to Sacramento. If anything happened along the way, he would cry. Is there something special about it? It's good for your health, Xianxia answered simply. He didn't dare to tell Winip directly. If Winip herself was tempted and wanted it, Xianxia wouldn't be able to supply her. After all, it contained the spring of youth. Okay, I'll have them 3 go to L.A. After Xianxia hung up, Wes came to his house without warning again. Xianxia came out of the door. How come you're here again? President, we've decided on a location for the new office for the supernatural organization. Please come take a look. Okay, let's go. Xianxia got into Wes' car, and he drove Xianxia to the suburbs. It's this far from a city. President, we have more than 100 evil spirits now. It's inconvenient to stay in the city. Okay, that makes sense. After driving for more than an hour, a forest appeared. Xianxia frowned. This far? We're almost there. As soon as he spoke, Xianxia saw a huge gray building deep within the woods. The building looked quite old. It was like the foreign buildings in Shanghai from the 1920s or 30s. President, this is our office from now on. What do you think? How much is the rent? Rent? President, I bought this place. Chapter 625, Our Own Standards. Chapter 625, Our Own Standards. You bought it? How much did you spend? $400,000. Wes shrunk back, voice turning smaller. He spent $400,000 to buy this ancient thing. Xianxia was speechless. Glancing at Wes, he said, You already signed the contract? Can you destroy it? How about we send some evil spirits to terrorize the seller? President, we're a legit government department. Fine. Xianxia's heart felt dead. President, there are a lot of caves and a mountain behind it, West explained. It can act as a residency for the evil spirits. They can help train our members and also participate in our future missions. Fine. Xianxia was annoyed. His plan to get himself a pretty office was ruined now. This place is really big. Not only did we buy the land, but the forest belongs to us now, too. We can build more infrastructure here. Where's the money? President, we succeeded in Mapleville, so we'll get this year's funds within 10 days. How much? $500,000. How come it's only $500,000? Didn't you say we get a few $1,000,000 each year? The funds are given per season. Then, won't they compensate us for the missing funds from before? President, you're overthinking. Let's go take a look. Xianxia took in the headquarters. Even though the building was old, it was quite big and had quite a lot of rooms. There was a big yard in the back. A group of people were practicing magic there. Ugh, how about no? Xianxia felt annoyed when looking at his subordinates. I think that we should find our own profitable business, Xianxia said seriously. Such as licensing or something. We can evaluate supernatural figures and charge them for it. Huh, what? Is my suggestion bad? Xianxia glared at West. West forced himself to look at Xianxia. Good, it's obviously good, but we don't have any standards. Then, create a standard now. President, are you serious? Yeah, do I seem not serious? No one had ever evaluated supernatural figures. West found it weird. Plus, their committee wasn't a really authoritative organization either. How could they rate others? Jalik, come here. President, you're calling for me? Can you make a tool for measuring magic? Huh, what? Can you or not? Jalik thought about it and said, technically, I can, but I've never tried it before. Then try it. I need material, Jalik said, looking at Xianxia. Take whatever you need from the warehouse. If you can't find it, have West buy it. Sensory rockwood. Why do you need sensory rockwood? That thing's expensive. West immediately showed his stingy side. It can sense magic. If I use that and connect it with some circuits, I can create the simplest tool for measuring magic. Do we have any in the warehouse? Xianxia asked. Yes. Take it out. West unwillingly took out a thing that looked like wood and rock, but also like neither. It was the size of a fist. It was gray and pitted all over. Jalik took the sensory rockwood and started creating the magic tester. He needed some more material too. Xianxia and West just looked on from the side. They didn't know what Jalik was messing around with. Finally, after half an hour of work, a crude magic tester was completed. It was like a scale, but with an extra sensory rockwood ball. It also had a dashboard. President, Mr. West, it's done. Do you want to try? How does it work? Put your hands on the ball. The sensory rockwood can sense the user's magic. West walked over and held the ball. The needle on the dashboard started jumping. But there were only tick marks and no numbers. Why aren't there any numbers? President, I don't know the standard for measuring magic. We'll set our own standard, Xianxia said. Call the others over. We'll discuss it together. West saw that Xianxia seemed to be pretty serious. He didn't look like he was joking at all. After everyone gathered over, West explained to them. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Aduz is a normal person. Does he have magic? Everyone looked at him. He felt speechless. I can't have magic, right? Come try. Aduz held the ball with both hands, and the needle moved slightly. Regular people have magic too, but it's very weak. How about we use Aduz magic as the standard one? Xianxia suggested. No one had objections. Xianxia was right, no matter what. Everyone was quite interested too. They want to know what level they belong to with their skills. Jalik made some slight changes to the tool and quantified it. Finally, after the second revision, Mana Tester 1. 0 was officially complete. Aduz measurement was 1. It would also be the standard. The full name of the quantified magic value was Aduz Standard Mana 1. Who'll try first? Xianxia looked at everyone. I'll go first, Jalanash said. She walked forward and held the ball. The needle shot up instantly and finally stopped at 75. Jalanash looked around. She wasn't sure if her mana was high or low. Belia was second. Her mana was 95. Jalanash wasn't happy. Someone had higher mana than her. However, Belia wasn't a fighter and her combat abilities weren't as high as her, so she could manage to accept this. Third was the old man Burr. His mana was 102. Jalanash's face darkened, but okay. He was old, so it was normal that he had higher mana. Fourth to test was Moore. His mana was 74. Fifth was Morit. His mana was 76. West, 85. Jalik, 58. Padalu, 40. Unelite, 99. Aduz, 1. Jalanash was unhappy. She realized that her mana was only second tier. But now, everyone looked at Xianxia. Chapter 626, Mana Classes. Chapter 626, Mana Classes. Xianxia glanced at everyone and held the sphere with his left hand. The pointer shot up at once. It stopped at 205. The party was somewhat bewildered. They thought that Xianxia's mana would be significantly higher than them. But 205 was lower than what they had expected. Why is it only 205? Weird. Xianxia's combat power was unquestionably much higher than theirs. But his mana was not. President, try using both hands. After thinking, Xianxia put his right hand there too. Immediately, the pointer jumped and reached the limit of 500. Everyone was wowed. Indeed, Xianxia was much more powerful than them. President, I'll modify it again. That's not urgent. Since we can obtain a precise value for our mana, we can now come out with a grading system, Xianxia said. Then we'll produce certificates or badges that show which classes we're in. Let's have 5 classes, B, C, D, E, West suggested at once. Those below 100 mana will be in the lowest class E. For every 100 mana increase, the class will increase by 1. The president is of course in class A. In this case, apart from Xianxia, only Burr would be in class D. Everyone else in the supernatural organization would be class E. Nobody minded, but Jalanash was very displeased. She had always viewed herself as being superior, but in the end, she was in the lowest class like the others. Sound great. Let's do that. Xianxia did not mind too. He just wanted a standard, any standard. How should we indicate that? Using cards? West asked. No. If we use cards, when spiritualists meet next time, they won't be able to see each other's identity and class directly. Do you want them to take out their cards and be like, "Hi, I'm a Class D spiritualist. Hi, I'm a Class B spiritualist. Nice to meet you." Don't you think that's too awkward? Then how? Brooches? Isn't that awkward too? Rings, Xianxia said. Rings? If we use ordinary metal, it'll affect the release of magical power, but it's too expensive to use magic metal. Xianxia had an idea. He had many raw materials from hell. Xianxia immediately took out a dozen different metals from hell. Everyone was clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of the items. They had no idea where Xianxia had hidden them. Take a look. Which of these can be used to make rings that won't handicap spiritualists? That's so many magic metals. What are those? I've never heard of them before. Jalik and Padalu had some understanding of magic materials, but they had never heard of the materials that Xianxia had just taken out. Don't worry about where I've gotten them from, Xianxia said lightly. Take it as my contribution to the organization. Since Xianxia became the president, he had basically not contributed anything. It was his first contribution to the organization. Anyway, he would not really have an opportunity to use these magic metals. He might as well donate them here. President, can we use these metals whenever we like? Jalik stared at Xianxia, his eyes glittering. Many of them can be used to craft magic weapons. Sure. Ask West for approval first. President, if someone wants a class assessment, how much do we charge them? Flat rate, $1,000. We'll also give them a corresponding ring. Will anyone come for a class assessment? Dunno. Go and advertise it, Xianxia said casually. He did not have to do anything himself anyway. It was like how a boss issued a casual order and the workers could work to death because of it. West seemed upset. What could he do, given that Xianxia was the president? Moreover, he was the one who had invited Xianxia here. Also, give those evil spirits some class assessment too. The supernatural organization had been organizing their HQ these few days. Jalik had also been improving the mana tester. He increased the limit of the tester. Xianxiao's right arm had a mana of 615. When Xianxia put both of his hands on it, the reading was 754. Of course, The strength of one's magical power was not the sole indicator of one's combat power. An example would be Jalanash. She was in Class E with 75 mana, which was mediocre in the organization. But her combat power was really outstanding among all the members. Also, Burr was the only Class D member. But he was only a 10-second man. After 10 seconds, he would become a burden. Moreover, he would habitually sell the wine before its time. Sometimes, he might be done in 3 seconds. Chen, I have an ordinary client for you. 10,000. Now, Ethan would only give Chen Zhao clients whose pay was over 10,000. It was not little. In fact, most people could not earn 10,000 a month. Chen Zhao had also passed the times when he needed to expand his social circle and increase his reputation. After receiving the address, he went straight to the client's house. It was an apartment. The location was pretty good, so the client must be rich. When Chen Zhao reached, he knocked on the door. A man in colorful clothing and heavy makeup opened the door. Are you the one who needs a doctor? Yes. You're the doctor? The man studied Chen Zhao with some contempt. Then, he continued in an odd tone. Come in. The man turned around and walked off, wiggling his hips. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Chen Zhao was not really homophobic. For example, Robio was positive and upright. It was hard to dislike him. However, Chen Zhao could not accept someone with such an attitude and appearance. While the man had the right to dress up however he liked, people had to socialize. Chen Zhao just found it distasteful. Chen Zhao entered the house and realized that it was rather messy. Cloths and drawings were scattered all over the place. On the few workbenches lying in the living room, there were many unfinished pieces of clothes. All the things here are very expensive. You better watch yourself, he said. Chen Zhao scanned the place, but did not find anything that looked valuable. How may I help you? Chen Zhao asked. The man removed his hat. Chen Zhao covered his mouth and almost burst into laughter. The man looked fashionable, but he was actually bald. Chapter 6:27. I will ruin your reputation. Chapter 6:27. I will ruin your reputation. The guy didn't look happy. Don't laugh. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Laughing at a patient was indeed impolite. But this kind of style clash made it hard for Chen Zhao to keep it in. He squeezed his nose, trying to suppress the urge to laugh. My hair keeps falling over the past few days, the guy said. Chen Zhao had him sit down and did a checkup. Does your father suffer from hair loss? Chen Zhao asked. It could be genetic and only pass through the men. No, the guy answered. He sounded annoyed and had a frustrated tone. Chen Zhao held a hand to the guy's forehead and looked around. What have you been eating recently? Nothing special. You probably have testosterone oversecretion, Chen Zhao said. I'll make a diet list for you. Eating according to the list can help recover your hair loss damage. I need to go back to the normal volume as soon as possible. You already lost hair. It won't grow back quickly unless you get a transplant. I heard that you're the best. I need the best service. But in the end, you're just a sham. Chen Zhao frowned. This baldy was just looking for disappointment. Any normal person knew that, even if balding could be cured, hair couldn't grow back quickly. If he discovered the problem earlier, Chen Zhao could help curb the situation. But he was powerless against hair that had already been lost. He could only perform recovery treatment, mainly by changing the patient's dietary habits and reduce testosterone secretion. The man's body had to recover from the damaged hair follicles before new ones could grow out. If you think I'm unable to solve your problem, then I'll take my leave. Did I say you could leave? The guy looked at Chen Zhao. If you don't want your reputation ruined, you better stay here. I'd like to see how you'll ruin my reputation. Chen Zhao scoffed and went toward the door. Just then, the guy rushed over, blocking his path. I suspect you're a thief. Thief? Do you have anything worth stealing? Chen Zhao glanced at him. I have the original material for producing high fashion. If I say I lost it, then I lost it. The guy looked at Chen Zhao and touched his chest. Stay the night with me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in L.A. Chen Zhao knew that some people were perverted, but he didn't think that he would meet one and get sexually harassed. Crack. Fuck. Chun Zhao slapped the man. Stay away from me. He never imagined that he would get sexually harassed one day. But as soon as he went downstairs, he saw a few policemen walk toward him. Chun, it's you? David looked at him in surprise. Sharon was beside him. What do you mean? You're here for me? We received a call that someone broke into a designer's home and hurt him. Just then, the elevator behind them opened. The guy rushed out, holding his face. Officer, arrest him, arrest him. He robbed me and hit me. I need an ambulance. I need an ambulance. I need to get my injuries recorded. David looked at Chun Zhao. He could only extend his hands. What could he do? He couldn't attack the police, right? David handcuffed Chun Zhao and took him to the police car. Chun, what exactly happened? Chun Zhao was annoyed. You know what I do? I want to give him treatment, but he wanted me to stay the night with him, or else he would defame me. I slapped him. So, is this troublesome? David obviously trusted Chun Zhao. Don't worry. It's not troublesome. Someone like him must have done this before. We just need to look at the past records, and it'll be easy to get things clear. He won't dare to go to court either. After all, this is a completely unplanned trick. Chun Zhao didn't need to explain too much with David. He'd already learned from Kate what Chun Zhao had done for him. To take revenge, Chun Zhao had destroyed an entire criminal group. Just this made it worth it to help Chun Zhao no matter what. As for saying Chun Zhao broke into steel, it was nonsense. David knew that Chun Zhao had a high personal worth. It was obviously impossible for him to go rob someone in broad daylight. Chun Zhao wasn't worried that he would get sued. He was just unhappy. He was harassed by a pervert and then framed. At the police station, Sharon started laughing at Chun Zhao. Chun, I didn't think you'd end up like this one day, getting handcuffed by David. She didn't believe that Chun Zhao would rob someone either. She didn't like Chun Zhao, but it was mostly due to his frivolous actions. A while later, the guy came out of the confession room. His face was wrapped in gauze. Seeing Chun Zhao, his eyes filled with hatred. He sat before Chun Zhao. Chinaman, I told you that I'll ruin your name and make it impossible for you to survive in L.A. Just then, right came. Chun Zhao was a professor at UCLA, so the police would notify her if something happened. Who did you say you'd ruin the name of? And who are you? The guy looked up at Wright. He was unsure at the sharp aura. I'm the president of UCLA, Wright said powerfully. All the professors and students of the law school and the lawyers and judges graduated from the school are ready now. Are you ready? The guy's expression stiffened. It felt like he'd run into a beehive. Wright slapped the table. I'll dig out all the secrets of your entire family, how many people you fucked before, and if you've had sex with underage minors. I'll find it all. Then she added, oh, and the length of your dick. The guy opened his mouth. Chun Zhao and Sharon were both stunned by Wright's powerful opening. Perhaps you want to experience the atmosphere of the highest court, Wright said. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. The guy's face was gray. He didn't think that framing Chun Zhao would make the principal of UCLA pop out. Just then, another person came in. Kate walked in. Hi, Chun. Hi, Kate. He wants to sue you. Chapter 628, Displeased. Chapter 628, Displeased. David told you about it. Chun Zhao was surprised by Kate's arrival. Kate looked at the sissy. Perhaps you don't know me, but I can introduce myself. I'm the chief reporter of the L.A. Daily News. I have 30 freelance reporters under me. If you contact any minor, I can turn it into child sexual abuse. Chun Zhao felt like he had become a vicious bully. In the end, the sissy canceled the accusation and escaped with his tail between his legs. But this did not mean that they had buried the hatchet. Chun Zhao had really been disgusted. If they had made any peace, it was only legally. Chun Zhao was no longer his old self, who would keep quiet and pretend that nothing had happened after being bullied. Had he not known so many people, he might actually have to go to court. Regardless of whether he would be sentenced, it would be an unpleasant experience. David and Kate walked Chun Zhao out of the police station with teasing smiles. Chun, to be honest, being harassed by a pervert is a special experience in life. Exactly. Look, David's never been harassed before. Are you still my friends? Chun Zhao was upset. I'm leaving. Let me drive you home, David invited. Forget it. I'll get a cab, before you have another chance to mock me. Since David got injured last time, his relationship with Kate had been improving. Xianxia was pretty glad. At least he did not have to worry about them suddenly breaking up. Once Xianxia returned home, Fei Lai came to comfort him. Fei Lai, why do you know about this too? David told me. Fei Lai was the last person Xianxia would tell the incident to. It was simply embarrassing. He was harassed by a sissy and then arrested by the police. Fine, Fei Lai just wanted to comfort Xianxia. But very soon, the atmosphere changed. Because even she found it hilarious. Chun, don't be sad. At least this proves your charm. You can even attract men. Xianxia pulled Fei Lai and did it with her on the spot. Fei Lai, do you want to go to New York on the 21st of June? Haven't you just been there? The Diamond League has a track and field competition in New York on the 21st of June. Rufford is taking part. Fei Lai had seen Rufford before, but they were not close. On Leonardo's birthday at that time, Xianxia had brought them to watch Rufford's competition. After the match, Rufford had a short conversation with Xianxia's friends. However, they had not contacted each other since then. Fei Lai remembered Rufford because she knew that Xianxia had been investing in him. When Xianxia went to New York last time, she did not go with him. But she wanted to. After all, she had never been there. I'll see. I don't know if Robio will approve my leave application. It's already been 4 months since you last took leave. You've even been working overtime on weekends. I think it's reasonable for you to take some leave. Actually, it's not Robio's fault. It's summer now. There have been many tourists on the beach. Also, I plan to bring all the pets there this time. I can't take care of them by myself, Xianxia said. Since he returned from New York, Samuel had been throwing tantrums. As the most prosperous city in the world, New York was the most featured city in Hollywood movies, especially disaster films. It was as if a disaster would be significantly less catastrophic if it did not involve New York. Xianxia suspected that Samuel was planning to start world destruction with New York. Black Ma and White Ma had also been complaining about why Xianxia had only brought Blackie there. In fact, Xianxia did not even enjoy his last trip. He could not play with Yura and Cheryl around. I'll try. No, you have to. We've never been to another place together. Does Sacramento not count? Of course not. Fine, fine. With Fei Lai's promise, Xianxia could finally hug her and sleep in peace. Early the next day, Xianxia received a call from Kareem. Chen, we've arrived in L.A. Great. Come here yourself. Xianxia looked at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Why do they call him this early? When was their flight? Brighton, what happened to your face? Don't remind me. I met a barbarian. If he wasn't pitiful, I would have sent him to jail. Brighton still had gauze on his face. Can you still work today? We're going to see an important client later. If you still feel unwell, you can rest at home, Nat said. Don't worry. It won't affect work. Brighton had just become Nat's assistant designer. Since the client was important, Brighton did not want to be absent. Then cheer up. Cooper and Triss are going too. Don't embarrass me there. Hearing that Cooper and Triss will be going too, Brighton was energized. Who's the client? Triss, Cooper, and Nat were the 3 lead designers for Baroness. Usually, a celebrity could only meet one of them. In addition, the client would come to their place, not the other way around. This time, the designers were actually going to the client's house. And all 3 of them were going. It was obvious how important the client was. It's a friend of the boss, Nat said coldly. Mind your own business. Stop asking questions. He did not want to talk about Xianxia. After all, they had had a conflict before. Of course, he had never thought of revenge. Anyway, Xianxia had not done anything to him after the incident. They also did not have any further conflicts. Moreover, if he really wanted revenge, he would probably lose his job. The work this time was quite important. Nat had a serious attitude. Remember, do not make that client angry, or I'll kill you, Nat cautioned. Understood. Hearing Nat's solemn warning, Brighton did not dare to be careless. He was pretty new to fashion design. Even Nat could bully him, not to mention the client that caused Nat to be so anxious. Just then, Cooper and Triss came with their assistants. Nat, are you ready? Let's go together. Sure, I'm ready too. Nat stood up and waved his hand at Brighton. Pack the tools. We're leaving. What happened to your assistant's face? Nothing. He's fine. Chapter 629. Enemy comes voluntarily. Don't throw up in the car. Kareem yelled while driving. But this couldn't stop Kane and Howard. The car was instantly filled with foul vomit. They drove to L.A. instead of taking a plane. Actually, they'd arrived in L.A. yesterday, but they stayed the night at a bar. Winip wasn't here, so no one could stop them. Chun Zhao didn't know they'd arrived either, so they could do whatever they wanted. They left the bar in the early morning and went to find Chun Zhao, reeking of alcohol. They were almost at Chun Zhao's house. Kareem was at his own limit too. He slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped before Chun Zhao's house. He rushed out and started throwing up wildly in the corner of the yard. After getting rid of all that, he felt much better. But just as he planned on going to say hi to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai, he discovered a red shadow where he'd thrown up. Oh no, Kareem paled instantly. Abitos had already stuck his head out and was glaring at Kareem. When he looked back, he saw Kane and Howard getting out of the car. The two swayed over. Smiling drunkenly, Kane said, "Hi, Abitos," and then he threw up too. Chun, help. Ah, Fei Lai was still in bed, but she heard the cries outside. She patted Chun Zhao. Chun, I think I hear Kareem's voice. It's not just Kareem. Kane and Howard are here, too. What's wrong with them? They drove under the influence, and something happened. Ignore them. Let's keep sleeping. Chun Zhao pulled the covers over and continued sleeping. We should get up. It's almost 8. The environment is so nice here. Brighton looked at the scenery along the way. He could see Mirror Lake through the woods at some places. It is indeed nice, Nets said. Rich people like living here. When they took a turn, they suddenly saw a bloody figure run out. Help! Help! Everyone in the car was terrified. They were about to get out of the car when a red shadow darted out. It bit the man's thigh and dragged him into the bushes. Help! 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 They could still hear that tragic sound, and they were all terrified. That was that Abitos? Nat, Cooper, and Triss had all seen Abitos before. He'd become bigger, but that fiery red skin was his unique trademark. What should we do? Should we call the cops? Of course. That guy's going to get eaten. Just then, they heard rapping on the glass. Turning around, they saw that the person who'd been dragged into the woods had come out. But his state was even more terrible. It was like he'd just gotten taken out of the front lines. Hey, give me some fire. Some fire? Shouldn't he be pleading to call the cops now? Or maybe they should be calling the ambulance. Give fire? Are you okay? Before Kareem could finish, his foot was pulled again. Help. Yeah, this was more normal. Brighton was terrified. Mr. Nat, what just happened? Maybe they're just joking around. Nat's smile was a bit stiff. Probably even he didn't believe his own words. Let's hurry up, Triss urged. Mr. Chin's house should be right up ahead. They didn't want to care about this. They couldn't care about it either. Who knew if Abitos would drag them into the woods after getting out of the car too? They didn't know if the person had died or not either. The people in the car were frightened again. They didn't dare get out. Just then, Fei Lai came out of the house. Seeing the car, she went over. Hello, you are? Ms. Fei Lai. Do you remember me? Triss asked from the window. Oh, Triss, it's you. Come on in. Triss looked at Kane and Howard on the ground, a bit hesitant. Ignore them. They asked for this. When they passed by Kane and Howard, they saw that they were just as injured as Kareem, who they'd met earlier. What a pity. Just then, Kareem darted out of the woods again. He walked past them like nothing was wrong. Get up. Abitos is coming. Stop playing dead. Kane and Howard opened their eyes. They quickly climbed up and hid inside the house. Everyone was speechless. They hadn't died. It was Nat and the others' first time coming to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's house, so they were a bit reserved. They weren't as relaxed as Kane, Howard, and Kareem. The three bloody guys were even eating breakfast as if nothing had happened. Triss, did you all eat breakfast? Yes, thank you, Triss said with a smile. Oh, this is my assistant, Jabery. Hi, Miss Fei Lai. These are Cooper and Nat's assistants, Faven and Brighton. Hi, Miss Fei Lai. Hello. Just then, Chun Zhao came downstairs. But when he saw Brighton in the group, his expression changed instantly. When Brighton saw Chun Zhao, his expression changed too. Chun, Are Triss and the others here for you? Yeah, Chen Zhao said. Fei Lai, you're going to be late for work. Oh yeah, help me host them, Fei Lai said. Bye Triss. Bye. Fei Lai hurried away. Chen Zhao scanned each person. Sit down. Chen Zhao ate breakfast as usual. Kareem, Howard, and Kane glanced at him and stood up immediately. Chun, we're full. You can keep eating. Go sit over there, but don't sit on the sofa. It's hard to clean. Everyone watched Chen Zhao eat his breakfast slowly. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Chapter 630, I suspect he's dangerous. Chapter 630, I suspect he's dangerous. Chen Zhao finally finished the food. He was emitting a crushing aura. As he walked past the group, everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Finally, Chen Zhao stopped before Brighton. Brighton paled at once. What do you want? It's America. It's... Suddenly, Chen Zhao grabbed Brighton's neck and flung him out. Brighton smashed into the wall and then fell onto the floor. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect Chen Zhao to assault Brighton so suddenly. Brighton was covered with pain. He felt as if his body was falling apart. Chen Zhao whistled and Abidos rushed in from outside. Drag him out, Chen Zhao said, pointing at Brighton. Mr. Chen, do you know Brighton? Has he offended you? Nat looked at Chen Zhao with an awkward face. Yesterday, I went to his house to treat him, but he asked me to sleep with him or he'll force me to leave L.A. He also tried to sue me for burglary. Everyone exchanged looks in bewilderment. Kareem, Howard, and Kane found it extremely unbelievable. Someone in the world dared to make such an unimaginable request to Chen Zhao. How brave was he? Was he sick of being alive? When they looked at Brighton again, there was no more pity. Brighton was truly courageous and successful in seeking death. Help! Abitos dragged Brighton out. Everyone was terrified by the clear screams of misery. Princess, come in. When the group saw Princess, they were startled once again. Nat, Cooper, and Triss had seen Princess before and even made a costume for her. But they realized that Princess was now significantly larger. Their original data were completely useless. As for the other two assistants, Jabri and Faven, they were totally astounded. Princess was even bigger than Abidos. Only Kareem, Howard, and King could remain calm. The three designers and two assistants took Princess's measurements in disorderly haste. Princess, can you stand up? Indeed, Princess stood up right away. But she was almost 4 meters tall. The designers could not reach her at all, so they had to stand on chairs. Just then, Samuel expressed his indignation. He felt that he was the most important member of the family. Meow. Chen Zhao was speechless. Design a costume for my cat too. He wants it too, Chen Zhao repeated, pointing at Samuel. Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you want. They were really scared that Abidos would drag them out, as well should they reject Chen Zhao's request. After some tiring work, they finally finished everything. Mr. Chen, we'll probably come again in a few days for Princess and the cat to try their costumes. Sure, call me before you come. I might not be at home. Understood. About Brighton, I have yet to vent my anger. What? Are you going to persuade me? Chen Zhao glanced at the group. Of course not. He deserves it. It was obviously impossible to dissuade Chen Zhao at the moment. Try would only get themselves involved too. It was wiser to protect themselves. They did not want to risk themselves for that idiot. Chen Zhao made a call. West, I have someone here. I suspect he's dangerous. I don't care what you do, but force him to speak. Everyone shivered. Was Chen Zhao treating Brighton as a terrorist? It was slightly violent. Soon, West arrived and dragged Brighton into his car. Okay, you may leave now. Nat and the rest escaped immediately. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Chen Zhao's identity had also alarmed them. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Brighton could come back alive. Chen, that's brutal. I feel I was merciful enough. Look, I didn't kill anyone. The three found Chen Zhao's words reasonable. Now that they thought about it, Brighton was actually not murdered on the spot. Well, lucky guy. All right, boss asked us to come here to take something, but she didn't tell us what. Wait a second. Chen Zhao left the three and took out Daydream. The bottle's opening had already been sealed tightly. When the three saw the wine, they asked, "Isn't this the purple brew?" "It's not the ordinary purple brew," Chen Zhao said. "It's a special one." Winip set its price at $999,999,999. What? Nobody's going to buy it. I know. It's for exhibition, Chen Zhao said. The three were very surprised. When they got to the house, they saw two bloody guys laying on the ground. It was okay when Fei Lai was here, but after she left, his expression became frosty. "Mr. Chun, did we disturb you? Should we come another day?" Chapter 631, Coincidental Win. Chapter 631, Coincidental Win. "President, you're so awesome. How'd you find out?" West looked at Chen Zhao excitedly. Chen Zhao looked at him indifferently. "What's so hard about it? I can see through whoever looks at me." Inside, he thought, I really hit the jackpot with this coincidence. He could catch a supernatural criminal like this. But he seems really weak, Chen Zhao said. His mana is 122. He's a Class D criminal, but his combat power isn't that strong. His mana is mostly used to maintain his looks. He's actually already in his 50s. Chen Zhao felt really uncomfortable. He was actually harassed by an old man in his 50s. No wonder he had such bad hair loss. He was already over 50. President, in the beginning, he said that his family wouldn't forgive us. Family? Does he have supporters? Did you investigate his family yet? President, I think the family is an organization. What organization? Have you heard of it before? No. Continue to interrogate him, Chen Zhao said. Since they'd already determined that the guy was a supernatural criminal, then it was under their authority. After 30 minutes, West came out. He was exhausted and sweaty. West, how come it looks like you just had sex with him? President, please don't joke like that. I'm tired from beating him up. We're a supernatural organization, and you're interrogating using such normal methods? How lowly. Then, President, how about you do it? This crew job doesn't suit me. Call the others over. The other members were summoned. After the situation was explained, everyone wanted to try and show off. Of course, Chen Zhao had a simple requirement. Use supernatural powers to make him talk. Unfortunately, Brighton's mouth was tighter than they'd imagined. Just then, Pamela spoke. Let me try. She was now an official member, so she had the right to take part in this kind of mission too. Okay, you try. Pamela could feel that the members of the organization still weren't comfortable with her. However, she wanted to fit in. After all, being a lonely ghost was far from as comfortable as having a refuge like this. Pamela didn't need anyone to open the door. She went right through the wall of the room. And then everyone heard pained cries stream out of the confession room. The cries were honestly blood-chilling. A while later, Pamela came out of the interrogation room. How did it go? Did he talk? No. Everyone was disappointed. They thought that Pamela could be more useful. But in the end, it was the same. She couldn't make Brighton talk. Then Pamela said, he might have been cursed by a talking spirit. Huh? Talking spirit? If he says any critical information, he'd get killed by the talking spirit, Pamela said. That's why he doesn't dare to talk. Chen Zhao considered it. So, there's no way to make him confess. From his fragments, I guess that the family includes very strong spiritualists. L.A. might have other members too. To be honest, don't you think this group is kind of funny? Chen Zhao asked. Maybe he was affected by a certain Chinese reality TV show, but he just found it funny. Would they yell out, "We are family," whenever they go on a mission together? President, we're talking about something serious. After getting to know Chen Zhao, they discovered that it was hard for him to be serious. It was such a grave discussion, but how did he get led astray? What? You're talking about something serious, but I'm not? Are you looking down on me? President, how about we take a break today? Fine. Don't kill him. I'll go back and think of a way to pry open his mouth. Just then, Chen Zhao got a call from Zola. He guessed that she was here to ask about Brighton. Zola, are you going to ask about that guy? No. What does his life or death have to do with me? Zola indeed didn't plan on getting involved. With her relationship with Chen Zhao, she would support Chen Zhao no matter what. Plus, when she'd heard that Brighton harassed Chun Zhao. Even she wanted to kill the man. As for his fate, she cared even less. I just wanted to ask if there's anything you need help with. Anything. Zola's words were already very clear. If Brighton was dead, she was willing to help quell the problem. Whether Zola was able to or not, Chun Zhao had to be grateful. Thank you, but I don't need to bother anyone about him. No one will come to cause trouble either, not even the police. Zola didn't expect that Chun Zhao's connections were already this broad. He could make someone disappear in broad daylight and not be affected at all. Okay, I did this for nothing. No, I should thank you for your concern. Let's stop talking about this. I heard that old man, Stephen, has a problem. Will you go visit him? Sure, I'll find time to go see him. Chun Zhao knew about Stephen's problem. It was the movie. Stephen was unhappy these days and buried himself in the movie production. Last time, he'd asked Chun Zhao for 2 bottles of wine to invite some people from the theaters and media to help with screening and promotion. But it wasn't very effective. After all, this wine wasn't a drug. It wouldn't mess with their minds just by drinking the wine. Chun Zhao couldn't do much to help Stephen other than giving him some wine. But judging from Zola's tone, Stephen was in really bad shape. Chun Zhao felt that, as a friend, he had to visit him. After leaving the headquarters, he called Stephen. Stephen, it's me. I want to drink with you. Where are you? Chun, I'm kind of busy. We'll drink after this. I want to drink with you now, Chun Zhao said directly. Chun, I'm seriously busy. Where are you? Chun Zhao pressed on. After a pause, Stephen finally said, Okay, come. I'm in my studio. That's better. Wait for me. I'm coming now. Chapter 632, True Form. Chapter 632, True Form. Sir, who are you looking for? Stephen. The receptionist blocked Chun Zhao's way. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist looked at Chun Zhao. With 2 bamboo containers on his back, Chun Zhao really did not look like a decent person. Yes, you can call Stephen. Of course, please wait. The receptionist was about to return to the front desk and call Stephen when he realized that Chun Zhao had entered the elevator by himself. Sir, wait. The receptionist quickly rushed into the elevator. Sir, please go down and leave with me. Outsiders are not allowed in here. Don't worry. I've really made an appointment with that old man. Sir, please. If you have an appointment, let me ask first. I might lose the job because of this. I promise you won't. The elevator stopped, and Chun Zhao shouted right away, Stephen. Stephen walked out from a dim room, his hair messy. There were obvious dark circles below his eyes. Mr. Stephen, I'm really sorry. He entered by force. I'll get the security. Stephen waved his hand. No need. Don't stop him if he comes again. Oh, understood. The receptionist glanced at Chun Zhao. There were only 2 people who could come here without notice. But now, there would be one more. Where's your office? Let's go there. Asshole, you knew that I'm super busy, and yet you had to come and disturb me. I was worried you'll just die. You look terrible. After they entered the office, Chun Zhao closed the door. When Chun Zhao opened the cover, an indescribable, intense aroma filled the air. Stephen gasped. This is not the purple brew. No, but it's better. Chun Zhao grabbed the wine. But it'll make you sleep for 3 days. Are you sure you want to drink it? Stephen understood it at once. Chun Zhao wanted him to rest. Stephen began to hesitate. The wine smelled way too good. Even the smell was unforgettable. He even felt slightly energized. If he could take a sip, how good would it be? Stephen gulped. Leave the wine here. I'll drink it after I finish my work. Fuck, I'm here to drink with you. And you want me to leave the wine here and then leave? Are you still my friend? Fine, take the wine away, Stephen said, his face filled with pain. But his rationality eventually defeated his impulse. No matter how good the wine was, it was not as important as work. Stephen, don't tire yourself out too much. You need to rest. I know you're trying to help me, but Chun Zhao did not know how to persuade Stephen. Stephen's attitude was firm. Work was the most important thing. In the end, Chun Zhao still left the wine here. Stephen could drink it if he wanted to. As soon as Chun Zhao entered the elevator, Stephen hurried into the dim room. Chen Zhao called Rasfa, asking him to look after Stephen. Stephen was in really bad shape at the moment. Chen Zhao was a doctor, not a housekeeper. If his patient would not take care of their own health, there was nothing he could do either. By the time he returned home, it was already after 8 p.m. Chen Zhao had a quick dinner. Then, he sat beside the lake with Fei Lai, enjoying the quiet moment. No one disturbed them. Everything was calm and peaceful. Just then, Abidos climbed over. Chun, is Abidos really a fire dragon? Fei Lai knew Abidos' real identity since the beginning, but she had never seen his true form. Chen Zhao glanced at Abidos. He petted Abidos and then threw him a demonic crystal. Abidos charged toward the lake. Just as he was about to run into the water, he kicked the ground hard and jumped a meter into the air. As he was falling, a pair of wings suddenly opened from his back with a whoosh. Abidos slapped the water with his tail, gliding just above the surface. Fei Lai was rooted to the spot. She opened her mouth, but made no sound. Many bony pockets appeared on Abidos' head. They looked like immature dragon horns, and there were more than just a pair. The 2 rows of bony pockets extended from his brow bones all the way to the back of his head. His limbs also became slightly longer and his body stronger. This was Abidos' true form. Of course, it was his true form in the human world. He had similarly come to the human world in his true form, but he could communicate with his parents. Chen Zhao had no idea how it was done. Moreover, Abidos could change his form for a short time, just like the Silly Twins combination. The Silly Twins combination skill also had a time limit. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the lake. The Bordamon was actually actively provoking Abidos. Dodging the water pillar, Abidos fired back with a mouthful of dragon breath. Amon hid under the water. Although Abidos' dragon breath was powerful, it could not hurt him. Then, Amon slapped the water with his tail, and a huge wave stormed toward Abidos. Abidos flew 20 meters into the air, avoiding the wave. It seemed as if Abidos was preparing something in his mouth. His whole body gave off a red light. Then, Abidos blasted something out of his mouth. A fireball dropped down. Boom! It was like 1 kilogram of TNT had been detonated. Massive waves raged within 10 meters of the point of impact. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were totally flabbergasted. Even Chen Zhao did not expect Abidos to have such a potent ultimate. It was probably as strong as his sneeze cannon from the mouth of Glutton. Amon would not resurface again. He was probably frightened by the attack too. Fortunately, he had hidden in the water. If he was on the surface and hit directly, he might have died. Nonetheless, after making the attack, Abidos seemed weaker too. Flapping his wings, he returned to the shore, after which he restored his usual form. Has Abidos always been this strong? Fei Lai touched Abidos, who lay beside her. He's only a child. A child? How strong will he be when he becomes an adult? Chen Zhao was unsure too. It would depend on how much Abidos was suppressed by the principles of the human world. Anyway, there was no way he would be as strong as his mother, Oris. Furthermore, he could not maintain his fire dragon form forever. Ada, Mother told me that the human soul has completed the translation. Can you tell me the translated content? No, it's too much. I can't maintain the connection with Mother for too long. Chen Zhao sighed. It seemed like he had to go to hell again. Chapter 633, Devil's Day Baptism. Chapter 633, Devil's Day Baptism. Chen Zhao came to hell again. Today, it seemed to be special. The sun and moon were both out. Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony appeared directly. The curse vision and eye of shadow vision opened at the same time. He felt excitement in his blood. Human, welcome. Oris went to give Chen Zhao a hug. Beelzebub Zophi also hugged him. Even though they were both superior demons, Chen Zhao liked hugging Oris more. Zophi didn't know how to control his power at all. The hug made Chen Zhao feel that his bones were about to get crushed. Lord, madam, is today a special day? I feel like my blood is boiling. Devil's Day, Zophi said. I picked today to summon you here. In the West, Devil's Day was June 6th. Chen Zhao realized that it was indeed Devil's Day in the human world. He just didn't notice. He didn't think it was an actual thing either. Why? Every demon has one chance to be baptized. It allows their demon power to be purer and stronger, Zophi said. But based on each demon's wealth, they receive different benefits from the baptism. Zophi and Oris brought Chen Zhao to the highest point of Obsidian Castle. It was the top of a circular tower. It wasn't covered with a roof, and there was a big magic formation drawn on the gray tile with blood. There were also a dozen bodies. They were all demon corpses. Judging from their size, they didn't seem to have a low status either. Chen Zhao suspected that they'd been Samuel Logan's underlings. "Do you still have angelic crystals?" Zophi asked. Yes. Chen Zhao took out a perfect crystal. He'd received this from killing Jerry last time. Zophi didn't like the aura, but merely touching it wouldn't hurt him. He crushed it with all his might. Chen Zhao realized that he could crush the angelic crystal without much power. But Zophi seemed to have trouble. Was it because they countered each other? Then Zophi sprinkled the powder over the magic formation. "What is this for?" "Sacrifice," Oris said. "To a mighty demon king, all beings can be sacrificed. The more superior the sacrifice, the more you receive in return. Regular demons may prepare the entire year for this. As His Majesty's enemy, angels would be the highest level of sacrifice. Of course, no one can actually sacrifice angels, so we can use angelic crystals in their place. No, go stand in the center of the magic formation." Chen Zhao dragged his huge right arm and stood in the center of the formation. Oris lowered onto one knee while murmuring something. "I'm not sure what you'll receive from His Majesty," Zophi said. "But if you feel like you can't take it anymore, leave the center. If it surpasses your limit, you'll burst from his power." "Okay, understood." Zophi also lowered onto one knee at the side. Next, he and Oris placed their wrists at their mouths at the same time and bit down hard. The blood of the two superior demons dripped onto the blood-red magic formation. Sahu Marsala, Hilda, was Yeduta. Zophi and Oris uttered complicated and difficult syllables. Chen Zhao understood the demon language, but he still didn't know what they were saying. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked up at the red sun and moon. In that instant, he saw a figure descend from the sky. It seemed to be filled with light, but also shrouded in darkness. Chen Zhao couldn't see the six-pointed star emblazoned into the figure's eyes. As if his right arm had lost control, it raised in the air. His entire arm was covered in blood, and the mouth of gluttony was screaming. Right then, his clothes exploded. Black lines appeared under his skin. This was the blood from the King of Wrath that Logan had left in him last time. Samuel still hadn't helped cleanse him of it. Right now, that blood was also affected and emerged. The figure in the sky grasped Chen Zhao's right arm. The other hand pressed onto his chest. The figure opened his mouth and uttered syllables like Beelzebub, Zophi, and his wife. Next, the black lines on Chen Zhao started falling. They landed on the ground and transformed into a pool of black liquid. His right arm also shrunk back to its original size. Chen Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Immediately after, the mouth of gluttony bit down at the figure. The figure was now missing a corner. The black liquid on the ground also extended and wrapped the remaining parts of the figure and dragged it into the darkness. Before it was completely dragged into darkness, the mouth of gluttony took another bite. Then Chen Zhao shook his head. He woke up. The blood-red magic formation on the ground disappeared. Zophi and Oris stood on the side, looking at him. "You completely accepted His Majesty's gift." Chen Zhao scratched his head. "I can't really remember what happened. That's normal. Most demons can't remember the process. Even if they remember, the baptism in everyone's memories are different. I sensed Logan's blood in you. You swallowed his blood before." "Yes." Chen Zhao didn't deny it. He looked at his right arm. It looked a bit darker than his left arm. Then he lowered his head and looked at his shadow underfoot. Suddenly, his heart jumped. His shadow suddenly extended a hand that had been formed by the black liquid. He was shocked. This was too strange. But as he got distracted, the hand transformed back into a liquid and returned to his shadow. "Come, try punching me," Zofie said. "Punch you?" "Yes, use all your power." Chen Zhao grasped his right arm. "So, punch you with all my might." He knew that he was still far from Zofie's level, so he didn't worry that he could hurt Zofie. Chapter 634, The Third Eye. Chapter 634, The Third Eye. Charge! Chen Zhao drew in a deep breath, quietly feeling the power flowing in his body. Power had never felt so real before. It was not magical power, just pure physical power. It flowed in every corner of his body as if it was matter. At the moment, it was flowing into his right arm. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt something on his arm. It was familiar yet strange. The third eye opened, and a surging power was gathering. Oh! Some surprise flashed across Aura's eyes. With a loud yell, Chen Zhao's fist flew across the air with unstoppable momentum. Beelzebub Zofie extended 2 fingers. When Chen Zhao hit Beelzebub Zofie's fingers, his fist was deflected at once. Indeed, their powers were too different. The gap was hopelessly colossal. Beelzebub Zofie had easily blocked Chen Zhao's punch with just 2 fingers. And he was in his human form, not true form. Even though Chen Zhao felt that he was pretty strong already, he was still so powerless before this great demon lord. "Lord, next time you test my strength, please use your entire hand, no matter how big our difference is. At least I'll feel better. Human, I know you're not that fragile. I only wanted to let you know your true strength, not to deceive you." Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. "Lord, you seem keen on training me. Why?" "At the start, it's only because you saved Oris and my bastard son," Beelzebub Zofie said. "But you showed no signs of rejection to my power. Do you know? There's almost no way a human world species could accept the bloodlines of the 7 great demon kings. You could, and you aren't affected by the principles of the human world. You're the most special one. The stronger you are, the safer Abitos will be. If you think that Abitos won't be safe in the human world, you can summon him back here. No, I hope that he'll remain in the human world forever, at least when you're still alive." "Why? It's not time for you to know yet." Chen Zhao almost managed to repeat the line with Beelzebub Zofie. "I knew you would say that. How uncreative. It seems like your third pristine eyeball has opened." Oris walked up and held Chen Zhao's arm. Beelzebub Zofie looked at the eye on Chen Zhao's arm. "It's the eye of power. What does it do?" Chen Zhao asked. "Did you feel anything unusual when you attacked me?" "I felt I'd become much stronger." "Correct. I would have just used 1 finger, but because of this eye, I had to use 2. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Was there any difference between 1 finger and 2? Double the humiliation. Chen Zhao was not at all pleased that Beelzebub Zofie used only 2 fingers. The eye of power can double your power, but your mouth of glutton will only last half as much time. Double the damage, double the exhaustion. Your magical power is just too little, Oris said. Is there a way to increase that? Can you give me some of your magical power? Bloodlines can be transferred, but not magical power. Every individual's magical power is unique. If you rashly accept magical power from someone else, the consequences are unpredictable. If the magical power you accept is weaker than yours, you may not experience much, but if it's stronger, the consequences will only be disastrous. Chen Zhao suddenly recalled the times when he became allergic because the mouth of glutton had devoured whatever it encountered. But it did not affect him much. It seemed like he was only lucky. The mouth of glutton is too greedy. Sometimes it'll eat my enemies due to pure instinct. The mouth of glutton was a bloodline of gluttony. After all, gluttony was its instinct. If it ate things without magical power, Chen Zhao would be fine. He did not encounter any problem when it ate metal or bulletproof glass. But sometimes it would swallow his enemies directly. In the past, Chen Zhao did not know the possible consequences. Now that he knew it, he would not dare to let the mouth of glutton eat whatever it wanted. The instinct of the mouth of glutton cannot be suppressed, even for me. I frequently eat random things, Beelzebub Zophi said. But I would convert my enemy's magical power and release it immediately. Shun Zhao thought of something. Release the magical power. Wasn't it just the sneeze cannon? When a glutton eats their target, they will absorb some of their target's characteristics, but not everything can be absorbed. An example is magical power. So as gluttony subordinates, we have a method to release what's not needed. Beelzebub Zophi looked at Oris. Understanding what he wanted, Oris opened her mouth and shot a fireball at Beelzebub Zophi. Beelzebub Zophi opened his mouth and swallowed the fireball directly. Chen Zhao felt that the couple was spitting saliva at each other. Shouldn't you go back to your room to play this? Forget it. I can't afford to offend any of you. Let's not speak. Beelzebub's Zophi's chest expanded slightly. The next instant, he blew in the air and a fire pillar rocketed into the sky. Chen Zhao realized that it was similar to his sneeze cannon. But there were also some differences. Come and try it. Wait, what do you mean by try it? Boom. Oris blasted Chen Zhao away with her saliva. Too slow. Can't you warn me first? Chen Zhao rubbed his black face. You enemies will not warn you. Again. Boom. Again. Ah. Hot, hot. Finally, Chen Zhao managed to catch Oris' mini-dragon breath. But he was immediately scalded by it. Once you've managed to devour the spell, hit it with your own magical power, and then release it from the mouth to counterattack your enemy. Again. Too slow again. Too slow again. Use your magical power to attack the spell. Don't hesitate. Again. Shun Zhao had never received such a formal training session. The couple's joint special training really managed to torture Chen Zhao. As Chen Zhao's summoner, Beelzebub Zophi could not attack Chen Zhao. But Oris was different. She could hit Chen Zhao however she wanted. Moreover, her attacks were simply unreasonable. Although she had kept her power to the minimum, Chen Zhao still felt like he was being blasted by grenades one after another. Chapter 635, Bring Him to Me. Chapter 635, Bring Him to Me. After Oris tossed a few hundred grenades, Chen Zhao finally didn't die. In movies, the people who survived were the main characters. Those who didn't were random passers-by. Okay, this kind of attack had some effect. At least, Chen Zhao wouldn't die if anyone threw a grenade at him, as long as he didn't try to eat the grenade. At least, he wouldn't die if they threw the grenades one by one. Anyway, Chen Zhao's ability to take hits had improved greatly. He felt like he could go challenge a police station now. Of course, if the police station had a few machine guns, Chen Zhao would probably have to surrender still. However, against these targeted magic attacks, Chen Zhao could manage. If he faced this kind of situation in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on the Qingyi armor to take it head-on. Actually, the theory behind these sneeze bombs was simple. It was just using the incompatibility between your own magic and the swallowed magic. The moment you swallow it, use your own magic as the spring to release the spell again. But even though the theory was simple, only the glutton could actually use it. If anyone else tried it, their lips would probably explode. Oh, Lord, I have a question. What is it? Is there a way to make someone cursed with the talking spirit to talk? No, Beelzebub Zophi said. No way at all. If he's in the human world, you can kill him and send his soul to me. I'll interrogate him for you. But after someone dies, their soul falls randomly into hell, right? If you put one of my mementos with him before he dies, then his soul would land near me after he dies. Zophi tossed Chen Zhao a ring. This ring will send the soul directly to me, but it can only be used once. Okay, I understand. Oh, this is the thing that the old human translated. Zophi gave the Naval Diary translation an original to Chen Zhao. Do you want to keep the old guy? Keep him. I need to check if the diary was translated correctly or not. When he returned to the living world, it wasn't dawn like before. Fei Lai was eating dinner when he returned, and she saw him appear suddenly. Oh, Fei Lai, I'm back. Chen, you kept your phone with me. Yesterday, Mr. Rasfa called, saying that Stephen is hospitalized. He wanted me to tell you as soon as you came back. Fei Lai handed him the phone. Chun Zhao's happy mood was ruined instantly. That old bastard, Chun Zhao said, annoyed. I told him a few days ago to take care of his body. I don't care about him now. Fei Lai stared at him, and Chun Zhao fidgeted under her eyes. Okay, I'll go calm him and see if he's dead yet. Chun Zhao dialed Stephen's phone. Old bastard, if you're not dead yet, tell me which hospital you're in. But an old woman's voice traveled from the other end. Who are you? Stephen isn't able to answer the phone now. This was awkward. Chun Zhao and Stephen usually talked without holding back. He didn't think that someone else would answer. You're Stephen's personal doctor, right? Yes. He's in Chantilly Hospital. I'll go over now. Fei Lai already brought over Chun Zhao's clothes. Go shower and change before going. Right now, he was dressed like a bum. Chun Zhao hurried to the hospital and knocked on the door to Stephen's room. A moment later, an old woman opened the door. This was Chun Zhao's second time meeting Halifa Oliver. Hello, miss. Hi. Stephen is laying in there. Come in. Thank you, miss. Chun Zhao still showed respect towards seniors that he didn't know. Oh, your wine is very nice, Halifa said. I won't disturb you and Stephen anymore. With that, Halifa left the room. Entering the door, Chun Zhao saw Stephen laying in bed, but he was awake. But his expression was dark. Chun Zhao's expression darkened too. Old bastard. Chun, help me get better faster. I need to be discharged. I can't stay here now. Chun Zhao clenched his teeth and stared at Stephen. I told you already to rest or drink that wine. Even if you sleep for 3 days, it'll help you recover, but you didn't listen and insisted on being so stubborn. And just like I expected, you messed up your body. It's not the time to blame me now. I need to be discharged. I can't help discharge you right now, but it's not too late. Drink this wine. You only need 1 glass and sleep 3 days. Then you'll recover. There's no other way, or you could spend more time in the hospital. You can choose. Stephen hesitated. He stared imploringly at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao was unmoved. Stephen was just overexhausted. It wasn't hard for him to get discharged quickly, but Chun Zhao would be harming him if he did that. Chun Zhao didn't want to lose a friend. No matter what state the movie was in, Stephen was still more important. Okay, Stephen sighed. Help me call that old woman in. Chun Zhao went outside and called Halifa in. Halifa, go to my studio and take the wine out of my safe. You asshole, you're crazy. Look at your health. You still want to drink? Stephen looked at Chun Zhao, so he explained, Miss, please believe me. That wine will only help Stephen instead of harming him. Is it the purple brew? Halifa licked her lips. She wasn't an alcoholic, but she really liked it. That flavor was memorable and tempting. It's not purple brew, but it's better, Chun Zhao said. Stephen, I won't stay here. Okay. Oh, you disappeared for more than a day. Where did you go? No, I just wanted to get medicine from the mountains and forgot my phone, Chun Zhao said. You picked the medicine that you usually use from the mountains. Okay, let's stop talking about me. I have other stuff to do. Miss, goodbye. Bye. Halifa could feel how close Chun Zhao and Stephen were. Chapter 636, Burr's Death. Chapter 636, Burr's Death. Chun Zhao was driving on the forest path leading to the supernatural organization. Suddenly, he stamped on the brakes. He had almost hit someone. The person standing in the middle of the road also did not expect a car to come on this road. He walked to the roadside and glanced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also looked at him. Chun Zhao was about to continue driving when he realized that something was amiss. There was only one road here, and it led to the supernatural organization. Why would the person be standing in the middle of the road? Chun Zhao alighted from the car and walked toward the person. When the person saw that, he turned around and ran at once. Chun Zhao immediately gave chase. Just then, the person turned around again without warning. Shit! Chun Zhao saw the person point a gun at him. Bang! Qingyi armor. Chun Zhao's magical power turned into a shield. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead as he fell on the ground. After an entire minute, Chun Zhao finally stood up again. He felt like he had been punched in the head. There wasn't enough time for him to cast Qingyi armor completely. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was almost shot in the head. Chun Zhao was totally enraged. When West saw Chun Zhao's car stop at the entrance, he immediately went downstairs. "President, what's wrong?" Chun Zhao's face was filled with a gloomy and murderous expression, as if he was about to kill someone. West was very confused. Without saying a word, Chun Zhao entered the HQ. "Where are our people?" He only saw 2 or 3 unimportant members there. Jalanash and Belia are having combat training with the evil spirit group, West said. Jalig and Padalu are equipping the modification room. Burr's been experiencing a backache recently and was hospitalized. Moore is in school. Is Moore still studying? West secretly rolled his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? He was only 15. What else would he be doing? How about Unelite and Morit? We don't have any missions now. Unelite is busy with his own work. Morit is sleeping upstairs. What could Chun Zhao say? The supernatural organization sounded glorious, but almost everyone was part-time. Of course, that included Chun Zhao himself. In the entire organization, the only full-time member was the security guard Aduz, probably. Fine, even Chun Zhao would not force himself to spend all his time on the organization. So he was not in the position to ask others to do that. By the way, what's their salaries? Chun Zhao asked. I was planning to make a salary table. Class E members will get $6,000 a month. Class D, $8,000, West said. Before every mission, we'll assess our members, rewarding those with outstanding performances. Great, I have no objections. Chun Zhao trusted West. Oh, President, do take a look at these financial bills. What are the bills for? Electricity, water, internet, funding applications from Jalig and Padalu. Work injury application for Burr. Wait, Burr's backache is counted as a work injury? He said he got the injury from Mapleville. Chun Zhao covered his forehead. Forget it. I'll leave the finance stuff to you. Chun Zhao thought that he was really a busybody. Why did he want to manage the finance? It was a complete mess. He would rather not see it. Out of sight, out of mind. Also, Jalig and Padalu have made this together. Rings to display one's class. West gave Chun Zhao a ring. Chun Zhao knew at once that it was made from demonic gold. Nevertheless, people who had never seen demonic gold before would probably think it was real gold. This is a Class A ring, West said. Your name is on this one, as well as the symbol of the supernatural organization. In addition, the ring has been enchanted with spells. It'll change its size according to the size of your finger. How about Class B, C, D, and... Look, West took out a few rings with a similar design, but different colors. They were red, silver, blue, and gray respectively. They look pretty nice. President, our rings can boost one's magical power slightly. Do you think we should sell them? Do you know potential customers? Yes, West nodded. But they can only buy it after a magical power assessment, Chun Zhao said. I'll leave that to you too. Remember to show me the financial statements. Don't be like Worcester, or I'll kill you. West shivered. Who would dare to play with finance now? Just look at what happened to Worcester. Is the sissy still alive? Chun Zhao asked. Yes. Bring me there. After they reached Brighton's interrogation room, Chun Zhao walked in. West did not follow, but very soon he heard a scream from inside. After a while, West saw Chun Zhao standing there. Brighton, with his neck slanted, was already dead. President, didn't you still need to interrogate him? Why did you kill him? I have a way to make him speak, but I need him dead first. President, you have a way to lock his soul? No, I'm sending him to my friend, Chun Zhao said lightly. All right, I'll inform you if I learn anything. Ah, Burr, what are you doing? The young nurse dodged Burr's hand and scolded him. The nurse was already used to this. Burr took back his hand with a smile. Just as the nurse left, someone else walked in. The person had on a pair of sunglasses and a leather jacket. As he walked, he cracked his fingers. Who are you? Burr looked at him puzzled. The person approached the hospital bed. Suddenly, he grabbed Burr and threw him out of the window. Luckily, it was only on the second floor. In his panic, Burr quickly transformed. By the time he landed, he had already turned into a mini giant. Burr lifted his head and looked at the person by the window. The person also jumped down. With a loud roar, Burr flung his fist at the person. However, when his punch hit the person, he felt as though he had just struck a piece of iron. Burr almost fractured his hand. While still in midair, the person lifted his fist and smacked Burr's face. Burr was completely stunned. Then, the person punched out again. It hit Burr's chest directly. Burr vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. The person raised his leg and stamped on Burr's chest. Burr opened his mouth, his eyes almost popping out. The next moment, his body finally went soft. "Think I killed him. Grandfather asked me to keep him alive." The person scratched his head. "Grandfather will definitely scold me for this." Chapter 637. You need insurance now. Chapter 637. You need insurance now. Oh, there's fog. There was fog in the schoolyard. Moore looked outside the window. Where did the fog come from? No, this was magic. Moore shot to his feet. All the students and the teacher looked at him. "Moore, what are you doing? Sit down. We're in class." "Sorry, I suddenly thought of something." "Get back here. Where are you going?" Ignoring the teacher's warnings, Moore rushed out of the building. But after a few steps, he realized that he was lost. The fog was too heavy and he couldn't see the street at all. He walked a bit and then wanted to go back to school, but he realized that he couldn't see the building anymore. Moore grew nervous. He could only search in the fog. He suddenly heard a sound. Was it on that side? Moore walked toward the sound. The next instant, a huge force sent him flying. A balding man rushed out of a car, and people crowded around. "Not me, not me." He suddenly ran into the street. The balding man paled in fright. Moore lay on the ground in a bloody mess. His pupils were dilated. There was no fog around him. Nothing at all. In the distance, a girl was holding her phone. "Grandfather, I took care of it. That kid from the supernatural organization is already in the hospital." "Chloe, good job," an aged voice said on the other end. "You're my good granddaughter. What about Jack? That idiot killed the man." "I told you that you don't have to trouble people for things like this," Chloe said. "I can take care of it by myself." Will the supernatural organization kill Brighton in anger? I don't know. I hope they don't do something so stupid. Otherwise, there'd be no need for them to exist anymore. "Grandfather, these people are nothing. Why don't we charge directly into their headquarters?" Wooly searched the premises. The organization is really weak, but they seem to have a lot of evil spirits. I don't know what agreement they have with the evil spirit organization, but they coexist in harmony. If we attack impulsively, not only will we face the supernatural organization, we'll also face a large number of evil spirits. We can't attack the headquarters. I don't want my grandchildren to do such a dangerous thing. Then let's attack them during the day. Right now, we only have you, Wooly, Jack, Darius, and I. Even if the evil spirits don't come out during the day, it's still not safe. Let's wait until your parents bring people to L.A. This is annoying. Why don't we just capture their leader and force them to hand Brighton over? Wooly said that when he was checking out the organization yesterday, he ran into the president along the way and shot him. That's hilarious. What a weak supernatural organization. Their boss got killed with one shot. Chloe started laughing loudly. What's so scary about a failure group like this? I could take care of it by myself. President, there's a problem. Chen Zhao heard Wes' panicked and low voice as soon as he picked up the phone. What's wrong? Burr has died, and Moore's in the hospital from a car crash. Accident? Chen Zhao asked in confusion. Burr was beaten to death inside the hospital, Wes said gravely. According to an eyewitness, Moore ran into the street and was hit by a racing car. I suspect he fell into a hallucination. Chen Zhao frowned. Who did it? I don't know. I have no clue. Chen Zhao thought of how he'd gotten shot in the morning. He was pissed. He'd forgotten the feeling of almost dying. Wes paused for a few seconds. President, something happened to Moore too. Chen Zhao's mood fell. Everyone who had an accident was outside the headquarters. Have everyone stay here for now. Oh, any news from an elite? No, I'll call him now. I'll contact him. You watch everyone in the headquarters. Don't let them run around. Chen Zhao looked down on the supernatural organization, but he was the president now. He couldn't just stand to the side as his minions were bullied. Plus, he'd almost gotten killed today too. Hi, I'm the lead. Where are you now? Huh, President, I'm at a meeting right now. I'll call you back later. Some group is attacking our members. Died. More and Morid are both hospitalized. Where are you? I'll go find you. Huh, I'm the lead was shocked. I'm in my office. Fuck, I'm asking where your office is. XXXX Violet Road. Stay in your office and don't go anywhere. Those guys probably won't attack randomly. I'm coming over right now. Chun Zhao hurried to Angelite's office building. Elite sold insurance. When he was downstairs, Chun Zhao called him. But it took Elite more than 10 minutes to come down. How come you're so slow? President, I was preparing this. Elite handed him a document. What's this? Guarantee slip. President, this is a rare chance. If you buy this, you'll definitely make money with no risk of losing. If anything happens, the warranty of $12,000 can pay for $1,250,000. Don't you think it's a great deal? Since Chun Zhao didn't reply, Elite continued excitedly. It's not just for you. I prepared one for all our members. Did you buy one too? Chun Zhao asked. Not yet. We have a rule that we can't buy it for ourselves, Elite said. I don't want anyone else to make this money either. You better go buy one fast, Chun Zhao said with clenched teeth. Otherwise, I'll have the urge to slap you to death. Elite shuddered, not daring to look at Chun Zhao. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. He saw a woman looking at them in the distance. Expression unchanging, Chun Zhao patted Angelite's shoulder. Let's go. My car. But my car's still in the parking garage. Then go. Oh, there are 2 people watching us right now. I'm sure that they'll follow if you go into the garage. Elite took out his phone. Chun Zhao looked at him. Who are you calling? My colleague. I want him to buy me insurance. Chapter 638, Fight by the Roadside. Chapter 638, Fight by the Roadside. President, we're safe now, right? Chun Zhao glanced at Elite. Safe? Nope, they're still behind us. What do we do? Open the window. Elite opened the window, and Chun Zhao poked his head out. Then, he pointed his middle finger at the pursuing car. President, what are you doing? Provoking them. And then they'll keep following us. How do we get them otherwise? Can you beat them? Elite asked. Of course. Are you looking down on me? Then why won't you just alight? There are too many cars and people here. Shouldn't we, the supernatural organization, keep a low profile? What? There's been no such rule. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chun Zhao cursed. Stop the car. The car stopped by the roadside, and Chun Zhao alighted. In the car behind them. Daoist, they stopped. What do we do? Crash into them, Daoist said. But Grandfather said he wants them alive. I've already killed one of them in the hospital. Grandfather scolded me. Shut up and do it. If Grandfather scolds you, tell him that I asked you to do it, Daoist said, unconcerned. Okay, you'll be responsible, Jack said. Then Jack stamped on the accelerator, and the car shot toward Chun Zhao and Elite. Standing at the roadside, Elite seemed extremely nervous. President, they're going to crush us, right? Looks like it. What do we do? What do you think? We dodge. Do you want to get hit? Chun Zhao pulled Elite and dodged to the side. Chun Zhao had been standing still, so Elite almost thought Chun Zhao was going to stop the speeding car with his body. Bang! Jack's car smashed into the car that Chun Zhao and Elite had been in. Jack, you idiot. Don't you know how to brake? Daoist covered her head. Her face was in close contact with the airbag. Jack, on the other hand, seemed completely fine. Beside the car, Chun Zhao and Elite were both stunned. How stupid are our enemies? Is a suicide attack. Just then, the car door was kicked open. Daoist staggered down from the car. Jack also walked out. He looked totally normal. Chun Zhao glanced at Elite. Which one do you want? Elite gulped. He looked at the sturdy Jack, and then at the weakened Daoist. The woman, Daoist took one step forward, and one of her hands burst into flames. You're fighting me? Angelite's cheek twitched as he glanced at Chun Zhao. Can I change to the big guy? Jack grabbed the car hood beside him and started to crush it. Very soon, the metallic hood was squeezed into a 20-kilogram iron ball. Then, Jack flung the iron ball at Chun Zhao and Umnalit. Ah! Terrified, Umnalit squatted on the ground and covered his head. Thud! Chun Zhao caught the iron ball. The force was not bad, but was only not bad. Umnalit, what exactly is your power? Speed. I can speed myself up and run twice as fast as a normal person. You should become a runner. That was my plan, but when I was in the youth team, Mr. West discovered me. He promised me a bunch of great things, and then I joined the supernatural organization. Chun Zhao glanced at the iron ball and crushed it further. It became even smaller. Jack, he's the same type as you. He's yours, Daoist said. Daoist took a step forward and roared. Nobody could be stronger than Jack. A metallic luster covered Jack's body. President, don't fight him physically. He's a rare metal magic. Bang! Chun Zhao had already hurled the iron ball at Jack, who crashed into the car behind him. Boom! The car exploded at once. Chun Zhao quickly pressed Umnalit on the ground. The fire immediately engulfed Daoist. What did you say? No, nothing. Umnalit gulped. Just then, however, a fire pillar shot out from the explosion. Bang! Chun Zhao was knocked back at once. Umnalit lifted his head and watched as Jack and Daoist walked out uninjured. In particular, the fire was being absorbed by Daoist. Fire Witch. Umnalit looked serious. Jack walked forward with large steps. Don't move. Let Jack break your neck. Angelite's legs trembled in fear. He could not even run. One was a metal spiritualist, while the other was a fire witch. Why would he encounter them? Why must he fight them? Just then, he heard a series of coughs from behind. Umnalit turned his head and saw Chun Zhao stand up, his clothes tattered. Now, you've managed to make me angry. Chun Zhao tore his shirt off. Daoist looked at Chun Zhao. She was surprised that her attack did not manage to kill him. No, he did not even look hurt. So what if you're angry? Daoist raised her hand. Fire hovered on her arm and converged to her palm. Swish! Another fireball flew toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao similarly lifted his right arm. When the fireball reached him, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was puzzled. Just then, a red beam appeared from Chun Zhao's palm. However, the red beam from the mouth of Glutton lost its accuracy. It actually blasted through Chun Zhao's own car. There was firelight again, and the car went up in flames. Umnalit, in such a scenario, how much will I get from car insurance? Daoist looked at Chun Zhao, confused. She actually had no idea what spell it was. Jack, go. Jack walked up with a grin. Come, let Jack break your neck. Chun Zhao lifted his right arm and caught Jack's right fist. Idiot, don't you know that Jack's grasp is 3 tons strong? Daoist sneered. Nobody is stronger than him. The two went into a stalemate, but Chun Zhao still looked relaxed. On the other hand, Jack's expression was rather unnatural. Crack! Jack knelt on the ground, his face filled with pain. Chun Zhao did not even look at Jack. He had been staring at Daoist. What did you say? Please repeat that. Daoist's pupils contracted greatly. She was flabbergasted. Impossible. How can he be stronger than Jack? And it was not just slightly. It was an absolute defeat. Chapter 639. Looks better after burning the Mohawk. Chapter 639. Looks better after burning the Mohawk. Umnalit was also shocked. He didn't have many abilities, but this didn't mean that he didn't know about metal magic. It was known as the strongest physical magic in the world. They had such good endurance that they were practically indestructible. They also had superhuman strength that was practically impossible for the physical body to support. But now, Jack's metal arm was actually twisted by Chun Zhao. Jack's arm was completely distorted. He was completely crushed by Chun Zhao in terms of strength. Chun Zhao let go of Jack's arm, and he fell to the ground in pain. Grandfather, save me. Save me. No one can save you. Chun Zhao grabbed Jack's arm. Crack. Then Chun Zhao tossed Jack to the side like he was a rag. Little witch, your turn. Daoist's arms were completely red like burning metal. Her eyes contained shock, but also anger and battle intent. If you think you can do it, then come. Chun Zhao sped up toward Daoist. She raised both arms, and burning flames shot out of her palms. Chun Zhao raised his right arm, and the fire disappeared before him. He took however much Daoist shot out. When Daoist used up all her mana, Chun Zhao grinned. No more. Daoist felt unsettled. Chun Zhao was already standing before her. He pried open her chin and covered her mouth with his right hand. Poof! Daoist's hair shook, and then smoke came out of all openings. She fell to the ground, dead. Her skin turned scorched black. Her inside was completely fried. Done. That's a wrap. Unelite gaped at Chun Zhao. This was a true magic battle, a fight between the strong. President, why didn't we arrest them for interrogation? Chun Zhao looked at him without answering. Can't you say it faster next time? I already killed them, and you tell me to capture them alive. Looking at the burning car, Chun Zhao felt disappointed. He hadn't benefited after becoming president, but he had to keep putting in energy and money. Grandfather, Daoist and Jack are dead. What? How? Daoist was fried and Jack's neck was snapped. Grandfather was silent for a while. Who did it? They went after Unelite of the supernatural organization. That Unelite is that strong. According to the files, he only knows speed spells. He can only escape. We were lied to. Damn it. I should have known that the supernatural organization isn't this weak. Grandfather, what should we do now? Don't do anything for now. The supernatural organization must be on alert now, but you, Chloe, and I are the only 3 left in L.A. If we attack brashly, we may fall into their trap. We'll have to wait until your parents bring people over before taking revenge. When will Dad and Mom arrive? In a few days, probably. Chun Zhao and Unelite returned to the headquarters. President, you're back. Did you get attacked along the way? West looked at how miserable Chun Zhao was. He even lost his shirt. He also had scorch marks on his body. It looked like he'd experienced a huge battle. Yeah, you two are fine, right? President killed the 2 attackers, Unelite said. President, do you know who they are? When I killed one of them, he yelled for grandfather to save him. Family should be them. Chun Zhao nodded. Seems like they already know that we killed that guy, Wes said. They're taking revenge. I haven't gone for them yet, and they're giving themselves up already. Chun Zhao squinted. How are more to more? They're badly hurt, Wes said. I had Belia, Jalanash, Padalu, and Jala go to the hospital together and bring them back here. A while later, the 4 brought the injured Moore and Moore back. Moore was hit by a car and was still unconscious. Moore had burns. He had heavy injuries, but they weren't fatal. Judging from his injuries, he was probably attacked by Daoist. You already see the consequences of doing things independent of the group, Chun Zhao said seriously. If you don't have other business, stay in the headquarters, and those random guys won't be able to attack you. I have to praise Belia and Jalanash. Look at them. They stayed in the headquarters and even did some training to not waste time. President, will there be a cash reward? Belia asked shyly. I'm not in charge of finance. West is in complete control. You won't have any if he doesn't want to give you. West stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could give bonuses with 1 word. Could he not push all responsibility to him? Okay, I have to go back. President, you just said that we can't leave the headquarters alone. Am I like you all? I have a family and a job. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. After a few steps, he came back. Oh, apply this ointment on a Morid. But he suddenly looks better after his mohawk was burned off. President, I can still hear. Rest well. Take care. After getting home, Chun Zhao stripped to take a shower, but Abitos crawled to the bathroom. Ada, my father has information for you. What? He says Foundation Mountain. There are people hiding in Foundation Mountain. Chun Zhao frowned. Did this mean that the family was hiding in Foundation Mountain? After showering, Chun Zhao took out his tablet to search for Foundation Mountain. Oh, it was here. He discovered that Foundation Mountain was the mountain that he'd gone hunting on with Risfar and Dell. They also met Fanity's group there. What were they doing there? Chun Zhao didn't like getting close to there. It was too dangerous. If they dared to stay in that place, it meant that they were very strong. At least, they could ensure that they wouldn't get hurt by the crypt demons. Chun Zhao couldn't even be that confident, so he had to be more careful. Take Jack and Daoist from today, for example. They were already scarily powerful. but they couldn't be the core members. And that grandfather who hadn't shown up yet, how strong could he be? Abitos, did your dad say anything else? He said, get the foundation gem. What does that mean? What foundation gem? Chun Zhao was confused after hearing that. Chapter 640, Firearms. Chapter 640, Firearms. Chun Zhao had an idea. Maybe Sienna would know what the foundation gem was. Chun Zhao gave her a call. Sienna. Chun, do you know how sinful it is to disturb a lady's sleep? I have a bottle of cream, which is definitely better than a single night's sleep. What do you need? Do you know what's the foundation gem? Foundation gem? Foundation stone? No idea. I heard it from my friend. I can't confirm if I've heard it wrong or if my friend said it wrong. I don't know what the foundation gem is, but I know the foundation stone. And what's that? It was part of a cruel method in ancient times. People would draw out the magic sources from 10 spiritualists and then combine them in a special way, creating a foundation stone. What does a foundation stone do? Don't tell me you're trying to make one. I don't even know what it is. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Never have that thought, or we'll be enemies. Don't worry. I'm not planning to make a foundation stone, but I suspect that there might be one somewhere. Foundation stones are useless, Sienna said, at least to you. A foundation stone serves as an extra magic source for the user, but because it's made from 10 different magic sources, the magical power it contains is too impure. Any user will be tortured until they lose their soul. Chun Zhao had an idea. They could not use a foundation stone, but the mouth of Glutton could. The mouth's magical power was separate from his own. Moreover, the mouth of Glutton did not have a soul in the first place. A thought appeared in Chun Zhao's mind. He had to get the foundation stone. After Fei Lai fell asleep, Chun Zhao went to the basement. Nibor, come here. Master. Nibor floated beside Chun Zhao. He was already used to living in the space crevice. Furthermore, he was also the third in command here, being inferior only to Chun Zhao and Blackie. You said there's a place I can get arms, right? Yes, Nibor answered. In America? Yes, my previous supplies were from Americans, Nibor said. How long do I need to get them? Arms dealers are distributed across all the major cities. Once you call them and both parties are confident that the deal is safe, you can probably get the stuff on the same day. If I want to equip 100 mercenaries, how much will it cost? It depends on the equipment, Nibor said. If you're talking about the U.S. Army, one set of equipment costs about $20,000. No need for that. I don't need things like bulletproof vests. In this case, less than $5,000 per unit. So it would cost $500,000 for 100 people. Chun Zhao still felt pain. Should he buy arms or not? How does the deal work? Is it safe? It's hard to guarantee that it's 100% safe. If you're alone, the dealer will very likely kill you for the money. Chun Zhao squinted, which means I can do the same to them. Nibor suddenly recalled that the person standing before him was a demon. He actually naively thought that Chun Zhao was going to complete the deal properly. He was still too simple. Nibor began to pray for the arms dealers that he knew. He hoped that they would be fine. What's their number? Master, are you going to call them with your own phone? That's super risky. Oh, right. Chun Zhao slapped his head. He indeed should not use his phone. Nevertheless, if he could complete the deal normally, he would not do otherwise. After all, fighting an illegal arms dealer was certainly risky. Chun Zhao was not strong to the point where he could ignore everything. A few machine guns were enough to make him kneel down and be conquered. Chun Zhao was in no way resistant to such piercing attacks. If he was shot bullet by bullet, he could still block them with Qingyi armor. For example, he was shot in the head in the morning. Although he was slightly injured, it was not fatal. However, continuous shooting would actually kill Chun Zhao. Instead, Chun Zhao was more resistant to explosives such as grenades. In addition, the mouth of Glutton could absorb the flames and impact of explosions. After informing Fei Lai, Chun Zhao left the house. He found a telephone booth and called an arms dealer. Hey, I want some arms. Sorry, wrong number. Then, the person hung up at once. Nibor had told Chun Zhao that this was normal. Why would the arms dealer respond to a stranger asking for arms? But the dealer had the usual secret code procedure. Chen Zhao called the person again. I need sandwiches, a large number of fries, and also fried drumsticks. For how many people? Sandwiches for 100 people, a lot of fries, and 1,000 drumsticks. Which restaurant for your sandwiches? Burger King. 2,000 for a sandwich, $1 for 5 fries, and $12 for a drumstick. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Sandwiches were guns, fries were bullets, and drumsticks were grenades. It was much more expensive than the usual price, but it was the black market, after all. If people could get those items from the normal market, illegal arms dealers would lose their job. Nonetheless, the price was significantly lower than Chen Zhao's expectation. Sure. Who's your leader? The Australian kangaroo. The Australian kangaroo was Nibor's nickname in the black market. Illegal arms dealers would only begin the deal after confirming the leader. The Australian kangaroo's dead. I found out about you from him in the past. Sorry, I don't sell to strangers. Forget it. I'll look for Scar. Chen Zhao did not hesitate. However, the other party suddenly changed their attitude and said, the gravel beach 80 kilometers south of LA. 3 a.m. Only you can come. If you're late, I'll leave. How troublesome. He cannot even do a bank transfer. Forget it. Chen Zhao would do it in order to equip his army. Chen Zhao searched the location, after which he called him on and went there via the sea. He reached the gravel beach at 2:50, but there was no one there, although there were people secretly watching him in the dark. Chen Zhao pretended that he did not know anything. He waited in silence, frequently checking the time. Fuck, are they playing me? Just come out. I'm alone. Why are you scared? Chapter 641, Black on Black. Chapter 641, Black on Black. Boss, he's here. He's here? The people on the road didn't report that they saw a car. I think he came from the sea. He swam to land by himself. See? Do you see a boat? No. Did he bring the money? He has a case. Okay, let's go down. Chen Zhao saw a group finally appear, coming down from the highway. There was a 30-meter long hill and cliff from the highway to the beach. It was very hard to walk through. There were about a dozen people. The leader was a man in his 40s. You want the weapons? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Where's the money? Chen Zhao opened the case and showed it to the group. The leader's underling went forward to take Chen Zhao's case. But Chen Zhao pushed it aside. Where's my stuff? We need to confirm if you brought enough money. Chen Zhao considered it and tossed the case to them. The underling counted the case and nodded. Boss, the money's right. Where's the stuff? The boss raised his gun without warning. Bang! Chen Zhao fell. The boss sneered. Where's this idiot from? I told him to come alone, and he really did come alone with all this money. Boss, what do we do with the body? Toss it into the sea. The two underlings dragged the body and tossed it into the sea. Let's go, the boss called. The group came quickly and left quickly. Boss, we made money big time today. We got $400,000 for nothing. PSH, each of you gets 2 girls later. My treat, huh? The boss was very happy. Even though they did firearms trading, it still depended on the other person. If they were at the same level, then it was regular trading. If the other was weaker, then there was nothing to say. Who didn't want free money? This wasn't their first time turning on each other. But this time was easier. Drive. The car still wouldn't move. Annoyed, the boss kicked the guy sitting in the driver's seat. Drive. The guy's head lolled to the side, and he fell down. Fuck, what's this? Boss, Buck Teeth is dead. What? How? How'd he die? His neck was broken. No, we got tricked. Clank. Suddenly, everyone in the car heard a muffled sound. They saw that the car behind them had fallen down the cliff. Everyone hurried out and walked with their guns out in high alert. But it was too dark, and the highway was in a remote place. They were surrounded by tall weeds. Ah, save me. Something caught me. A guy yelled miserably. Everyone saw him get dragged into the darkness by something. But there was nothing. There was nothing on his body. They just watched as he was pulled into the grass forcefully. Ah! A pained cry came from the grass. Everyone got goosebumps. What was going on? Just then, another guy was dragged into the darkness. It was another invisible hand that had grabbed him. Boss, save me, help. The others hurriedly grabbed him, but they were powerless. Another guy was pulled into the shadows too. Come out. Get out of here. I see you. Come out. The boss was terrified by now. 3 guys stuck to his side, also terrified. A figure appeared in the darkness. Are you calling for me? You? It's you? Didn't you die? Die? Did you just kill my brother? The boss's expression darkened. Of course, it was night, so one couldn't see his expression. What do you want? Where are my weapons? Chun Zhao discovered his new technique, shadow. It was a really awesome technique at night. He couldn't kill someone directly, but he could attack soundlessly. The other wouldn't even know what hit them. In the trunk. Take your money. Take the weapons for free to make up for my mistake. Oh, that's not enough, Chun Zhao said. What else do you want? For you all to die, obviously. No. I'll kill you. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. After their final wild attack, everything fell silent. Chun Zhao opened the trunk. There indeed were weapons. It seemed that Nibor had been right. If the other party was too weak, it was easy for them to get betrayed. These guys did plan on doing the trade. But when they saw that Chun Zhao was alone, they quickly chose to betray him. Rest in peace. Don't come to find me if you have any complaints. I was forced. After collecting the weapons, he also took his money back and took care of the site. He left soundlessly from the sea and went home. He started arming the skeletons. Blackie, lend me your skeleton soldiers tomorrow. Take them. Blackie was generous because half of the things here were given to him by Chun Zhao. So he wouldn't be stingy toward Chun Zhao either. Do you need my help? I'm facing living people, so you won't be able to help, Chun Zhao said straightforwardly. Blackie was undefeated against spirits, but he wasn't very useful toward the living. The next day, Chun Zhao went to the headquarters. He gathered everyone, other than the injured Mor and Morid and the dead Burr. Chun Zhao had just taken over the supernatural organization, but 1 had died and 2 were injured. He was in a pretty bad mood. Aduz, are you sure you want to listen about the following mission? Chun Zhao glanced at the security guard. I can't listen. Whatever. Ignoring him, Chun Zhao continued. I already got the information. The members of the family may be hiding in Foundation Mountain. Foundation Mountain? That doesn't seem far away, Aduz chimed in. Unelite, you're in charge of strategy. Do you have any plans? Surround and attack them, of course. Chun Zhao was surprised. He'd thought that an elite would be slow. He didn't expect the man to be so proactive. Good. You were the right choice. Because of them, I don't even dare to go to work. I lose so many clients every day. Okay, don't get off topic. Chun Zhao cut him off. Talk directly about the strategy. President, how familiar are you with the family? Chapter 642, Family. Chapter 642, Family. Not at all. We don't even know their numbers or abilities. How can we strategize? But I do have some knowledge of Foundation Mountain, Chun Zhao said. It has an ancient relic that contains a lot of weird creatures called crypt demons. Regular guns can't hurt them at all. The weakest ones are like lions and tigers. Some stronger ones are even bigger than an ox. Everyone was speechless. They hadn't even taken care of the family yet, and now this group of monsters had appeared. How could they fight? Jalik Padalu, can you two modify guns? President, we don't have the equipment, so we probably can't. Modifying firearms has a higher requirement for equipment. Chun Zhao was now much stronger than last time. He wasn't as against going to the relic with the crypt demons. And he knew that the crypt demons weren't friendly toward him, but they wouldn't be friendly toward the family either. President, the 2 members of the family that you killed yesterday were definitely Class C or B, Unelite said. Also, Moore woke up. From his description, I can infer that one of the family is an illusionist. They also created the illusion for Moore without him realizing. President, I have a solution if it's an illusion, Padalus said. What solution? We can buy an awakening potion from a witch. How much is a bottle? $10,000, Padalus said. Chun Zhao bared his teeth. It was so expensive. Not counting Aduz, they had 7 people. If each had a bottle, it would be $70,000 in expenses. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and called Sienna directly. Sienna, can you make awakening potions? No, but Rupert can. Do you need it? What's the price? Expensive. Give me the price. $10,000, but I'll take $2,000 in commission. Chen Zhao looked at Padalu. He probably wanted to make that money too. Padalu averted his eyes, clearly afraid of getting yelled at. I want 10 bottles. When can I get it? Huh? 10 bottles? Sienna cried out. If one bottle was $2,000, then 10 bottles was $20,000. Tomorrow morning, Chen Zhao said. Sent to my house. Okay, no problem. I'll tell Rupert to be faster. After hanging up, Chen Zhao continued asking, what other places should I be aware of? Jalik, prepare some equipment for everyone these 2 days, both for attack and defense. Understood. Jalik looked at West. Okay, you need funds. West looked at Chen Zhao. President, I wish you all good luck on your mission. Only Adus and the injured don't have to go. Chen Zhao tapped the table. West, do you want to be injured too? No. I didn't say I won't go. Oh, Burr's death counts as a work injury, Chen Zhao said. Is there any compensation for his family? He doesn't have a family. He's all by himself. Oh, that saves some money. Chen Zhao felt a little uncomfortable when saying that. Send the family to him as companions. Just then, Pamela ducked in. President, I want to join too. Are you sure? Pamela was strong, but she was still a spirit. Other than the failures here, other spiritualists were able to deal with spirits. That's why Chen Zhao preferred to have Pamela stay. Plus, someone had to watch over the headquarters. Chen Zhao wasn't reassured to have Adus here by himself. President, I'm not a typical spirit, Pamela said. I'm very difficult to destroy now. What? I have an incomplete banshee's body. What's that? Everyone was confused. Chen Zhao was surprised. Oh, you're a banshee? President, you know about the banshee's body? I know a strong banshee. Everyone turned toward Chen Zhao at once. Pamela was even more in disbelief. Impossible. There are no real banshees in the world. Chen Zhao shrugged without explaining. Since you're a banshee, you can take part in the mission. Chen Zhao didn't know how Pamela's abilities were, but he remembered how terrifying Jessica was. He felt that even if Pamela wasn't as strong as Jessica, she should have a portion of her strength. Next, there were some miscellaneous matters to take care of. The mission was planned to be in 2 days. After all, they still needed to prepare. Jalik couldn't produce the equipment today either. A team entered Foundation Mountain. Grandfather, Mom and Dad have come, Chloe cried out happily. And Akiro, Ruby, Axon, and Fendi Lawn. An elder walked out of the tent and looked at the 7 people coming from the distance. The storm on his face finally disappeared after days. Hopkins, Tarila, you're finally here. Grandfather opened his arms and embraced the man and woman. Grandfather, what happened? Hopkins asked. You messaged us that Brighton, Daoist, and Jack died. Yes, Grandfather said. They died in the hands of the supernatural organization. How dare they hurt my kids? Tarila said with a hawkish expression. I'll tie them to the guillotine. Grandfather, what kind of strong figure does the organization have to kill them? Hopkins asked in confusion. I thought like you too, but when Jack and Daoist went to kill one of them, an elite, both of them were killed. They died under their proudest skills too. Jack's arm was broken and his spine crushed. Daoist was roasted from the inside, while her outside was unharmed. Hopkins and Tarila both frowned. Hopkins turned toward Tarila. Do you know what spell this is? No, but it must not be weak. It doesn't matter what magic it is, Akiro yelled. We have so many people. Why are we scared? Whoever hurts my siblings, I won't forgive them. Indeed, Grandfather said. But before that, we must get the foundation stone first. Something flashed past the eyes of Hopkins and Tarila. How's the investigation? There are many crypt demons. It's not looking good. Chapter 643, Akiro. Chapter 643, Akiro. Grandfather, can you use your abilities to let us in? Yes, but we were close once. When we approached the inner zone, I felt something. Something very frightening. What thing? I don't know. It sensed us, so we retreated and waited for you all. Then we'll take the foundation stone first, Hopkins said. And then we'll avenge Brighton, Daoist, and Jack. Jack is such a cute kid, but they could bear to kill him, Tarila huffed. Hey, where's Akiro? Where did Akiro go? Grandfather suddenly realized that Akira was gone. Oh no, he wouldn't have gone to find the supernatural organization, right? Damn it, he was best friends with Jack. Hurry and chase him back. Don't let anything happen to him. It's too late. What can we do now? Get the foundation stone first, Hopkins said calmly. Anyway, Akira might be strong enough to defeat the supernatural organization. At least, he'll be able to survive. But Akira is a bit dumb, just like Jack. There's no helping that, Hopkins said. It's the side effect for distortion magic. Karila's eyes flashed, but she didn't refute him. If they dare to hurt Akira, I won't forgive them, Grandfather said through clenched teeth. But he also didn't object to getting the foundation stone first. Akira arrived outside the supernatural organization and hid in the woods. He looked at the headquarters from afar. He took out a knife with strange patterns drawn on it and slashed his palm. Blood spilled out instantly. Wanderer from the world of darkness, I use the blood of the living as my most fervent offering. Please bestow upon me indestructible power. Blood dripped onto the ground, and gray threads started rising up. They dug into Akira's body. He felt power replenishing his body. Akira's body felt extremely refreshed. This power sent him to Cloud 9. This power is so memorable. Akira's fingers cracked. Suddenly, an evil spirit that was floating around discovered Akira. Who are you? Akira pounced on the evil spirit. The evil spirit didn't have time to dodge and was thrown to the ground. Akira bit the evil spirit. Amidst pained cries, the evil spirit was torn to pieces. Then Akira strode toward the headquarters. Halt! Who are you? Seeing Akira walking over, Aduz immediately stopped him. Akira opened his mouth. Its width far surpassed human limits, and his mouth was filled with fangs. Aduz was terrified and ran for his life, almost on all fours. Help, monster! Help! By now the people in the headquarters heard Aduz and ran out. When they saw Akira, they were all shocked. What is that? Is it distortion? Everyone's expressions grew serious. If it was distortion, then they would be in trouble. Distortion magic was gaining extreme power from a certain sacrifice. The more you did it, the greater the power you receive. However, it was called distortion because it distorted the user's soul and body. The more you used it, the closer your soul got to a monster. In the end, you would be distorted into a true monster. Many of the magical creatures hidden around the world were evolved from humans. Right now, other than his limbs and body, it was impossible to tell that Akira was human from his facial features. Who is an elite? Akira rasped out, opening his mouth. Everyone looked toward Ung Elite, and he was almost pissing his pants. Could they not do that? You killed Jack. Jack? Who? Ung Elite was utterly confused. Who's Jack? You got the wrong guy. You forgot him so quickly? He's my brother, the one who used metal magic. His arm was broken and his neck was snapped. Do you remember now? I didn't kill him. The president killed him. Ung Elite cried hurriedly. Kid, our president is really powerful. You better escape before he gets back. Yeah, right, West chimed in. If our president gets back, you're dead. But really, they were just putting up an act. They didn't know if Chan Zhao could take care of this monster. But they did know that all of them put together couldn't do it. Yeah, our president is undefeatable. Aduz called out too. Everyone was gulping inside. Akira looked too scary. Then call him over. I'll rip him apart before all of you. You better not regret it. Hurry up, Akira growled. A bloody wind swept up before them all. Even the proud Jalanash didn't dare to move. Akira was terrifying. He emanated an unsettling aura. Hello, P. President, Wes said to his phone with trembling hands. Hi, I'm too busy to answer the phone now, but you can leave a message. I'll call you back later. Everyone's expression stiffened. He wasn't here at this time. Was this on purpose? Everyone looked at Akira fearfully. They felt like he would rip them apart the next second. Since he can't come, then I'll go look for him, Akira said. Mr. West, can you please bring this sir, to find a president? An elite asked. West clenched his teeth hatefully and stared at Akiro. You bring me to him. Everyone else, wait to meet your president in hell. Wait, an elite cried out. I suddenly feel like I should watch you fight with our president. I'm sure it'll be a spectacular fight. I think so too. Sir, shouldn't you defeat our president before all of us? That's right. You'll see your president kneel before us and beg me? Huh. Akiro started laughing maniacally. Everyone's expression was uncomfortable. Akiro's aura was getting stronger. They all had goosebumps and hoped that their president wouldn't disappoint. Otherwise, the supernatural organization really would be disbanded. Chapter 644, Coming from Afar to Feed. Chapter 644, Coming from Afar to Feed. Everyone sat in the organization's bus. Mr. West, did that monster get bigger than before? An elite whispered. That's how distortion is like. The longer it lasts, the stronger it becomes. Then do you think the president can beat him? West looked at Akiro with hesitation and a headache. Mr. West, you don't have confidence in the president? Monsters transformed by distortion are hard to kill, West said with a hushed voice. What? Before they complete the final transformation, power from an unknown dimension will keep pouring into his body, West said. He'll have practically unlimited power. Then, isn't he undefeatable? Haha. Yes, I'm undefeatable now. You can't kill me. Akiro heard their hushed conversation, but he didn't care. It was more interesting to have them be surrounded by fear. The car stopped before Qinzhao's house. Everyone was shocked at seeing it. Of them all, only West had come here before. Everyone else's eyes filled with envy after seeing Chun Zhao's luxurious house. Get out of the car and get your president over here. President, everyone was forced to call out in unison. President, please come out. If you don't, we'll all die. Just then, the automatic door opened. Everyone was relieved, thinking that Chun Zhao had come. But it was actually Abitos. Everyone took a step back in fright. Abitos had seen West before, so he didn't react strongly. But the moment he saw Akiro, Abitos grew excited. He charged straight at Akiro. Fuck, what is this? Get away from me. Akiro tried to kick Abitos away. The next moment, Abitos sprang up and tackled Akiro. Get away. Everyone was stunned. They watched as Abitos opened his mouth to bite down on Akiro. And Akiro seemed unable to do anything about it. Abitos clamped down and tore off a chunk of bloody flesh. Help! Akiro cried out. Help? Aren't you asking the wrong people? If you don't get it away, I'll kill you all. Abitos bit off another chunk. Akiro used all his might to push Abitos aside. Just then, he was blocked by two black and white wolves. West and the others all jumped aside. Mr. West, what's going on? What is that giant lizard and wolves? The president's pets. His pets are so mean. Akiro angrily broke free from his silly twins. He stumbled as his body began recovering. Distortion meant that it was very hard for him to be killed. As long as he wasn't immediately killed, he could keep recovering. Distortion could also strengthen him. But before he could take 2 steps, Princess had her teeth around his arm. His arm was tugged right off. Everyone was frightened. Even West hadn't seen Princess before. So, when they saw her, they all shuddered in fear. Princess was honestly too big enough to be terrifying. She really liked Akiro. No, more accurately, she liked his taste. He was delicious. Akiro gave up on his arm and finally broke free from Princess. He looked side to side. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins were all staring dangerously at him. He felt like he'd run into hell. Run. He must run. This place was too scary. He had to get out of here. Only one place didn't have these hellish creatures right now. The lake. Escaping through the lake should be safe. He turned and dove into the water as quickly as possible. He ran away. What a pity. If the president was here, he wouldn't have escaped. Who knew that his pets are all so scary? Seems like we've underestimated the president. Suddenly, Akiro, who'd swam a few dozen meters, started swimming back. What's going on? He's back. Fuck, does he want to kill us? Everyone hid behind the group of pets. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins looked at Akira with gleaming eyes. Help! What did he just yell? I think he's yelling for help. Did you hear wrong? What's that behind him? Water. There's a big guy in the water, chasing the distorted monster. Akira finally climbed onto land, but just then, Amon burst out of the water. Its huge body landed on the ground and clamped down on Akira's legs. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their expressions froze too as they gaped at Amon. A whale? Really? Is that seriously a whale? Is this a saltwater lake? Isn't this whale too big? Biting on Akira's legs, Amon was about to drag him back into the water. But Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins wouldn't let this happen. They ran over and all bit down on one of Akira's body parts. Were they fighting for food? Everyone watched this strange scene. The terrifying, distorted monster in their eyes was just food for Chen Zhao's pets. It sent chills up their spine. What did Chen Zhao usually feed them? Of course, Akira was the one with the biggest mental breakdown. He didn't understand how this happened. He had unparalleled strength, so why couldn't he beat a few pets? Amon finally applied force and bit off half of Akira's body. Then he wriggled with difficulty and returned to the water. As for Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins, they were still clamoring for Akira's upper half. Then they met eyes as if discussing something. And they let go of Akira at the same time. Weren't they all fighting for the monster? Why did they let go? Do they know about distorted monsters? Are they waiting for him to regrow? They couldn't help but shudder again. There was no way that the pets knew this by themselves. The president must have taught them. This meant that it wasn't the first that the president and his pets encountered a distorted monster. They must have had a great experience to learn about the monster's characteristics. It also helped develop their taste and habit of preying on the monsters. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Taking advantage of that, Akira opened his arms wide and started crawling on the ground. Just then, a car came over, tires screeching. Hey, why are you all in my house? Chen Zhao came out and looked at West and the others in shock. Adus, aren't you supposed to be watching The Office? Everyone stared at Chen Zhao. What's wrong? It dawned on Chen Zhao. Are you all looking at my car? Okay, I just bought it. He discovered that they weren't looking at him. Instead, they were looking at his new car. It was only $30,000. They didn't have to look at it like this, right? We're Americans this ignorant. Chen Zhao followed their gaze and saw the body crushed under the wheels. Fuck. Right then, Princess rushed over and dragged the body out. But as soon as the body was dragged out, it started pouncing toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's right arm started feeling things. Hunger. Yes, it was hunger. The mouth of gluttony opened wide and clamped down on Akira's shoulder. With a crack, his shoulder was broken. Did it taste good? But everyone was watching, so he had to control his appetite. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao with terror. This president was so scary. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins circled Akira. He regrew an arm, and they split it up. What a frightening family. They even knew to take advantage of sustainable development. Why did you come? Didn't you say you would send the president to his knees? You sure you aren't here to feed them? Suddenly, they felt pity for Akira. It would be fine if he was defeated by the president. But getting tortured by his pets. What was this? Did you all send this thing to me? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads. It wasn't like they could say that they were held hostage by him. That was too embarrassing, so they couldn't admit it. President, West said. He's from a family and came to cause trouble at the office. We captured him, so we brought him over, but your pets. Huh? Why didn't you say so? Chen Zhao immediately went over to shoo the pets away. Then he picked up Akira's broken body. Hey, are you dead? I think he's dead. Whatever, eat him up. Chen Zhao tossed him onto the ground. Akira quickly opened his eyes. No, I'm not dead. Seeing how strong Akira's voice was, it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Just how strong was his life? He still didn't get killed. But since Chen Zhao was here, all of the members were fearless. President, I first discovered him before he attacked the office, Adus said righteously. and I stop him fearlessly, giving West and the others more time. President, I fought with him too. Me too, Belias said seriously. All credit goes to my war dance. Me too. It's all because of my defensive fear that they could defeat him without getting injured. Only Jalanash turned her head. She was honestly embarrassed to be in a team with these shameless motherfuckers. You all, Akira was furious. But everyone went over to kick and beat him up. They didn't give Akira a chance to speak. You're just dog food to our president. Shut up. Okay, I have questions for him, Chen Zhao said. President, how about you just kill him? He's probably cursed with the talking spirit like the other guy. You won't get any answers. No, I'm not cursed. I'll tell you everything I know. Please let me go. Okay, tell us everything you know. Tell us all the spells that the members of the family use. Grandfather uses invisibility, Akira said. He can make everyone invisible. Invisibility is a lost magic. I didn't think anyone in the world could still use it. That's troublesome. West's expression was solemn. Everyone else was solemn too. How could they fight if they couldn't even see the enemy? What else? Chen Zhao continued asking. Dad is a beast whisperer. He can control all the animals in the nearby mountains. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. If he brought his pets, it would be problematic. If they were controlled by the enemy, they would become a great threat. President, no need. I wouldn't bring my pets to a dangerous place either. Chen Zhao wouldn't bring his demon subordinates who had their true forms in the living world. However, he could still bring the projections to the battle. Mom is a death speaker. That's easy, Wes said. Hand him to me. The average death speaker could control a few evil spirits, but it was manageable. Mom can control the spirits of 10 ancient witches. Each witch could do a lot of spells. Can't you say it all at once? I'm going to kill you. Wes glared at Akira. Then, can you take the mom? President, I think we should plan from a long-term angle. Chen Zhao looked at Akira. Continue. What about the others? Chloe knows I hallucination. If you meet her eyes, you'll fall into her hallucination. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao again. At his first meeting, he had everyone look at his eyes and fell into his hallucination. Wooly is a boxing and assassination master. He knows judo, taekwondo, karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. President, I'm not good with physical fighting. Me neither. Me neither. Everyone knew that Chen Zhao was great at close fighting. Without a doubt, he'd have to take care of this one too. Ruby is an ice witch. Denver is a curse master. Axon is a ground crawler. Fendilon can change their features. Everyone was speechless after hearing Akira. All the members of the family were difficult to manage. Chen Zhao looked at everyone. I don't have high standards. Just choose one that you think you can take care of. If you can't even take care of one, then I'll be too disappointed. Everyone stared at each other and mumbled about for a long while. Finally, they made a decision. You chose one. Yes, President. We decided. Which one? We'll choose the ground crawler. We already thought of a way to defeat him. Chapter 646, Entering the Relic. Chapter 646, Entering the Relic. President, I think we should do some realistic training. How about you fight us? Wes looked at Chen Zhao seriously. This was probably his most serious offer. I can't control my strength, so how about no? Chen Zhao said. I'll find something to be your training partner. Find something? Everyone was confused. Go outside. Everyone went to the beach beside the front yard. Chen Zhao came a while later. Everyone ready? Everyone was nervous, but they nodded in unison. Ready? Okay, I'll call it out. Whoosh. Something fell from the sky. The group was taken aback. They looked carefully at the thing that had fallen. A stone statue. It was a bit larger than an adult and made completely out of purple-black stone. It looked like some creature. Its entire body was covered by something like bat wings, and its appearance wasn't clear. Chen Zhao snapped his fingers, and the gargoyle awoke. Everyone's first reaction was to run and scream for help. Did they want to fight with the family with that level? A mere gargoyle could mess up their entire formation. The only one who remained composed was Jalanash, but her elemental spell couldn't harm the gargoyle. She was still too weak. The power of her wind blades was like tossing out a knife. Her fireballs were probably as strong as a firecracker. Perhaps she could hurt a human, but it was negligible toward a gargoyle. It was only slightly harmful against spirits, too. Chun Zhao was speechless. What was this? Belia, support me with your war dance. Jalanash yelled. You all, help give me and Belia more time. I'll do something big. She realized that the gargoyle wasn't very smart. The others knew that they couldn't keep going like this. Mainly, Chun Zhao's expression was looking worse and worse. They'd suggested doing a realistic practice, but they were performing so badly. They really were testing Chun Zhao's patience. They had to work together. Belia started stripping. Jalanash felt for the dance's effect. Chun Zhao scratched his nose. Thankfully, Feilai wasn't here. To be honest, if you ignored the war dance's effect, Belia's dance was also very seductive. If Feilai saw that he had a stripper dance at home, he didn't know how she would feel. Jalanash accumulated power for a minute and finally released the bomb. Move away. Boom. The bomb exploded on the gargoyle. Its lower body shattered instantly. It fell onto the ground, turning back into a stone statue. Success. Haha, we did it. But their smiles didn't last long before they saw that the gargoyle was recovering. Their faces fell as if their parents had died. Thankfully, the gargoyle didn't continue to attack. It was daytime, so the gargoyle wasn't very lively. Night was the gargoyle's stage. At night, their liveliness and recovery speed would improve greatly. Chun Zhao looked at all of them. Their performance still didn't pass, but there was no need to continue training now. After all, they would set off soon. Continuing would use up their strength and mana. Okay, go take a break. We'll leave after lunch. President, can we bring that thing too? This way, we'll be much stronger. I need someone to guard my house too, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. The group couldn't say anything. It wasn't like they could say, no, our fight is more important. Okay, let's go. Adieus, drive yourself back to the office after you drive us to the place. After arriving at Foundation Mountain, the group organized their equipment and then entered the forest officially. After half an hour, they found a camp. This must be the family's camp from earlier. But where are they? They might have gone into the ancient relic, Chun Zhao said. Forgot to ask that Akira why they came. It's not far from the ancient relic, Chun Zhao said. Let's go there too. President, are the crypt demons really that scary? They all had unnatural expressions, looking at Chun Zhao nervously. Chun Zhao glanced at them. Yes, very scary. There was once an expedition team that had firearm equipment, but they suffered serious casualties. President, should we change our plan? Do you want to join more? Pretend I didn't say anything. Under Chun Zhao's lead, the group arrived at the mouth of the cave. Chun Zhao was very familiar with this place now. Don't worry, there aren't any crypt demons here. President, can we light a fire? Jalanash asked. It's too dark here. Humans were innately afraid of the dark. Darkness meant the unknown and danger. It was passed down from prehistoric times. After Chun Zhao nodded, Jalanash snapped her fingers. A ball of fire appeared in her palm. Then it split into three and flew before the group. In the darkness, a shadow had appeared near the group. Wooly hid in the darkness. Even when the three fireballs flew past him, they still couldn't illuminate him. Grandfather had cast invisibility on him, so he was now invisible. Grandfather, the supernatural organization has arrived, Wooly whispered into his walkie-talkie. They actually found this place? The grandfather was surprised. Not only that, but their president is also still alive. I see him in the group. Stop them. Don't let them approach the pyramid. Their arrival will alert the crypt demons. Wooly took out a dagger and snuck toward Chun Zhao. He was invisible now, and even his smell was covered. He wouldn't be discovered even if he stood right in front of the supernatural organization. Not even the crypt demons could discover him, let alone them. But it was still dangerous to approach crypt demons, not because they were blind, but they had sharp noses. They could sense heat too. That's why the family all had a cold treatment. They carried an ice cube to lower their body temperature. Wooly raised his dagger, preparing to slit Chen Zhao's throat. Oh, I have something to say. Chapter 647, Abandoned. Chapter 647, Abandoned. President, what do you want to say? Chen Zhao grabbed in the darkness without warning. No one knew what he was doing. Wooly, who was invisible, was stunned. This guy could see him? He could sense him. Why don't you learn Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Chen Zhao punched the air. You look down on Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Everyone was confused. Thud. Are you racist? Wooly was about to cry. This was against the rules. Oh, right. You shot me in the forehead a few days ago, too, Chen Zhao said. Now, I will make it hard for you. I'll punch you once, and we'll be even. You already hit me so many times. Wooly wanted to cry. Chen Zhao suddenly let go of Wooly and swung his right arm. Poof! Everyone saw blood spray out of the darkness, and then a headless corpse fell onto the ground. Everyone exchanged glances. Finally, they realized that someone had been invisible around them. They felt the aftershock. They didn't know how Chen Zhao had discovered him. But if Chen Zhao wasn't here, they probably would have all died. They probably wouldn't know what had happened up to their deaths. Chen Zhao picked up Wooly's walkie-talkie and asked, "How do you use this?" "President, you just press this. You don't have to change channels." Chen Zhao pressed the speaking button. "Hi, I'm the president of a supernatural organization. You're surrounded now. Put down your weapons, undo your spells, and wait for us to arrest you all. Otherwise, I'll raid your nest under the charges of disrupting law and order, personal injury, and intentional murder." Everyone in the family had uncomfortable expressions. Grandfather, Wooly, is dead. Hopkins, Tarila, and the grandfather were all livid. Seems like we've underestimated them. By now, the family had reached the outside of the pyramid. What do we do now? The ancient pyramid was right before them. The foundation stone was right inside. The clingy supernatural organization was right behind them. Actually, the family was indeed established with familial relationships, such as grandfather, father, and mother, but they were still a group of outsiders. To them, their own interests were the most important. If it wasn't necessary or worked out easily, they weren't willing to abandon their own benefits to take revenge for the others. But the supernatural organization clearly wasn't planning on forgiving them. They took the initiative to come looking for them and had breached the relic too. "Lure out the crypt demons," the grandfather said. "Have them take care of the supernatural organization. I don't believe they're able to defeat the demons too." Everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed a good plan. "Axon, you go," the grandfather said. "You're a ground crawler. As long as you go underground, the crypt demons won't be able to do anything to you." Even though Axon was a ground crawler, he couldn't stay underground forever. Just like with swimming, he had to come out to breathe too. Moving between different terrains and soils used up different amounts of mana too. The pyramid was made completely out of stone. Even though he could move underground, it used up a lot of mana. Axon's invisibility effect was undone. Instantly, he sensed a bloody aura. Something discovered him. Axon didn't dare to hesitate further and quickly dug underground. He went inside the pyramid, and after wriggling underground for a moment, he came out. He saw a few huge crypt demons in the distance. They discovered him too and immediately pounced toward him. He hurriedly ducked back underground and continued moving. He was acting as the bait now. Soon, a large group of crypt demons was behind him. Axon wanted to lure some crypt demons on the upper level. Suddenly, he felt a blood-chilling aura coming from the entrance of the stairs to the upper level. That thing was so terrifying. Was it the frightening thing that the grandfather mentioned? Axon could only leave the stairs and continue luring on this level. Soon, there were a dozen demons behind him. Axon came above ground every now and then to ensure that the crypt demons would continue chasing after him. When he reached the exit, he felt that he'd used up too much mana and couldn't hold out any longer. "Grandfather, hurry! Make me invisible!" Axon sped up to the exit of the pyramid. The grandfather looked at the crypt demons behind Axon. He still didn't appear. Because if he was to cast invisibility on Axon, he'd have to become visible too. The instant he did so, he would get ripped to shreds by the crypt demons. With his old body, he didn't think he could survive a round with the demons. Axon, don't blame me. Just take it as your sacrifice for our family. You old thing. You asshole. Motherfucker. I don't want to die. Make me invisible. Axon panicked. He could feel that he was at his limit. It would only be 1 minute, or not even. Now, Axon had two choices. He could come above ground and get ripped apart by the crypt demons, or he could stay underground and be trapped forever. In the end, he chose to come out. At first, he decided to be buried underground forever. But in reality, this was very difficult because everyone had the desire to survive. It was just like how someone in shallow water would automatically float to the top when they were about to suffocate. But the moment that Axon appeared, the crypt demons surrounded him. Wait, help! Axon's lower body was still underground, but his body above ground was already torn apart. Everyone in the family was chilled at Axon's death. The grandfather acted like a benevolent elder, usually, but he was so decisive about abandoning his allies. He didn't hesitate at all. Axon's death was very tragic. His body was completely torn apart. Finally, his head was chopped off too. After taking care of Axon's body, the crypt demons paced outside the pyramid instead of returning immediately. Cause some commotion, the grandfather said. Don't let them return immediately. As long as they didn't have to become visible, the family didn't mind helping. Any random sound could make the crypt demons sensitive. Chapter 648. Look at them, then look at you. Chapter 648. Look at them, then look at you. Do you guys think that we're like the antagonist? The family sounds like a loving family. We killed their relative in a clash, and their feelings for their family caused them to become our enemy. President, can we be more serious? We're the good guys. Okay, the serious stuff. Chun Zhao had wanted to liven up the mood because they all looked depressed. Each person was nervous and sweating with stiff limbs. With that state, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. There doesn't seem to be anything here. There haven't been any crypt demons. President, do they really exist? So big. They could see the silhouette of the huge pyramid in the darkness. Do you want to see crypt demons? You'll get your wish granted soon. Because there were many crypt demons on the empty space before the pyramid. And they'd seen Chun Zhao's group. They're here. The grandfather and the others saw light outside the entrance. Strange. Why aren't the crypt demons attacking them immediately? The path along the side is narrow, and the demons are so big. They can fall down easily. They're definitely waiting for the supernatural organization to come down before attacking. The group walked down along the craggy path and finally reached flatland. President, where are the crypt demons? Jalanash, raise your fireball and you'll see them. She raised the fireball and illuminated more land. Right then, everyone finally saw the crypt demons that were gathered in groups. Don't scream, Chun Zhao reminded. They're very sensitive to noise and smell. Everyone's legs trembled. Were these the crypt demons? They were scarier than they'd imagined. It was even more terrifying. The grandfather's group also looked at the demons and Chun Zhao's group with confusion. Why aren't the demons attacking them? Hurry and attack, you idiots. Actually, the crypt demons were hesitant too. They stood together in clusters. Some took a tentative step forward before shrinking back immediately. Hi, friends. I'm back, Chun Zhao announced loudly. Did you miss me? Grandfather's group was speechless. What was with the crypt demons? They'd been so bloody and horrible when killing Axon earlier. But why were they so scared when facing Chun Zhao's group? Watching the crypt demons, a sword suddenly appeared in Chun Zhao's hands. The demons instantly were terrified and shrunk back as a group. What was with this person? Why did he scare the demons so much? What had he done to them? Chun Zhao was a beast whisperer and could communicate with wild beasts. But he wasn't sure if he could communicate with these crypt demons. They were wild beasts, but they also had a clear hierarchy like humans. Someone come out. Let's talk. Then a frail crypt demon came out. Rather than frail, one should say that it was old. Everyone could see clearly that this crypt demon was an elder. It approached Chun Zhao timidly. Inin, Leave. Chen Zhao felt the crypt demon's attitude. We can't go now. We're here to capture our enemy. How about we work together and take them out? Chen Zhao pointed at the family who were invisible on the side. The expressions of grandfather and the others changed drastically. How'd that guy know that they were there? And he could communicate with the crypt demons. Chen Zhao glanced over. You're still hiding? It's meaningless now. You know you can't hide forever, so why cover yourself up? Chen Zhao waved his hand. Behind him, West and the others took their guns out. Water guns. Squirt. Instantly, grandfather and the others were dyed with paint. See, this is much easier. I also added a fragrance to them, so you can see them more easily. Go! Hopkins yelled, leading them back into the pyramid. Ruby opened her arms, creating an ice wall at the entrance. The family was very fast and quickly reacted. Look at them. All of you look at them. They're true professionals. Now look at yourself. Chen Zhao had a disappointed expression. President, it's not the time to scold us. The crypt demons didn't continue to attack Chen Zhao's group. Instead, they worked on scratching the ice wall. They wanted to break through, but ramming with their heads or scratching with their claws wasn't very effective. Move aside, you failures. Chen Zhao walked over and smashed his fist down with full force. Cracks appeared throughout the entire wall, but he was surprised. His fist was more than 10 tons, but the wall didn't shatter. He opened the eye of power and punched again. Boom! The ice wall shattered instantly. The crypt demons swarmed in. But when they reached the stairs, they all started rolling down. Do not pass. Denver blocked the path. The crypt demons that had rolled down all started convulsing. Colorful flowers bloomed under their skin. When they stood up again, they'd lost their instincts and were controlled by Denver. Look at them and then look at you. President, please don't do this to us before outsiders. West and the others lowered their heads. Chen Zhao went over and sliced up 2 possessed demons with one strike. Seeing the heat come, an eerie smile appeared on Denver's face. You want to die? With that, Denver poured powder at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his arm. The mouth of gluttony swallowed all the powder. Tastes not bad. Do you have more? Denver's expression froze. He turned and ran. Run faster, faster. The supernatural organization were all speechless. We're here for a serious battle. Can't you take it seriously? Without needing Chen Zhao to pursue, the crypt demons had already charged forward and ripped Denver up. The demons were crazed now. They ran forward wildly, no longer caring about Chen Zhao's group. It was probably also because they couldn't defeat him. They followed the winding stairs up and reached the upper level. Chen Zhao's group followed before, running to the exit of the stairs. There was a huge platform with empty windows on all 4 sides. A huge ox lay in the center. Well, it was probably an ox. At least, it had some ox characteristics. It was like a man with an ox head. But size was huge. It was at least 6 meters tall. Beside it, there was a stone platform with a black stone on it. The Godfather, Hopkins, and Tarila surrounded it, not daring to get close.